Why, hello, hello, hello. Hello, guys. Hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing well. Well, I hope you're doing well, at least. Hi, Croc, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. And thank you, appreciate it. Hello, you guys. You guys. Hello. We're live, we're here. Yeah. It's definitely a Saturday. It definitely is a Saturday. A Saturday of all time. That much is clear. Here's Croc. Here's Croc indeed. Oh, hey, hi. Ace of Flames. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Anyways, we're here. Let me quickly get started. It's a regular Saturday. I'll be real. So hello, hi Samax, hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. I hate Cocos, poor Cocos. Poor Cocos. I tried something interesting. I combined cheese with ramen, and that surprisingly worked. I am shocked myself how well that worked. A little too good. That was a little too good. I might redo this combo. It's very interesting. It was chicken ramen. I had some ramen, right? Just the noodles, right? Just straight up the noodles. Then a lot of chicken, right? Just a lot of chicken. And then cheese. I just threw in cheese. And that worked. That worked actually pretty well. I'm doing well. How have you been, kiddo? Long time no see. Long time no see. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I got a lot of work done today, so that's nice. That's really nice. That makes me happy. That makes me have happy duck noises. Banana on pizza. I know what you are. Cheeks works with everything. You hadn't ever tried it? Nope, I have not. And my little brother was like, my brother was like, that's disgusting, man. You're a pig. You're filthy. Why are you eating this? That's disgusting. Well, little does he know, it actually tastes pretty good. See, my brother isn't a cheese eater. He doesn't like cheese. Yep, I have people in my family that do not like cheese. Shocking, I know. Got plenty of water here as well, so that's pretty neat. I like water, right? Water is always nice. I got plenty here, so we should be able to survive. We should. Doesn't mean we will, but we should. So yeah, we'll just have to see. Alright, we'll just have to see. But for the most part, we should indeed be fine. Anyways. Let me see if I have all the videos. I do have Croc's video, which we usually oink oink piggy. Yet you were my little poogie, weren't you? And you still are my little poogie. Don't worry about that. You will not be replaced. Unlike Croc, who shall be replaced soon with a different Croc. Because this one's misbehaving. Okay, I have that. Okay, I think like I have everything. I'm surprisingly not tired. I was really tired early this morning. But now I'm pretty fine. Little pig. Little pig, indeed. Little pig. Yeah, I think we'll just jump in, right? Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Right? Let's do it. Let's do it. Why wouldn't we? That's pretty neat. Yep, that works. Trader, I knew you were black. Last time I checked, I'm not black, but you know, times change. Sometimes you just become a black boy. If you're a black boy, just say so. Anyways, we'll go in. We've got plenty of stuff to get through, right? We have also a cricket recommendation for once. We also have male pandering, which is interesting. And yeah, a couple of other videos. I has the question my sexuality of the car crash. Yeah, that's the one. I need to do that as well. Apple isn't replaceable. Indeed. Nah, Croc is also not replaceable, but Apple is even more not replaceable. Anyways, we'll go in, and we'll go over. Okay. That's crass. Anyways. I'm so excited. He is excited, indeed. We should do Outlast 2 in around Halloween this year. If I find the time. I dip my fingers in boiling chocolate. Does this mean I'm black? Well, put yourself in the oven for like a few hours. Then you might get the pass. Maybe. Right? The Dino Nuggies we saw the last time, they had the pass. They were hood dinosaurs. Anyways, we'll go in. Not much to say here. 3 random horror games gone wrong. I am curious how wrong they could go. This is by John Wolfie. John Wolf? John Wig. Anyways, yeah, we'll go in. I have no idea what to get what to expect. I will probably move myself over. So, right, we don't have any issues in seeing anything. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. Every little bit of support counts, especially now since we are catching YouTube red-handed in screwing over creators of all kind. They don't discriminate. They don't care. They nuked a channel with almost half a million. With no chance of actually appealing. So, yeah. Thank you so much. We'll go in. Don't know what to expect.
Hey guys, it's John, and welcome to another edition of Random Horror Games. I'm not sure yet whether this will be 3 random horror games, 4 random horror games, 5, 6, 7.
6, 7? Anyways, he looks what I imagine Poker looks like. Nah. I don't have that chubby face. My face is pretty non-chubby. I'd say.
Well, whatever. It'll be at least 3. So we're going to start this one off with Did Stress, or DID Stress. I'm not sure which one it is right now. I hope it's not the latter. It is the top-rated horror game on Itch.io right now, which is how I usually decide what to play for these random horror games videos. It was made in 3 days for a game jam. I'm not sure which one, it doesn't say. And the typeface for the logo is October Crow, which you may have heard me talk about pretty recently. October Crow. I mean, can't tell you how many times I've seen October Crow. So without further ado, let's get into it. Start.
Okay, we are in a empty hallway with a little bit with a few pictures. We have a green bar above our head. I wonder what that means. It couldn't just be a camcorder again, couldn't it? Right, the obligatory camcorder. No boobies. Egg. I have no boobs. Shocker, I know. I have no boobs. I'm a man.
Okay.
Thinking they can get away from me. I showed him good. Oh, no one gets out of Darby's box.
What?
What is he yapping about? Do eggs? Do eggs indeed. What is he yapping about? Hold up, Somax. What is that? What is that video? I haven't looked at that.
But,
Wait.
Fork, where do you think you're going? Daniel, don't listen to those voices in your head. I think...
Why is he moving like this? What is this idle animation? Why is he moving like... Why is he like... What is this idle animation? Why is he moving like that? For what reason? Stop it. Get some help.
I can fix you. Just a few more electrocutions and they'll be gone for good.
No.
Theo, I told you. I said it.
Listen, JP, we can do this, Oak. It's 3v1, but...
No, Vicus. We only have one body, oh.
Shut up.
So it is...
What are you waiting for?
DID
Don't
stress.
Let me come get you. That was the wrong choice, my boy. I'm coming for you.
Oh, my boy. Ah!
What the fuck? I'm coming for you. No. And he just comes after. Okay, that looks hilarious.
He Naruto ran at me and he's humping the air.
He's up sex. He is desperate. He wants the bussy. He wants the bussy and he lost the key. What the fuck was that? Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
And he dropped his keys. Oh god.
The exit on the right.
But we need the code from his office.
Shit. Okay. Run, Daniel.
Yeah,
Okay,
just follow the
this is an
signs.
odd game. Exit. What? Why I need a code? Ah!
He's quite quick. That will be people in GTA 6 releases. They will absolutely straight up torture the cashiers and shit. He's having a seizure. He also just hits a doctor. I just realized that because he has like a stethoscope around his neck. So there's that. That's very interesting. Okay, Salmax, that's very interesting. We can watch that.
Okay, no, I understand this. Office is this way? Office.
Rose, let's turn back. We don't know what's beyond the
Office.
There's a code on his big
That's the code, bros.
flip. It's a triple code lock. We'll never remember this.
116, 136.
Who's responsible for this voice acting, by the way? 116 136 336. Who is responsible for this voice acting? How dare you?
336. I can remember that. Dude, where is he? Okay. Now I just go back and put the code in, right? 116.
It's okay, bro. It's 163.
No, damn it.
It's 133.
No, it's coming back to me now. It's 131.
Okay, I got one of them. Damn.
So wait, no, this is a health bar. Never mind, that's a health bar. I think they are German. Could be. This is a health bar. It could also be something like Scottish. Anyways, this is a health bar. The green stuff is a health bar. So like, the more often he touches you, the more like it's gonna deplete your health until you die. Don't get touched by the man. Hi, Nevi. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
6.
116, 136, 1. It's 336.
I keep losing my patience.
Oh, I get it. I keep losing my patience. You're funny. Doctor's got jokes. Oh, you should be a comedian. Wrong career choice.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, just follow the signs.
What? It's...
Grab those
Okay,
keys.
so we gotta grab the keys. That's the only way that we can get to the office.
Rose, let's turn back. We don't
Okay.
know what's beyond.
Is the code the same every time?
That's the code,
116,
bros.
136, 336. 116, 136.
His goofy run is amazing. I love this. He's like, he's like just like, okay. Now we know more. Who made this? I hope this better was free, because if it's not, imagine paying for this. Imagine paying for this.
336. I got it.
See, I already forgot the code.
It's okay, bro.
No, I got it, dude.
163.
116,
No,
136,
it's coming back to me now.
336.
It's 131.
Kicking your ass, bro.
It's okay.
Oh, I beat.
These games cost money. You escaped. If this actually costs money, I am shocked. I am shocked. $5 budget. A ham sandwich was probably not enough to pay for was more than enough to pay for this. It's like a toenail levels of budget. Interesting though, very interesting.
Don't
Second
thank
try.
me later.
That was weird. So that was
Well, the title is very promising. The title is very promising. Because that was indeed a weird game. Okay, that's pretty interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, I don't know where this is going. Okay, this one was interesting, but mostly just because of the guy. And honestly, the dialogue is very interesting because of the voice acting. But that's very interesting.
DID stress. I don't know how to feel about it. I'm gonna have to digest that one. Next game. All right, this one's called Escape the Ayuwoki. We're gonna take a look at the instructions. Your objective is to escape the mansion. To complete such a task, you should be careful because the Ayuwoki can hear you. So be careful when you run, jump, or open doors. Actually, any noise could attract him if he's close enough to hear it. You are hidden, but you turn on the flashlight. The Ayuwoki will still be able to catch you. So to truly be hidden, turn off the flashlight while you're under some table or inside some furniture. I don't think I should be inside any furniture, bro. First, you have to find the main gate key, which could be anywhere in the house. Also, you can hide behind objects, inside some furniture, again, or under the tables. Once you obtain the key, just go for the main gate to unlock it and escape. Sounds simple, right? ...
Just escape. So this is literally just... Isn't this just literally the same premise as the previous one? Well, now you have a jump and crouch button, I guess. And sneaking. And a flashlight and lights, I guess.
Go ahead and check it out. Escape the Ayuwoki. So a lot of my friends have been playing this. So I figure I would just add to the pile. Ugh, where am I? I've been kidnapped. I had to escape. Aha, a flashlight. Great intro. And it's this map. So this is a asset pack you can buy on the Unity store called HE Abandoned Manor. And I see it all the time. I've seen it in countless games. Okay, the wallpaper's coming off.
Hey, I mean, this looks at least nice. This looks nice. This looks nice. There's also crazy motion blur. But that looks nice.
Great. So I'm looking for the main gate key, and it could be anywhere. What was that?
Oh, he's breathing. Okay, well, that makes sense. Okay, insane motion blur.
I heard something weird. I heard it again.
Isn't that just Michael Jackson? Am I hearing Michael Jackson? Hee hee. What? Hee hee. I'm literally hearing. I'm not schizophrenic. I thought I was hearing Michael Jackson for a second.
So that's the Ayuwoki. You're dead. Okay, right.
Well, okay, but why am I hearing Michael Jackson?
So if you can't tell what this is supposed to be, it's a Michael Jackson horror game. Very topical at the moment. Very relevant. Let's see. We just gotta find the main gate key, right? Oh no, he's after me. Can I get inside the furniture? No, that death animation goes on for forever, man. So this is supposed to be a shitposting game, right? It's not supposed to be a real one. How do I get under the furniture? Is this what they meant by inside the furniture? I guess I can hide here if I get the chance. Wait, what's going on in here? I see. That sounds like a Michael Jackson song. I'm not gonna say which one, because probably Universal Music Group will try to copyright claim this video. We heard one of our songs. I swear to God, we did. Okay, run. Okay, he's after us. Let's see if we can hide behind the furniture here. Go back there. Whoa. Whoa. Hi there. He's got the gloves and everything. There he is.
That is so fucking stupid. That is so fucking dumb. Well, yeah. That is a freaky Michael Jackson. What on earth were they cooking here? Why would you do this? Why would you? Okay, that's definitely a weird one. They're getting weirder.
Man, some people just have too much time on their hands. Can I just...
Some people indeed have too much time on their hands and make horror games of Michael Jackson. Hi London, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Poker, wasn't this uploaded in 2017? Yes, it was. It's like wait, is it? I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was, maybe. Something like that. I didn't check the age, but it's probably decently old.
Say that. Bye-bye. Why is it called the Ayuwoki? What is that? Is that a thing? I don't know, man. All right. Let's see if we can go anywhere else other than this hallway. Okay, I'm out in the main hall now, which is unchanged from when I've seen it in other games. I need a key to open this door, so you need the main gate key. I can't go underneath this. Has anyone beaten this? Oh man, I bet you anything that if you beat this, it's just gonna take you to a u1.png screen. Not gonna be anything interesting. All right, let's try to get under a table. Wow, we successfully hid from him. He has no idea where we are.
It just keeps doing hee. It's crazy. It's crazy. Can you actually poop from a butt? Drop shipping ads by Javius. I mean, sure we can, yeah.
You can crawl, dude. Just come get me. Oh, he's coming back. What a terrible game this is. Dude, you're right there. I'm right here, stupid. I can see his white glove. This looks like he's got soot on it. I was hidden! Man, what a thriller of a game. Did you like that?
He's never beating this. He's never beating this. He is never beating this. Maybe he is. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? What? I'm so confused. And it's just interesting. It's interesting what people, when they have too much time, could do. They could move mountains, but here we are.
Although I'd argue it's kind of bad. I beat it, Michael Jackson. Get it? Beat it. Aha! I got jokes too. Fucking go under the table, dude. Under the table. Why does it tell you to go under the table? When you go under the table, he just kills you.
Because the table isn't like blocked off enough, right? Maybe you stayed like hidden in the corner. That's a Michael Jackson song, so it would seem interesting. I know a streamer that loves to stream this, Bushwhack18. Interesting. Well, he is just in the corner now, and that was the problem, right? You didn't go far into the corner, or this table just doesn't count.
You. Why am I clicking try again? Man, how does he get away with it? What? That's the key! This is the key, y'all. The key, now I can open the main door. He can't get back here. He can't get back here. Oh, you can't get through this fence? Huh? You may be a smooth criminal, but you're not very smart. Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh my god, that's why it's called... Are you okay? Oh my god. How much you want to bet that when we escape through the front door, it's just gonna say, I escaped, or you escaped, or something like that, and kick us back to the main menu? That's exactly what's gonna happen. Man, he knows we're here. All those nose jobs, and he can still smell it.
He's just walking back and forth. It's crazy, right? Should play Crunchy by C&D cardboard games. I Am Broke by Poke. That's what I'm playing. Anyways.
Go, go, go. No. Dude, he's after me. He's gonna catch me. Man, I got enough self-confidence. I don't need to beat this to prove anything to anyone. All right, that was Escape the...
Interesting. So that's very interesting. So practically, if we want to go there that way, right? There's really, realistically, it's free. That's okay. That might be doable, maybe. Problem is just like some things I just can't run. Was the guy we're reacting to? Let me have a look. See who that is, because I didn't check that again. I remember small things like that. I have a small brain. John Wolfie. Wolfie. I'm going with Wolfie.
Are you okay? And no, I'm not okay. This game drained my sanity. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and go to the next game.
What am I looking at? Is this a mushroom? That just looks like an overgrown mushroom, I'll be real. That is just a mushroom. I'll be honest, that is literally a mushroom. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. Also, it has boobs. Whatever.
Man, what is going on with horror games these days, dude? This is a game called GDZ Simulator. I don't know what I'm looking at. Let's go ahead and play on normal. The itch.io page did say epilepsy warning, just so you know. 0 out of 50.
If you have epilepsy, you must run right now. And if you don't, well, you're gonna have a fun time here. Overgrown mushroom poke. That is an overgrown. It looks like an overgrown mushroom.
E. Wait. So I'm taking like a test right now or something? Looks like a classroom. I'm a dungeon master now. What's this book? Getometry. Oh, oops. Okay, A. Do I just click A? Right mouse button, pick an answer. Huh? They're all A. Oh no. What's going on? What?
Oh yeah, my math teacher does this to me when I fail class again. He always does that to me. Classic. Right. Because I beat with my math teacher, not my German teacher. Anyways. Yeah, that's the logical reaction to pressing the wrong thing. Because yeah, he pressed the wrong thing. He should have pressed E.
You died, but scored 0 correct and 50 incorrect. With 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining, your high score is 0. Oh. Let's retry. What am I trying to do? Oh, this is our cheat sheet. Oh, it's on our phone. Okay, wait. Maybe like... Oh, so we're supposed to make it to where she can't see us cheating. I get it, I get it. I probably should have read the itch.io page further than just epilepsy warning. Okay, I think this is pretty good. A. D. Oh, she hasn't seen it. E. Okay. Oh, oops, no, don't turn it over. Don't turn it over.
That is a massive phone. That's huge. Well, and she did just start running. Button mashing will do that to you. You get sliced, I guess, or just cheating in a test. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Makes sense. I get it. It's completely logical.
Wonky physics game. I hate this shit. Turn it over. Flip it over. No, it's on the ground. No, it got caught.
Okay, this is actually a fun one. It's actually not. This is just like the controls are just kind of horseshit, but that's kind of fun.
What kind of school is this where she stabs you to death? Whatever. I got 3 correct. I like how at the end of the game it's like, yeah, you're dead and all, but do you want to know what your grade was? No, my book. All right, we'll make do with this. Yeah, she'll never see it. All right, so that's D. H. Oh, dude, this is working. Oh, what? Who's cheating? Not me. Not me. Why'd it go up so much? The red bar. You have no proof.
Huh? Yeah, she had no proof, but she still stabbed him. You see the Backrooms movie trailer? Nope, because I don't watch movies. I know, shocking. You asked me all of this stuff, but like, I don't watch movies. It's crazy, huh? Barely.
You have no proof. My high score is 4, though. We're slowly getting there. Let's play on easy. Yeah. All right, that's good. Oh, what's up? I'm just studying. All right, what is it? G? G? D? H? Oh no, hide the phone! No! What? My phone was hidden! What a crap game.
You died, but scored 8 correct and 22 incorrect with 53 remaining. Your high score is 8. Well, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. Not bad. This is horrible.
Man. Alright guys, well that was GDZ Simulator. I like how it felt the need to clarify at the beginning of the game, like, oh, don't worry. This monstrosity isn't real. Oh, you mean there's not like a crazy, gigantic teacher that stabs you to death when you're caught cheating on a test? All right, what did we play today? First game was DID Stress.
So the first one was a crazy doctor running after you. The second one was essentially the same, but instead it was with Michael Jackson. And this one is just like failing a test. Yeah, this is what my tests look like, and this is what happens to you if I fuck up.
Kind of an odd one. Escape the Ayuwoki. They've all been weird. These have been the strangest games that I think I've ever played for 3 random horror games. And we've played some weird stuff before. I don't have anything constructive or good to say about any of them, really. Let me know what you thought about DID Stress, Escape the Ayuwoki, and GDZ Simulator in the comments. I really await your insightful input on the situation, because I'm kind of at a loss. With that said, I'm gonna take my leave, because I've gotta go have a sit and have a hard think about the direction that my life is heading right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow for another video.
That's pretty much the end of the video, yep. And yeah, that was pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. That is... I hope he comments on your video. I want to talk with him. I grew up watching him. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. But you should play Shawarma Kiosk someday. The only thing I want to play in recent future is probably Outlast 2. Because I played the first one and the DLC, and I want to play the second one. That's pretty much it. I guess John Wolfe, he looks like Mr. Beast because of the hairline. Interesting. Anyways, I am Not surprised at the way these games are because, well, they're pretty. There's something. There's something. So the Doctor one was just weird and also short. Remember, you have to pay for all of these, so that's the thing, right? He didn't even finish the Michael Jackson one, even though he could have. Honestly, he knew what the key was now, so he would have just need to grab the key and then run towards the exit. Should have not been too hard. Anyways, those were something. Those were something. And yeah, that's what my tests looked like. And then my math teacher would just stab me. Damn, he probably wouldn't be happy being compared to Mr. Beast. Probably not. I don't know. I mean, liking people don't really like Mr. Beast that much anymore. Makes sense, obviously. All right. Let me click on something. Doesn't matter what. Also, I want to watch the Alex Cooper one. I'll be real. All right, so let's do the short Javius one because it's short. Then we'll do the ref one on the thumbnail because I want to do that. And yeah, we need to talk more about Twitch Horse. Anyways, we'll do that one real quick. Then I think we're gonna do the Muhammad one. Anyways, let me move over. Right, let me move over. I'm over here again. Over here, over there, everywhere. And the apple is a perv. I don't know why, but she just is. Anyways, happy that bad. Boop from a butt. Drop shipping ads by Javius. Yeah. In general, it's crazy, right? I can't even describe what kind of right. I don't even think drop shipping ads are the worst ones. But my guy, the kind of ads I see on TikTok should be banned. It is straight up just boobs. Yes, you scroll on TikTok and you just straight up get boobs. Yes, fully exposed. You just get them. It is crazy. I don't know why. I don't know how, but you just get them. And currently I'm getting them. And it's sad because I don't want to see them. So I click on not interested, but I remove one of them and another one shows up. Ads are hell right now. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support counts. We'll go in. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's see.
Just a quick disclaimer for YouTube. I don't support or condone any of the racist comments in this video. I am simply here to criticize and report. Dropshipping, selling cheap.
Well, yeah, but YouTube does not care, right? Let's not forget that they're just flagging people for because they think they're funny now, right? Their AI is going rogue. It's really fun. Ads are the worst, even not so bad ones. I feel like okay, maybe I'm blinded by nostalgia, but old ads were better. Old ads around like the 2000s and the 90s were better. They had something. I don't know. Now it's just... I mean, ads are always slop, but now it's just even more slop. It's weird. It's odd. Stop it. Oh, Temu. Let's go.
Chinese products for 10 times the price. Now, dropshipping used to be real big a couple years ago, so much so that I felt that just about everybody and their granny was doing this shit. The level of entry was so low that all it took was an internet connection and you could dropship. Which is exactly why I fell off. It got oversaturated as hell. There was thousands of people selling the same exact recycled bullshit, all running the same exact ads. It was bound to fall off. But as the dropshipping hype train died down, some stuck around. These were the innovators, the geniuses. They revolutionized dropshipping ads.
Well, yeah. I remember when everyone was doing dropshipping. Everyone, without it was crazy, right? I even knew a few people that tried dropshipping. They're no longer doing it anymore because it didn't work out. Surprise, surprise. But everyone was doing it. Everyone. It's crazy. Well, and dropshipping was for dudes what the adult industry is for women. Yay.
For the years to come. They made them shittier than poop. As if dropshipping ads weren't already ass. They somehow made them worse. You really got to see it to believe it. Let me just show you. Now, this is the sole video that sparked this video idea. This came up on my For You page a couple days ago, and my mouth just dropped due to just how fucking ridiculous this is. And yes, that is the hard R. Let's read it. Well, not the hard R part, but the
the Burger King guy. That is indeed the hard R. Drop shipping, more like drop shitting, maybe.
Comment, you know what I'm saying? You ugly fucking. Nobody wants to buy your military cups. Like, this is a real mean ass comment. And as you can see, the dude's crying. Then it cuts to a montage of him making the cups. Be honest, would you drink from them? Like, aw, that's supposed to pull on your heartstrings and make you mad. Like, no.
Well, yeah. Yeah. But I get why you would be mad, because at this point it's like, right, there was also a scheme for Christian how do you call it? Merchandising. That was very interesting, right? Like Christian carpets. I'm like, yeah, I know you're just fucking lying. You aren't making these. These are from China. These are absolutely 100% from China. And I was like, yep, you were trying to bait us. Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Way you spoke to that man like that. Except he didn't. Because I know damn well the person behind the account was the one who wrote this bullshit. The whole thing gets staged. This video taken off the internet, not even related to this. Nobody commented that for sure. The mug, I already fucking found it. Look, 20 bucks. And what are you selling it for? 45 bucks on your website. Like, it is so incredibly obvious that this account is just farming sympathy to try to drive up sales. And I don't even know if it's working, because I highly doubt those 1,500 reviews on your website are legit. Yo, matter of fact, this looks like AI. Yo, no, this lazy fucking bastard. You were too lazy to take a picture of your product. But hey, let's play along, okay? This account's real. Let's go over to their actual page. And wow, this guy's a fucking shapeshifter.
Yeah, he is, he race swapped. He can change his skin color. Bro, race swapped. Old white dude to old black dude. Transformation. He just, locked in. He just, black maxed. I don't know.
Would you look at that? Yo, there is not a single video where.
And then he becomes a woman as well. So first of all, right, he transitioned into a white man, from a woman into a white man. Then he transitioned from a white man into a black man. I see no problem.
They're not talking shit. Dog, just look at the amount of hate and passion behind these comments. Yo, imagine if this guy used 1% of that energy to go get a job. Which is ironic, because I'm doing YouTube. Never mind. Yeah, I'm basic.
You should have put a disclaimer on there, right? You can't just harass people with job applications. Thank you. I don't want to get a job. I don't like getting a job. Jobs are not that useful because they just make you part of the cog of the machine. A cog in the machine. Yeah, don't do it. Don't get a job. Abuse the healthcare system and the social system in your country, like everyone else does as well.
In the same boat. But you get what I mean. You're drop shipping bullshit and you're doing it in such a slimy ass way. Come on now. So the next reel we got here is someone.
I bet my life on the fact that Hassan Piker owns a Mao mug. Absolutely.
Trying to sell shitty cameras and framing it as retro, which I'm not gonna lie, that's genius. That's actually kind of genius if everybody wasn't already doing it. But let's see how they advertise this shitty camera. My iPad 16 can film in 4K 120 FPS. This camera captures feelings, and you see, and I gotta blur that because this little dickhead put he put footage of 9/11. Now I'm not here to act like a saint, but it's
ain't no fucking way. Well, that's a bit of a that's dark humor. Nah, I don't mind. I don't care. A bit crude, but we get it. We get it.
low-key a new level of low to put a tragedy in an ad. Hey, whatever gets the clicks though. All right, we got a new one here. What can your phone catch feelings? Hey! Oh! That is just porn. I saw a beautiful scene. Little dick ass.
570 likes. Well, people just know. Well, he did. He did. Yeah, it's just corn on there. It's just straight up corn on TikTok. Crazy.
Yeah, boy, shut up. Guys, if you truly want a shitty camera
That captures feelings, record on the 3DS.
Oh, okay, so we're watching the next one, and this dude's using his dog's weenie as a trigger. Okay, he's comparing. Yo, what type of comparison is that? Like, this is one of the most insane visual hooks I've seen for a real. Yo, people really just be doing bullshit to promote their products. And actually, this is the perfect transition.
It's actually crazy. Wow, these are diabolical as well. Is that Morgan Freeman? That's kind of these are diabolical. I'll be real. These are kind of something. These are crazy. I like it. I like it.
To the next thing I want to talk about. I love seeing the stupid ways dropshippers try to pretend that they invented the product in their ads. One of the most common methods is the prototype strategy, where they put a clip of their supposed prototype at the start, and it's so obvious that they're just slapping random ass shit together and calling it a day. Like, you could at least try to make it look a little more legit, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because people are still gonna buy it. And honestly, that's what makes it funny to me, because sometimes you can just tell that they didn't give a fuck at all. For example, this one dude literally just took the lamp from his desk and said, yeah, that's my prototype. You really couldn't get any more lazier than this. He didn't even.
Yeah, the prototype. Somebody else's lamp. That's the prototype. These ads are the most wild. They're not even nearly the most wild, actually. These are just fine, right? But like, their ads such a straight up corn. Right? Straight up. They're just straight up are. It's crazy.
And bother trying to get crafty. Or then you got this dude who just slapped a bunch of ice on his cup holder and put Prime? Really? Prime. Out of all drinks, you chose the one made by a tuber. YouTubers can barely make decent fucking merch and you're trusting them with a food product? Whoa. But yeah, I'd rather shit in my hands and clap than.
Oh, was that Lunchley? I like my cheese moldy, bruh. I like my cheese moldy, bruh. Well, who doesn't like mold cheese? I do. Mold cheese.
Try any YouTuber product. Except for mine. If I make something, y'all better fucking buy it, because I need my money.
The only YouTuber product I try is, and I do drink sometimes, if I feel like it, is a German energy drink. That's it. That's it. That's all I try, and they're generally actually good for once. Others have. This is also the only one that has apparently just stuck around.
Now, the second method that dropshippers use to pretend that they made the product is the grandma method. Peep game and tap in, because this one's genius. Because what is sweeter than an old grandma or grandpa? Nothing! They're either angels on earth or the biggest dickheads of all time, which makes them perfect for sympathy baiting. Example number 1. If just 100 people share this, we can save my grandma's slipper business.
My grandma's slipper business is crazy work. The slipper business, by the way. Right? Out of all the things you could have started, Granny, you chose slippers. You chose slippers. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
And she's crying and shit. Fuck, bruh. How could you not feel bad for this poor woman? Yo, no way. And of course we put a mean-ass comment there, just in case he didn't feel bad enough. Long comments and liking other comments help to push the algorithm keywords and tail. No way. Yo, people are actually trying to help. Yo, I feel a little bad. No way I actually believe this shit. There's literally 2 different grandmas in the same video. Look at this. And look at this jewelry dropshipper. Like, this guy is not even trying. This guy does not give a fuck. Now, the next method is to just straight up fucking lie. More so than your usual dropshipping ads. Here's an example. Shark Tank offered us $2 million for a design. Who is this? Nobody offered you shit. But you got this guy, Andrew Late and Nelk. Who the hell is Andrew Late? You mean Andrew Tate, you fucking dummy? But I'm sorry, this doesn't make your stupid ass product seem any more impressive. Then you got the next.
I don't even think these are. There's also, right, people who specifically make ads for the TikTok shop. And Lord, I hate them. I hate them. There's just like the small thing in the corner then, I think in the left corner. It's like, hey, yo, here you get to the product. You can buy this here. And it's like, fuck off, right? I see like stuff like they're trying to sell me vacuum cleaners and shit, and I'm like, I don't not want to see this. Or it's just straight up lingerie. They're trying to sell me lingerie in their TikTok ads, and I'm like, I'm a dude. I mean, I would buy lingerie for a woman, but like, geez, no, I don't need it now. Not now.
A lie where you're basically lying what the product actually does. You got this Bob product, what people think we sell, and this is the real clip. Now this one, what we actually sell, I want you to pay attention to the top corner. You see that fucking car reversing? Like, do you think we're fucking stupid? But wait, it gets even more.
The card just reversed. Now that's pretty interesting. The card just went Uno reverse. Well, it could be worse.
Or genius, because this is basically a double trap. Because even if you notice, you pointed out in the comment section, you just got master baited. You're now giving them engagement, which pushes their videos in the algorithm, which gives them more views, which gives them more sales. It is perfect. And what drives me insane is that so many people fall for this trick, and I rarely ever see anybody point it out. Like, come on, y'all, wake up. Dude, and sometimes they literally play into it, and y'all keep falling for it, bro. Like, okay, look at this one, Reversal, reversal, reversal. It is not reversed. Even literally right here, you can see, like.
Yep. It's bait. And people aren't smart enough to get that. Though that goes for the most of the average TikTok users. They're not particularly smart, for example, right? There's like this match feature where like communities fight against each other and donate to each other, and the one who donates the most gets the most donations wins, right? And these NPCs just waste their money like crazy. These are literal, like the people using TikTok are literal NPCs in that way, right? I just use it for edits. That's all. I just save the edits and the sounds, and then I just work out the TikTok edits. Works well. Hi, Screaming Eye. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
How much more obvious could it be that he's baiting y'all? Now, the last method I want to talk about is probably the weirdest. The AI method. Now, behind the scenes, for the longest time, a lot of dropshippers have already used the AI to create the scripts, to research competitors. This is nothing new. But what about when AI makes the video itself? This is what you get. Now, the first time I saw this, I swear I had to triple check 3 times to make sure I wasn't tripping. Because this shit is fucking freaky, I'm not gonna lie. Can we talk about Adam Sandler's daughter in
Adam Sandler's daughter, insane transformation from looking like this? That is not Adam Sandler's daughter. Also, is that... You know what that looks like? Anybody remember when we watched a Chinaverse video and they just had like this like surgery with the eternal smile? Same energy. Literally the same.
insane transformation from looking like this to this? Been trying to know her hair secret, but couldn't find anything until I came across this. So this creepy ass account seems to be selling a hair product, but the AI severely fucked up the image generation. I think the guy might have cheated.
Yeah, that's not even compare. Like, that's crazy. They look like they've been beaten, like punched in the face, and now everything's bruised. Crazy. I'm doing good. Good to hear.
Out on the AI image generator subscription, cause this shit came out looking like my scrotum. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks like the early AI models we had a couple years ago when all AI could generate was images that looked like shit out of an ass. I know some YouTuber, wait, what the fuck? Hello, YouTube? Hi, you. What? Smile for the YouTube video. Yo, hello? What the fuck?
They just knew what had happened. Small guys who might be in this Nick Crowley video.
Smile guys, we might be in a Nick Crowley video. Oh, that's what they're. Oh, no way. Yo, they actually think they're gonna be in a good YouTuber's video. I hate to disappoint y'all, but you're about to be in a SlopTuber's rant video. Me! But getting back on topic, but you got the AI influence.
Well, and then the SlopTuber's reaction video. So, yeah. Yeah. Also, what the fuck? Crazy work. Crazy work. Okay. I watched episode 1, episode 2 of Severance. Extremely good. Okay.
Her strategy where dropshippers will generate a fake persona to push their products, and usually they do it by pretending the influencer is giving out insider tips and tricks, making it seem like they're letting you in on a secret before, you know, finally pushing the product at the end. Now, these fake influencers, they could be anything from medical professionals to a secret lover of a Dubai prince, just anything to make it seem like their opinion actually matters.
Secret lover of a Dubai prince. I've never heard the combination of these words. Jeez.
And this is what the creepy AI account from earlier is doing now. If you scroll up to the more recent videos, you'll see that they swapped over and they're pretending to be a dermatologist.
5 things women should never put in their bodies. Oil. Motor oil. Gas. Um, let me think. What else? What else? Cat food. Fish. Sausage. I don't know.
Now, like, I guarantee you that you're still not making any money until you fix those butt-fuck ugly images. Like, ugh! Look at this shit. This account really can't do anything right. Ugh! What the fuck is that?
That's a freaky hit. That's a freaky heart. That's a... I call this failure. I call this failure. I swear people are so lazy that they don't film themselves. They use AI. Well, obviously, right? Why film yourself when you could use AI, right? Makes sense.
Hell no. What is that? No, seriously. What is that? Come on, dude. Okay, it gets to a point. Please just upgrade your AI model. Yo, and they got a link in their bio too. I mean, it's an Amazon link, but I still feel like I'm gonna get the girthiest porn virus of all time just from clicking on it. I click this shit and I'm gonna get spammed with horny hot grannies near me. Pop-ups. Damn.
What a perv. No wonder he ended up on the Gunuchia list. Actually, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. So yeah, to summarize. Dropshipping ads are horrible, but they're not the worst. They're not the worst. They're not, I wouldn't say that the worst. Because reasons, first of all, we have the corn ads straight up, right? They're just way worse. Right? They're just way worse. And, right, remember the video where we watched about, like, freaky ads and it was just, straight up, doing nasty things with a donkey? That's all I can say. Save the donkey and the donkey promises to do nasty things with you. That's all I can say. Horrible. They're not the worst, though. These are not the worst. They're still pretty weird. But they're pretty weird because they're scammy, but they're not weird in the sense of that they're, like, freaky. Well, that's pretty much it. That's all there is to these ads. Okay. Now then. My highlight of the day, obviously. We're gonna talk about women. You heard that right. Women. Females. Women. We are going to talk about freaky women. That's all we will be talking about. We're going to talk about women. And Twitch. Can you react to Sneeze Peer Pressure by Ammo Waffle? I can add that to the list. I need to get first through everything else. I have so much. I'm going to as well add that right now. Before I forget to add that. And then it's just gone into the void. Look, man, freaky women. Fuck yes. I don't know about that. I have no idea what that is, so I'm curious. I'll add it, and then I'll see what that is. I got my tissue and lotion ready. You perv. You perv. Quit the addiction. It's not good. Hello, Intel driver and support assistant. 2 updates available. Wi-Fi driver and whatever the other driver was. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'm not updating those. I'm not updating shit because something might crash. Because apparently the latest Windows update is very interesting. Anyways, we'll go in. Twitch deserves a bankruptcy for promoting this. Yes, chat. We are now talking about, mattress actresses again. You know, mattress actresses? The one that, want your man pickle juice, so, they can make money off it. Anyways, you get the idea. This is by Ref. We're going in. This is on Twitch, as usual, but by the, you know, the platform that is owned by, the Gooner Daddy Clancy, right? We're going in. We're going in. We'll see about that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little bit of support counts and matters, especially now. And yeah, we'll go in. Classic Twitch, right? Classic Twitch.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We talked about Mork Pie, the last time, right? Where she essentially just had a straight up just a fetish on display, right? With dudes just in a complete latex suit, essentially being treated like dogs, like pets, right? You get the idea. Makes sense. Makes sense. We'll go in. I'm gonna go. Take care. Bye bye, Screaming Eye. Hammer Waffles. Waffle is one of my favorite streamers. Well, second favorite. Okay, we'll look at that.
Here. So in this video, we're once again looking at Twitch and asking the very basic question, what does Twitch want their identity to be known as? Because for years, this was a platform primarily
for games, and I wish it would go back to games. It's no longer games. It's very interesting, right? Remember, see, Twitch is trying desperately to produce any form of financial success. At least that's what it seems to me. Because remember, Twitch is not profitable. If Amazon dropped them, they would be bankrupt pretty quickly. That's the only reason they're even pushing a lot of adult content. And I wonder how far this will eventually get, right? I wonder how far this will eventually get for Daddy Clancy.
for gamers, but now it's devolved into something that is truly regrettable in many senses. Number one, people are
It reminds me a bit of Chatterbait. I'll be real. It does. It does. It very much does, yeah.
looking at this platform and believing it's catering to and hosting a whole group of content that has no business being on a 13 plus website. And also a lot of people believe this platform plays favorites and selectively enforces its TOS when it feels like it. Now, all of this has happened under the very
Well, that's nothing new, right? We know that, right? They enforce the different standards on VTubers than they do on mattress actresses, which is a problem.
careful watch, and I mean very close watch, of CEO Dan Clancy, who has allowed stuff like this to happen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, that is the second clip that I was talking about the last time. Funny, he censored. I think he censored it. Did he censor it? Did somebody else censor it? Regardless. Well, yeah, there you have it. There you fucking have it, right? That's what it looks like. It's not particularly fun. It's kind of bad that this is a thing now on Twitch. Look over there. She even has her own Kaya.
A second GIMP suit has hit the Morgue Pie streams. We are once again looking at the absolute degenerative Olympics that Twitch has become. This is a 13 plus website that creators, talents, whatever you want to call people like Morgue Pie, are taking advantage of. They know that they can get away with anything they want. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to farm content on this platform and use it as a way to promote their off-site adult content, because at worst, they're going to get a one-day ban. And for Morgue Pie, she's racked up over a dozen at this point and is not afraid of what Dan...
Yeah, she is a habitual rule breaker, right? We had that with Fifi as well, who's also one, right, on the VTuber side. And, yeah, she's a habitual rule breaker, and the issue is that she's trying this because, she's trying to go as far with as much as the TOS allow it. And if she gets banned for it, she will just adjust and try to find new loopholes, right? It's a constant way of, like, finding loopholes, finding holes in the TOS that you can sneak through, right? And Twitch has to obviously, they do to try to adjust them, but this has been going on for a while, so I wonder if this will have any consequences or not. I don't know. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But the problem is, I mean, you can see the problem, right? There's a 13 plus website. This is on a 13 plus website. This is not 13 plus. Moving on.
Clancy is going to do next. So not only are we going to look at this latest set of antics here, but also during that same time, Morgue Pie hosted another quote-unquote talent who went...
Yeah, that's not a talent. That's just... It's just so weird. I'm gonna laugh when these, like, right? When these chicks just straight up, right, eventually want to start families. Wouldn't that be funny? I mean, there's gonna be a watcher. That's all I'm gonna say. A man who sits on a chair and watches, who's definitely gonna pick one of these, right? Is like no self-respect.
On her stream and said that white people are an inferior race. Yes, this, to answer the question, is the identity of Twitch. Hosting completely inappropriate content for a 13 plus platform.
Well, aren't these these women are white. How? These chicks are white? Or am I stupid? These chicks are white. They look white. I've seen some pretty white Latinas, but like still. That is white.
Platform, and also hosting people who will say stuff like that with no fear of being banned. Now, before we get into all the Twitch stuff, a quick reminder that there's only 2 days left on the official Rev plushie campaign with Ooh Market. We are over 300% funded at this point. Here is the 360 view. If you have not checked this out, you can find a link to this campaign in the pinned comment. Thank you guys so much for the support on this campaign. Make sure to get one before it is gone in just 2 days. It greatly helps out the channel and also helps out with future merch opportunities as well. So again, link in the pinned comment. Be sure to check it out before it's gone. So really, this is the sort of mindset we have with this video. It's a classic tale. If you give a mouse a cookie, that describes what's going on with Twitch to a T. Because what's happening here is a group of people who get away with everything and receive little to no punishment, continuing to push the boundaries because they know it will financially benefit them in one form or another. One of those people to do that is MorgPie. MorgPie pretty much has caused the entire rulebook to be developed on suggestive content.
What on earth is that starting soon screen? What is that? What is this starting soon screen? Yeah, this shit would have been demonetized on YouTube easily, like no question about it, right? With this starting soon screen, demonetization quite easy. But you can solve this emoji so I can divert your attention. I have no idea what this is, but it looks very interesting. Looks like an eye.
Content at this point. She has been banned over 13 times on Twitch in the last couple years alone. There are multiple rules in the handbook.
It's like crazy, right? 3 strikes YouTube, you're gone. 13 bans Twitch. If you have the right cup size, you can just continue existing.
That are directly about her because she finds a certain rule and tries to either bend it or violate it in many cases to her own financial benefit and also to promote her content, her adult content that is off-site. That is the entire process she does. She ends up getting banned for typically a day, comes back and does it all over again. But instead of having a spine and getting rid of her, Dan Clancy and Twitch have allowed this behavior. They have enabled this behavior to continue and continue. Now, recently we talked about this clip that went viral from a MorgPie stream where, as you can see, she had someone playing as a pet on her stream wearing a gimp suit. This is obviously some content that does not belong on Twitch. I mean, it's really that simple. Like, is this what Twitch wants?
Translated from Turkish, you know, it's actually hilarious, right? It's actually hilarious how, right, we can just interact now with each other on Twitter. Not everything gets translated yet perfectly, but this is major progress. But yeah, pet, you heard that right? It doesn't belong on a 13+ website. It just doesn't. On it's apparently an amulet. Bro, that looks like Big Brother is watching me. I'm sorry.
Wants to be known for. Can we at least agree that that is not what people thought Twitch was going to end up being, or at least their identity would be reflected as in this current state? Given years ago, this was a platform primarily for gamers. Now it's turned into this. It's absolutely pathetic. Like, this is a platform where either you're going to see dogs getting shocked, or you're going to see pets being used as props for, really, let's just be honest, softcore adult content. That's really what this is. And MorgPie is so smug and so unafraid of punishment that she's mocking the situation. She would quote that viral post that was seen by millions, promoting herself and promoting the exact theme she was promoting on the stream because she knows nothing's going to happen. Now, as we saw, a lot of people were just tired of seeing this content on Twitch in general, but also they were pointing out the hypocrisy that she can get away with doing stuff like that as a face.
They get all away with doing stuff like that. They can literally smash on Twitch and get away with it. I've seen. Remember the chick that got back shots, and you were only able to see the reflection, but you were still able to see that she was getting something. 3 days was it, right? What was it? Not. I'm pretty sure it was not a week. But there's that. There is that.
Scammer, but if you were a VTuber, you are likely to get banned for anything close to that, and that's definitely grounded in some truth. The rules for VTubers, and specifically with their attire, is a lot more strict than real-life streamers. And of course, Morgpie would call out the VTubing scene for being mad about this and making themselves the center of attention.
Anytime anybody does something controversial on Twitch, the VTubers all come out. They're like, but we can't do whatever we want all the time. Okay, but you can't have exposed hips. Yeah.
I said this the last time. I'm gonna say this again. Why does she have such a long face? She looks like a horse here. The makeup's really doing something. She looks like a horse here. She really looks like Unga, therefore, or a cave. Like she has like such a interesting face here. Unga, therefore a bunga. Anyways, Kim Kardashian was streaming backshots. That was not Kim Kardashian. That was someone else. That was someone else. Interesting. Interesting. Guys, I have to disappear real quick because my doggo vomited and I have to clean that up. I have to leave real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Well, I'm back again. So yeah, she vomited. That was all. We gave her goat legs to eat. And she just had to throw up the fur. And that was that. That was that. That was all there is to it. Now we can continue. Where was I? Ah, yes, her face. It's so long in this. It's really long in this. I don't know why.
Yeah, because it explicitly says that in the TOS that you just read the TOS! You know what I do when I wanna do something on stream? I just read.
We know that you read the TOS. Do you want to know how we know that you read the TOS? You want to know how we know that you read the TOS? Because you try to desperately find loopholes in there and holes in there so you can do this weird freaky shit on a 13 plus website so you can already funnel young boys into your OF. Anyways, moving on.
I just read the TOS. I just read the TOS. It explicitly says it in the TOS that you can't show your hips on stream. That's been a thing for like 2 years. Dude, that shit changed like 2 years ago. That's 2024, man.
Now, as you can see, a community note was applied to the relevant tweet sharing this clip, saying Twitch has been known to bend their own rules to favor top streamers. If the TOS was enforced fairly, Morgpie would have been banned already, which is very true and reflects a lot of the complaints about this situation and Twitch as a platform. And also just listening to Morgpie speak is insufferable. But she would also add a quote to that tweet saying that she loves VTubers and that they're pioneers.
I said this last time, and I will continue to say it. The spate. Do not fall for this. She's lying.
Of streaming, which
do not take anybody serious that says VTuber community in any way, shape, or form. There's none. Shut up.
Seems like damage control to me. A lot of people did not buy this, but a lot of people in her, let's say, space were quick to defend her and shame VTubers, including, I kid you not, the name Dino Mommy PhD. Now, I had some fillers for that acronym at the end, but I don't want to get banned here. But she was quick to defend Morgpie and attack VTubers, saying the VTubers who are...
Oh, yes, yeah. So this lady, right? It's insane, by the way. So as far as I'm aware, this lady got a degree in archaeology, right? She did that for nothing because she's a mattress actress as well. Why am I see my entire Twitter timeline? If I go on Twitter, it's just right. It really is unsolicited opinions of online mattress actresses. It is crazy.
Complaining about this have it wrong. We should be fighting together for streamer rights and creativity. Instead, you out here mad that you can't show off fake bodies while wanting us to not be able to show and profit off our real bodies. So just like anything else involving
mission failed, misunderstood. Well, I don't necessarily agree with it, and I don't particularly like the sexualization of VTubers, particularly, right? I'm not a fan of it. You know that by now. The problem is the double standard. If you can show off your real body to the degree that you do, then VTubers should be able to do that as well. But they can't, so it's a double standard. And people are not fans of double standards.
One of these people, they can't say anything without throwing shade at VTubers. But you can see they're saying, we should be fighting together for streamer rights and creativity. First of all, there is nothing creative about what's going on here, okay? Let's not delude ourselves. But also streamer rights. The reason people are bringing up VTubers is because they're being treated harsher by the TOS than face cameras. If someone replicated what Morgpie was doing with anime characters, with VTuber models, they'd be banned. Like, no question, right? That's the point people are raising, and of course, this doctor over here doesn't really seem to understand.
Yeah, doctor. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
And what's going on here, but this individual is just not serious, and a lot of people are not taking her very seriously, thanks.
I love Shu for providing this meme format. I love it. I love that she provided this meme. I love it. It's so good. It's so useful. It is so useful.
To this shoe on head meme that has really made the rounds on social media recently. But just looking at this person's website, I mean, are we serious? Like, of course, this person is fighting for the right to promote a bunch of inappropriate content in a space occupied by children. If it isn't obvious
She is the inappropriate content. That's crazy, huh?
already, you can see they like to use public spaces, including places where you can see dinosaur bones, right? You go to the museum. She likes to promote her adult content there, a space obviously occupied by children. And I have to censor this despite her wearing a top because I guess it must be very cold in there. And she says, Reisuka has never limited herself to only being one thing. Well, apparently that is going into museums and other spaces occupied by a lot of children and promoting adult content. This is ridiculous. I am sorry. Doing this in a space like that is completely and utterly inappropriate. And of course, this individual is defending more.
Hot take. It's also kind of disrespectful to the science. It is disrespectful to the science. You're just using it to funnel people who are into the hobby or into this, right? Into dinosaurs, into your adult content, and that's really it. God, I don't like these people. They are everywhere. They are like, no, roaches would be an insult to the roaches. They are not even parasites. They're like grass. It grows all over the place, and you have to cut it down once in a while, but it always comes back.
Pie and wanting these individuals to have the rights to have this content on a 13 plus platform. Like, it makes way too much sense. Now, of course, going back to Morgpie here, she would return and I guess double the entertainment by adding another gimp suit laden individual into her stream because she knows she can get away with one, so why not two? And I'm not going to play the related clip. You get the point, right? You can see what's happening. She's feeding them. This is obviously like softcore adult content being promoted on Twitch. People are tired of it. Now, some people are asking the very important question, which one is the Twitch CEO? Well, yeah, it's at least one of them, but that is the question here. Again, what does Twitch want its identity to be known as? And under the careful watch of Dan Clancy, this is...
I don't know. Mattress actors site, off-brand, chatterbait, I don't know, promoting terrorism. I don't know. I have no idea what Daddy Clancy wants. I have no idea. Can somebody call Jeff Bezos? What is this?
it. This is what people see when they see Twitch, and I'm shocked. We've already seen so many advertisers leave, but I'm shocked more haven't left this platform. I think a lot of them would be mortified to see the state of Twitch, and I can't even imagine what Amazon must think, right? They're still in the red with their takeover of Twitch. They still have not received any money back on their investment in Twitch. And this is what's going on this platform that should have been an easy moneymaker. But let's continue on. Here's some of the quotes. A lot of people just tired of this, saying, ban her and everyone like her. I'm so tired of adult content creators going after underage teens and constantly pushing the boundaries of TOS to slowly funnel them into debauchery and addiction. I mean, yeah, there's a lot more serious of an angle here behind this whole situation.
I mean, it's kind of true. Yeah, that is true, right? At the end of the day, just call Jeff Bezos. Yeah, he owns Amazon. He can pull the plug anytime. Where is he? Where is he? Obviously, yep, it is essentially just slowly funneling people into an addiction. That's true. And also waste of money, right? It's just a waste of money. That as well, right? You're paying for something you could likely see for free online if you just looked a little bit, right? Reddit leaks, whatever. All this stuff is probably public. So I don't know why people pay for it. That's the first thing. Second thing, I agree. We should shame these women. I'll be real. We should. I'm gonna be honest, we should. We should 100% shame these women. Shame them, make fun of them, laugh at them. It's just true. Also call the police probably because we'll look at this. That probably police wouldn't do anything. They would probably be like totally fine, no issue. She's not committing a crime here.
Situation, but don't worry, Morg Pie is on the case and she is addressing these sets of criticisms directly.
Wouldn't even know what we were doing. They would have no idea what was going on. And it's not my fucking problem. It's not my problem. They're not my kids. No kids should be watching my streams, period. And that's regardless of whatever content I make on Twitch.
This is one of those very obnoxious things where she is hiding behind the TOS. She's basically modeling her morality behind Twitch TOS. Well, if the TOS allows it, I'm good. What I'm doing is fine. She's right on the one hand where parents need to do a better job. That's always the case, right? Parents need to do a better job.
Yep, that is we can agree on that. Yep, parents are responsible for their children, and if your child is watching something it's supposed to not to, it's not the creator's responsibility to nuke the child. Of course, when somebody says they're a child, you should nuke them. A young child, right? Depending on what content you make. But overall, it's the parent's responsibility. And in this case, well, we can tell. It's also like, however, you have to say though, if you do this on a platform that is 13 plus, I do see a problem with this argument. This is like posting corn on YouTube Kids. You get the idea? It just doesn't make sense.
Job monitoring what their kids are doing. But Morg Pie knows that this platform is 13 plus. She doesn't just know this, she's counting on it. Because guess what? The people watching this, I would say there is a number of children watching this. I think that goes without saying. Because they're getting access to a 13 plus website. They don't even have to go to somewhere that might restrict them by their age. They might not even get a weird look from their parent if the parent is looking at their search history because they're on Twitch, but they're finding this sort of content that is obviously inappropriate for kids to be consuming. Like, I think we can all agree on that. This has no place on a 13 plus website. So Morg Pie justifies everything going on here by saying, yeah, I'm aware that all of this is happening, but you know, I'm within the TOS and it's the parents who should do a better job. But she knows full well this is happening. In fact, I would say she's counting on this happening to promote her content, if you want to call it that. And even people who have a very positive view on this stuff don't like what she's doing. You can
I'm all for women making bang and empowering them. What about this is empowering? You know, we retard of this. What about this is empowering? Nothing about this in empowering? Empowering. Mental illness. Yeah, so empowering. What? Yeah, wow. You take all the power to yourself while make men pay you. Anyways.
See this quote saying, I'm all for women making bank and empowering them, but Twitch is not the platform for this. I mean, I agree with that last part. Empowering? No, I don't think this is empowering for anyone involved. It's not empowering for the likes of Morg Pie. It's certainly not empowering for the two people in the suit. And it's not empowering for the people who are watching this. And not empowering, especially for the people
feminism and its consequences. At play here. Feminism and its consequences right at play here. Yes, making corn is empowering. What's next? Is I don't know, spraying men with acid also empowering if you're a woman? What are we doing here? Sorry. I don't get it. Sorry, but how can something bad be empowering? Interesting. This is like saying stealing empowers the poor.
Paying for this sort of stuff with her off-site sources, right? All of this is degrading on every level. Like, no one's going to stop you from doing this stuff. It's all degrading. I don't understand how anyone's been convinced that doing stuff like this is empowering for anyone involved in the formula. It's not. But anyways, this person points out Twitch is still a 13+ site. These adult content creators need to keep that sort of content on the appropriate platform, which is just those spaces. She's pushing the boundaries of TOS just to funnel more people into her adult content, and let me tell you, not all of them are 18+. This is damaging to teenagers who can fall victim to this sort of addiction. I miss when Twitch was strictly gaming. Now, of course, I was, harping on this point here, but that's a whole nother discussion. But overall, I agree entirely with this post, and I thank someone like this for having their point of view, but still drawing a line that I think everyone can agree on, right? This stuff, if it feels wrong, if what she's doing feels wrong to you, yeah, it's because it is wrong. Like, this should not be allowed on Twitch. Not only are they allowing this, it's their identity. It's become their identity over gaming. And even when there was...
I mean, you can literally see, right, in an interview with Dan Clancy that, like, every person that he was watching and following was people like Morkpie. All of them. Every single one of them was. Crazy.
IRL stuff starting to proliferate on the platform. It wasn't this. It wasn't this, but now this is so common. And you know what else is common? Just abhorrent behavior on Twitch. So Morkpie would invite an individual named...
Finally, the racism part. I was waiting for this. Okay, let's hear it.
Nikki, who I guess is another talent. And she would start popping off on white people. Yeah, Twitch is the only place where you can find totally sanctioned racism.
But here's the thing. I mean, like, I've literally DM'd with her and been like, yo, you're so funny, because she's done stuff on her own that I'm like, that's so funny, like, we should stream together or whatever.
Wait, hold on. I need to cut you off because I just saw someone in chat say that she's racist towards white men. And I'm so sorry, but respectfully, shut up. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're gonna act like somebody's being racist towards white men, the least oppressed group of human beings on society? You can suck.
Oh, yeah, because she's so oppressed in comparison. She is so... Yeah, right? Yeah, you can tell what her opinion is. Well, the way she, first... It's like funny, right? She lives off of men, likely white dudes, then she profits off of white dudes. All the stuff in her face already is a dead giveaway of what her opinion is. Haha, yeah. I see it. I can almost taste it. The retardation.
Suck my dick. That's insane. Shut up, dude. She says white guys are inferior. They are. That's not racist.
It's like hilarious because I can probably guarantee you that a lot of the stuff that she uses, right? The platform that she uses, probably run by a white dude. The money that she makes is probably from white dudes. You should actually be crawling on the floor, technically, but again, sometimes the Lulu is a Solulu for people.
I hate to break it to you.
What an absolutely abhorrent thing to say. Not only is it ignorant, it's just plain wrong. If you're treating someone differently based on the color of their skin, you're racist. And if you think another race is inferior, you're extra racist, okay? This person is just mask off being racist, discriminating, live on Twitch. And this is the only place where this sort of behavior is sanctioned. And I'm sorry, Morgpie didn't say these things, but guess what? She's at the very least tolerating it. So you have this person who's not only promoting inappropriate content to minors, she's also platforming unapologetic racists and sitting there and saying nothing. It's funny for the woman who seems to have so much to say all the time, who never hesitates to open her mouth the second people say anything about her. but she has a genuine racist sitting next to her, spouting this disgusting nonsense, and she has nothing to say. Nothing to say. You know what? At the end of the day, why would she, right? The people paying for this content, the people watching this, they don't care if these people are disgusting human beings because they're getting what they want out of them. And that's them flaunting their bodies or selling their bodies. That's what they're really there to care about. So yeah, again, this whole like revolving circle of the people involved here, nothing's empowering about this. The people who are making this.
It's also like these people don't even have any support because like the moment they would stop this, right? There would just be nothing, right? Nobody would watch them. Nobody would consume their media. Nobody would watch them. Like the moment they would stop is the moment it would just be over, right?
Stuff not empowering. The people who are rewarding behavior like this, not empowering at all. It just shame all around. And here's another quote saying, see, when she is given a pass on the terms of service, she will keep pushing the line until she gets a slap on the wrist. Eventually, she'll get her 13th ban from Twitch, take a 2-day vacation with all the money funneled to her by the 14-year-olds, and then do this all over again with new gray areas. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Is anything going to happen to Mordecai in this situation? I would say pretty much no. There's almost no chance this is going to happen. This whole situation, again, this is what Twitch has become. And shame on them. Shame on Dan Clancy. All of this is just pathetic. It really is. It's pathetic that Twitch has allowed this. It's pathetic that Mordecai and people like this do this and take advantage of this platform and all of its inhabitants, all of its visitors, including 13 plus individuals, to make a buck, to make a quick buck. It's insane. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you guys enjoyed.
Yep, that's pretty much it. So, to just summarize this entire situation. Yeah, Twitch doesn't give a shit. And they probably won't ever. Reason being, why would they? That's the first. Like, why would they? That's the first thing. They are profiting of this. So, like, why would they? Dan can just, like, stroke it. And that's it. That's really it. There's nothing much we can do. This would only stop with, like, who the fuck is Dan Clancy? He's the CEO of Twitch. He is the god gooner of this platform. They had an interview, right, with him, and they had, like, a bunch of booby streamers in the background. It was crazy. Like, just, like, plenty of booby streamers, right? He goes out with, like, young women. He's like more than double the age of, right? And like all that stuff. That man is also married. It's like really interesting. By the way, you can't tell me that he doesn't. I'm gonna say it. He absolutely 100%. I'm almost convinced he does sleep with these booby streamers in some way, shape, or form. I'm gonna be real, and that's really all there is to it. Yeah. I don't know what to say. The state of Twitch is very interesting. That's one of the reasons why I'm not using it anymore. Anyways, let's look at the waffle thingy. Then we'll make Then we're making fun of someone. What am I even looking at? I don't even know. Sneeze peer pressure. I don't even know what this is. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Look, I have another video. It might be one of the worst things I've ever seen. Ooh, hold up. Hold up. That sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds pretty good. Hold up. That sounds good. That sounds pretty good. Hold up. I need a look-see here. You need to send me that. I'm curious. You need to send me that so I can check it. Does this even interest me? It's just a guy sneezing. It's just a sneeze. Is this just a sneezing compilation? Is it what I think it is? It's so bad. Send me so I can check. Is this just a sneezing compilation? Tell me. Is this a sneezing compilation? Because I'm not particularly interested in that. No, but it looks like one. But watch. I guess we can do that. I guess we could look at it. Probably sure. Okay, let me see what that Croco video is, because that sounds hilarious. What the fuck is this? What the heck is that? Anyways, I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at this. This sounds hilarious too. I'll look at that as well. Okay, we're doing this. Then we're gonna make fun of sand people. Then we'll look. Sneeze peer pressure by Hey I'm Waffle. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into, so we'll have a little look-see. I've got no idea. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Hope that I'm not wasting my time here. Let's go in. Let's go in. Let's go in.
I am sick. I have a bit of a cold developing. So if I sound like off, if I sound weird, or if I end up not streaming for a long time, that's why. What
Why am I? This is definitely a sneezing compilation, isn't it?
type of cold? Just like the common cold. Sneezy, coffee, that kind of stuff. You guys are gonna see, we're doing a small camera today. We're gonna be doing a small webcam today. I'll make it a little bigger though. We're doing a small webcam today. Because I feel disgusting and don't really want to show my face today. So we're doing like a small camera today. I gotta sneeze.
It is a sneezing compilation, essentially, isn't it? It is a sneezing compilation, isn't it?
By the way, I guess I'll talk about this since we're talking about my cold. Hold on.
Why am I watching this? What did you make me watch? Why would I watch this? Why? And it's not even a good one. You can't even hear the sneeze. It's boring.
Sneezy waffle. Why is he sneezing? Let me. Okay, that's what I was gonna talk about before I started sneezing again. I've been having these moments in my sickness where if I sneeze, I will sneeze like 8 times in a row. I'm not even exaggerating that. Like, that's how bad it is. I will sneeze 7 or 8 times in a row. Let's hear the sneeze, come on. No, you're not hearing the sneeze. Hear the sneeze combo. No. What? No. You're not hearing me sneeze. I do not want my sneeze to be like forever be on the internet. No. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. I'm sorry, can we just take a minute to just like
it really just is a sneezing compilation. I can see it and I can feel it. That's all it is. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hi Shinedog, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
really take this guy in for a second?
We just will us, dude. Well, legend among men. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on. I feel another sneeze combo coming. Oh boy. Unmute. No, I'm not. I'm not sneezing. That digital. We just talked about this digital footprint. I'm not sneezing on camera. Please sneeze. No, guys. I'm not.
That's just pressuring him into sneezing. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think I'm good. They're just pressuring him to sneeze. That's all there is to it. It's really just, it really just is like, it's just really a video about sneezing, and that's it. Yeah, I kind of don't care.
Sneezing on camera. It passed anyways. The sneeze passed. It's fine. It's gone. Look at the light. It's not helping. Simon says sneeze. Why do you guys want me to sneeze on camera anyways? Why is this something you guys are adamant about? Why is this something you guys want? Same way some coughs are funny? Do it for the viewers. Fine. It's not gonna be pleasant. I will do one for you guys, okay? One and one only. The whole combo has to happen. I gave the 8 sneeze combo. Oh boy. Can't believe I'd see the day of sneeze pure pressure. No drugs or anything, it's just sneezing. 3, 2, 1. You guys are crazy.
It's just 9 minutes of people trying to pressuring this guy into sneezing, isn't it? Yeah. Honestly, I kind of don't care about this video, I'll be real. Why this shit? I have no idea. It was recommended, but I think I'm gonna... I think I'm good. I'm not gonna finish this. I think I'm good. I'm not gonna finish this. This is not my humor. I don't find this interesting. I don't find this interesting at all. That ain't my humor. I am sorry, but that is not it. Is there any continuation? It is really just a video about people trying to make him sneeze, and that's all there is to it. Nah, I don't care about this. Sorry. I don't care about this. I wouldn't even upload this. Okay, I'm going to cough. Dirt. I'll cough. Beware. I know Beware. It's a Pokemon. You want to see me cough? Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Yeah, I kind of don't care. This is really just not my humor. Anyways. I have something better. We'll do this now. We'll do this now. And then we'll do the Charlie Chaplin one. And then we'll see. Then we're gonna become what's my shit video? We'll do it. And then first I'm gonna do this, and then your shit video. I wanna watch this. Jeez, let me watch what I wanna watch. Jeez, calm down, guys. Chill. I will first watch what I find interesting, and then calm down. Calm down, big kids. Calm down. I wanna watch this. Then we're gonna watch Crocrock's video, and then we're gonna watch most certainly the boobology video, because I'm a boobologist. Anyways, if you thought I can't even hold up. Careful, I need to do this differently. No, you watch what I wanna watch. I will bite you. That's what I'm gonna do. Bite you. Because I'm pretty sure I can't say the stuff in the... I'm just preparing you. Can't be that bad. Do you hear about the UK landslide? Apparently, reform is cooking. Right-wing landslide. Yeah, that wasn't surprising. And the people on TikTok were coping about the Greens gonna take it anyways. Okay, so I need to be careful when I read this out. Forgot how boring the video gets until he sneezes. It's just a sneezing compilation. That's what it is to me. I don't care about that. Anyways, again, If you thought a certain island was bad, welcome to. This is by Apologetics Roadshow. We're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this, and yeah. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We're probably gonna see man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. I can't even say the island's name because YouTube's gonna be like, I don't like that. You bad boy. Anyways, every little bit of support is appreciated. Yeah, we already know what is going to be covered. We'll go in.
Epstein Island was like Disney World for rich and powerful perverts, because non-rich, non-powerful perverts would just go to Disney World.
Yeah, that's why Lily Latino shows up on Disney World, though apparently he was kicked out. Anyways.
Say, you want to come inside my clubhouse?
There are only two types of people in America. Those
No, Mickey. No. I'm not going into that clubhouse. I don't know what you're doing in there. Poke basement. I just have Jewish people down there working for me. Anyways. You thought Island was bad. Welcome to Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Islamic Republic. They're all full of No, Mickey. We good.
those who wanted the Epstein files released and those who were in the Epstein files. But why were so many people interested in seeing what's in these files? Why was this such an important issue? Well, when we hear about a man offering his influential friends and acquaintances a twisted paradise where they can have their way with young girls, we want to know who was involved. And since Epstein was apparently recording his friends and acquaintances in compromising positions in case he needed to blackmail them, we want to know who was being extorted and what they may have done to keep Epstein happy. But here's what's interesting. As sick and depraved as Epstein and his island paradise were, they're an absolute joke compared to Allah and his eternal paradise. Allah is the ultimate Epstein, and you're about to find out why. I'm sure you've heard of the houris Muslims will be given in paradise. These are the virgins Muslim men will spend eternity deflowering. We read about these houris in several passages of the Quran.
I wonder where they get all these 72 women because, as far as I'm aware, most women are supposedly in hell. That's all there is to it, really. So I'm kind of interesting, David. I should have noticed David Wood by the Saitama profile picture. Interesting. Xenoverse 3 was announced. We've known this for like a month or two. Huh? There's nothing new. That's nothing new. You don't need to tell me old news.
Here's Surah 56, verses 10 to 40. And the foremost shall be the foremost. Wow, that's profound. They are the ones brought nigh, in gardens of bliss, many from those of old, and few from those of later times, upon embroidered couches, reclining upon them, facing one another. Immortal youths wait upon them, with goblets, ewers, and a cup from a flowing spring, wherefrom they suffer neither headache nor stupefaction, with fruits as they choose, and the meat of birds as they desire. And there shall be wide-eyed maidens, the likeness of concealed pearls, as a recompense for that which they used to do. They hear no idle talk therein, nor incitement to sin, save that peace, peace is uttered. And the companions of the right, what of the companions of the right? Among thornless lote trees, clustered plantains, and extended shade.
Interesting. So, a guy reached heaven, 70 girls reach hell. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hi, Toasty. How you doing? You're doing well. I mean, you are not wrong. I mean, you are not wrong. You are not incorrect. There, as you see the Xenoverse 3 new trailer released in 2020. Yes, I know that Xenoverse 3 is coming. How often? Not. This is old news. I know it is coming. Jeez. Don't tell me old news. We've known that Xenoverse 3 cut was coming 2 months ago. With leaks, even. A guy during Afterlife, he can be a warlord of 72 tasty. That's an interesting word. Ladies and they join Afterlife land where their warlord can have them whenever he wants. That's pretty much it. I need to protect my women from this. Yeah, my women. Wife, daughter, need to be protected. I don't want that for them. And even if I have to fight a god, Xenoblade style.
Gushing water and abundant fruit, neither out of reach nor forbidden, and upon raised beds. Truly we brought them into being as a new creation, then made for them virgins, amorous peers, for the companions of the right, many from those of old, and many from those of later times. So, we've got the wide-eyed maidens who will be virgins. In his commentary on this passage, Ibn Kathir quotes Muhammad for more detail. The Messenger of Allah said, "In paradise, the believer will be given such and such strength for women." Anas said, "I asked, 'O Allah's Messenger, will one be able to do that?' He said, 'He will be given the strength of 100 men.'"
That's a lot of strength. That's a lot. Will we have with our wives in paradise? He said, with 100 virgins in one day. This is just a sex cult, isn't it? That's what it's all built on. That's what it's all built on. That's all it's built. Ew.
Just don't ask him how you get the strength of 100 men. Am I right? Someone else asked, "O Allah's Messenger, will we have sexual intercourse with our wives in paradise?" He said, "The man will be able to have sexual intercourse with 100 virgins in one day." If you're wondering how Allah's not going to run out of...
Well, that means stamina. See, here's the thing then, right? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Does that mean so 100 in a single day? Yeah, you kind of have to have, what's the word? You kind of have to have a high recovery time, but not a lot of stamina. Because if you have a lot of stamina, you won't be able to do it with 100 women. Sorry, no, not that I would want to, bro. Let's say Islam is real, right? I'd crash out. I'd crash out. I'd be looking at like 100 women. I'm like, no, none of these. Go away. I want mine. Bye, goodbye.
Virgins, keep in mind, he's the best of planners. Here's what he's going to do. Every time you have sex with one of your virgins, Allah will turn her back into a virgin. As we read in Tafsir Jalalain, Quran verses in bold, explanation not in bold, "Verily, we have created them with an unmediated creation, namely the wide-eyed houris. We created them without the process of birth and made them virgins, immaculate. Every time their spouses enter them, they find them virgins, nor is there any pain of defloration." That's thoughtful.
Why? It's heaven, Pocono. This is not heaven. This is hell. To me, this is hell. This is hell. This is literally just hell. To me, that is hell. To me, this is hell. This sounds like hell to me. I'm sorry. For the women and for me. That's hell.
This is how a Muslim man can have sex with 100 virgins every day. Allah keeps restoring their virginity over and over and over forever. But what else do we know about these virgins?
See, the thing is that doesn't make sense. The problem is that doesn't make sense because it right? That's your heaven. No, mine is not. See, the Christian heaven doesn't even have. There is no sex in the Christian heaven. There is none. There is none. Right? That doesn't exist there. Which is kind of hard to imagine because, like, I don't know. It's just like It's just like, what would me and my wife be then? Like, right? You get the idea. It's also a bit, sometimes a bit convoluted and weird. I don't know. It's hard to imagine. Even in Valhalla, they're supposed to fight forever. They shouldn't have stamina for it, but don't ask it. It's the afterlife, which is also like insane. That's also hell, right? Imagine you get just you're beating the brakes beaten off of you the entire time. Can you even be wounded then? That would just suck.
Turns out there's an interesting verse of the Quran that talks about their breasts, but the verse gets translated in very different ways. Here's Arbery's translation of Surah 78, verses 31 to 34. Surely, for the God-fearing awaits a place of security, gardens and vineyards and maidens with swelling breasts, like of age, and a cup overflowing.
I think I'm good. I only want to ever have one woman. I'm good. I'm very good, bro. I'm very good. Fun fact, these virgins are actually all other men who fell into the same idiotic trap. So you're saying a Muslim heaven is just gay? Anyways, see, the thing is, like, to me, right, where we talk about virgins, I thought this was about a rich dead man. No, we're talking about something that's very similar, which is Islam. It's pretty similar in a lot of places. You should check out stuff about Afghanistan. If you thought women weren't safe there, the boys aren't safe either, because they will be the women. It's crazy. It's actually insane how rampant it is there.
Arbery translates this as maidens with swelling breasts. There are Muslims who think this verse is about large, fully developed breasts, and they'll say this means that the women are fully grown, somewhere around 33 years of age. But other translations say something quite different. Here's M.H. Shakir's translation. Surely, for those who guard against evil is achievement, gardens and vineyards and those showing freshness of youth equals in age, and a pure cup. Shakir doesn't even mention breasts. Why is that? Well, as Muslim scholars have explained...
Well, see, the reason why that's not mentioned is because 9-year-olds don't. Anyways, you know what I'm trying to say here. Duck, be my woman. I'll protect you. I can be your male wife. I can cook and clean, make you delicious meals, and you bring home the money. I take care of the children. You just have to yoink them out, and I'll do all there is. Right? It's no problem. Honestly, I'd probably do it anyways because you were indeed special.
Explained, Surah 78 verse 33 isn't about swelling breasts. It's about a stage of development. The verse is about girls with budding breasts. Their breasts are just starting to form.
Also, here's something interesting. What these people don't, what this doesn't even mention, right? So, a virgin is somebody who has never had intimacy. But they would obviously remember, unless, like, he just mind wipes them, right? He just presses the reset button. They wouldn't be, unless, like, he genuinely just presses the reset button for all involved, they wouldn't be virgins. The only thing he could restore is, right, the thin, layer that a woman has, right? But even that can, like, tear if you're, for example, riding a bike. So this doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. That's the huge problem here.
This is why Shakir translates it as those showing freshness of youth who are all the same age. But don't take my word for it. You can find this in various commentaries, but the Muslim scholars at Islam QA have put together a nice article for us. The article begins by pointing out that to understand the verse, you have to learn how the expression is used in Arabic. Then the scholars explain. Based on that, we say to you that with regard to the literal translation of the word kawa'ib, that's the word Arbery translated as swelling breasts because he didn't understand how it's used in Arabic, it is the plural of the word ka'ib, which refers to a female with developing breasts, as it says in Majmal.
Minor maxing! Hyman, yep, that's the one. I don't want to say certain words because I fear the YouTube overlords. That's all. But if this stuff is gay, well, technically it's not. This is very straight. This is in fact straight maxing, and minor maxing apparently. Anyways, this is so interesting, right? To look at this and be like, huh, this might be. We're just continuing, huh? We're just continuing with the minor maxing.
Luga. Ibn Faris, may Allah have mercy on him, said, Kab comes from a sound root that is indicative of a thing beginning to develop and emerge. From the same root comes the word Kab, which refers to the ankle, which is the bone on the two sides of the lower leg where it meets the foot. And the word Kaaba, which refers to the house of Allah, may he be exalted. It is so called because of its prominence and its square shape. A woman is described as a Kaib when her breasts begin to develop.
So it is, when does that happen? Google. Around which age does that happen? I need to Google this. Right, I need to figure this out. When does it start? Alright, so they stop growing between the ages of 17 and 18, around there, right? But when does it start? That's important. It can start between the age of 8 and 13. We are just back at it again. We're just going back to the 9-year-olds. No, Jeffrey's not hot. Gross, disgusting. Gross and disgusting. That is gross and disgusting. That is horrible.
And here are some sources. This is the literal meaning of the word in terms of linguistic roots. So the word Kaib refers to a girl whose breasts are just starting to form, and it's related to the word Kab, which refers to the little bone that sticks out on the side of your ankle. Then the scholars give an example of what they're talking about by showing how the Arabic word for menstruating can be used to mean literally menstruating or to refer to a stage of development, someone who's reached.
That is just horrible. That is just horrible. There's somebody who literally sat down and wrote down, yeah, the 72 virgins are young girls. This is gross. This is gross. The more I find out, the more I dislike it. The more I find out, the worse it gets. Oh boy, I can find you more diabolical quote than the Quran, but by his one, by his own one only. Ah, okay, the previous one. Interesting. It's just, God. Hominy, or whatever you pronounce it. God. Strike him down. Yeah, wasn't that what they did in Sodom and Gomorrah? That God wiped them out. If this is not a reason to wipe them out, anyways.
The age of menstruation. And they continue. We may say something similar about describing a woman as Kaib in Arabic. It is not intended as an erotic, physical description of any part of the woman's body, as much as it is intended as a description of the girl in terms of the emergence of the signs of femininity in her as an indication of her young age and youthfulness so that men would be attracted to her. At this age, the signs of femininity begin to appear in the girl. The point of using this word is not to describe the size of the breasts or to note their form or shape. Rather, the purpose is to highlight the woman's youthfulness. Ibn al-Jawzi, may Allah have mercy on him, said, "The woman is
May police be upon these people. All of them.
a tifla, little girl, when she is small, walida, when she begins to walk, then a ka'ib, when her breasts begin to appear, then a nahid, when they increase in size, then masr, when she reaches the age of puberty, then khawd, when she reaches the age of a young woman." Did you catch that? She's a ka'ib when her breasts begin to appear, and that's 2 stages before she reaches the age of puberty.
That's fucking diabolical. That is diabolical. That's just diabolical. That's just evil. There's no argument to be made here. That's evil. That it just is. That's evil. Huh.
Here they consider menstruation as the beginning of puberty. Why is this significant? Well, according to their system, a ka'ib is a prepubescent girl. Doctors today treat budding breasts as a sign of early puberty. Breasts begin to form during Tanner stage 2. But in Islam, Tanner stage 2 is still prepubescent. What does this mean? Well, if the houris of paradise are all the same age, and they're all Tanner stage 2 forever, then according to Islam, every single Muslim man will spend eternity deflowering prepubescent girls.
What the fuck? Found it. Ready to quote for a quote, Poke. Sure, go ahead. It probably can't shock me anymore. I'm not. No. When I saw Xenoverse 3 trailer, how is Bulma alive? I think she used Dragon Ball again. Youthful wishes mate times. She's over 200 years old. I am aware of this. You don't need to tell me what's in the trailer. I have seen the trailer. I've seen the trailer when it released. I am very much aware. I've watched Dragon Ball Battle Hour. You don't need to tell me that. Also, that's not the case. She time traveled, as per usual. Bro, it's just crazy. It's just crazy that this is a real thing.
Allah will make sure that all of these prepubescent girls are virgins every time the Muslim men have sex with them. And Muslim women who somehow make it to paradise will spend eternity watching their husbands deflower prepubescent girls. Allah is therefore the infinite Jeffrey Epstein, and his paradise is the infinite Epstein Island. Actually, now that
You sure about it, bud? Go ahead. Go ahead. If you consented, that is. Go ahead, do it. Do it. I'm curious. So, Muslim heaven is just, the island. A pretty big and eternal island, that is. That's just so weird. That's just so fucking weird. That is so fucking weird. It just is. That's just odd.
think about it, Muhammad was the one who was using these promises of an infinite Epstein Island to gain control over people. So Muhammad would be the infinite Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell was the one who would recruit the girls. So Allah would be more like the infinite Ghislaine Maxwell. He's providing the girls. But remember, one of the reasons so many of us wanted the Epstein files released was that we wanted to know what sort of people were joining Epstein on his little island. Kind of makes you wonder what sort of people would be drawn to Islam by promises of an eternity of deflowering prepubescent girls. Sounds like someone needs to release the Islam files. Oh, wait. They already did.
Yeah, that's just insane, bro. That's just crazy. That's just wild. That's just horrible. That's why the Taliban control Afghanistan, treat women badly. I've got news for you, big guy. I've got news for you, big guy. I have news for you. The boys aren't safe either. Right? I've got news for you. The boys aren't safe either. If someone has, with the woman of his cousin before marrying the cousin, he's not permitted to marry said cousin anymore. If he is already married with his cousin but hasn't consummated yet, with their mother, is permissible. Huh? Wait. If someone with the mother of his cousin before marrying the cousin, but he's not permitted to marry said cousin anymore. If he already married with his cousin, but what hasn't consummated yet, with the mother is permissible. Maybe I misunderstand this, but isn't the mother just the aunt? Because my cousin is my aunt's child, right? So, what the fuck? What is this? What is this religion? This is not a religion. This is a sex cult. Is all there is? What the fuck? Well, that's frying my brain. Okay, that's kind of that's diabolical. That certainly is diabolical. That is just crazy. That is just crazy. That is just crazy. Really? That is just. Ugh. Ugh. Now I gotta check something. Yes, and right, I didn't misunderstand this. They're literally saying, yeah, bang your aunt. Sweet home Alabama. I just had to make absolutely sure. Okay. Wow, that's diabolical. Cool. Alabama 100. Why do we even say Sweet Home Alabama? Shouldn't it be Sweet Home Mecca? Anyways. Wow. Ugh. Ugh. That's gross. That's gross. Do not bang your aunt. Thank you. Do not bang your aunt. There was more, but I can't find it. It was hilarious. Doug bang. No! No, but you can have it. I don't care. You can be banged. I don't mind. You promised to me anyway, so it doesn't matter. Guys, quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna study boobs. Oh, first we're gonna do the crocker video. Then we're gonna study boobs. I want to study the boobology. Hey, hey, hey. Still on darkness. No, I'm no longer. Anyways. So first we're doing the Croco video. I have no idea what I'm about to see. What Samek will never... What? Samek superb. I would not do that. If anything, I'll do it with Samex. Right? We can even roleplay. Samex will duck you someday for this. That is very true. Over 60 people got offed by the religion of peace just in Nigeria yesterday. Shocking, I know. Another 40 in Mali. I guess it closed the night. 100 plus years. 100 plus yesterday. Classic. Shut the fuck up. You get stuck in the washing machine. That's fine for me. Crocorock. Yeah, we do use yours now. You can get stuck in the washing machine for me. An erect Excalibur, no guts, no glory by Off-Track Productions. Off-Track Productions. I have no idea what that is. I need to look that up first. I need to look up what that is. Let me see what that is. Is that music? What is that? I have no idea. Let me look what that is first. Set by the Perf Somax. Yep. I need to look what that is. If it loads, that is, because I can't see what it is, because ads are playing. Because I check these through my phone, and ads are playing. Classic. Yeah, that's monster trucks. That's also not really my thing. Sorry. Yeah, it's not really my thing. I'm not interested in that. Sorry. He says something worse, and I'm the perv. Misogyny. Well, you like being degraded by men. You're into that. Anyways, that's not really my thing. Sorry. Anyways, we're gonna look at the Charlie Chaplin thing, whatever that is. What the fuck is that? What is that? I have no idea what that is. Okay. Charles Chaplin versus Buster Keaton. By a channel whose name I can't spell. Regardless, we're gonna look at this. That's interesting. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. I have no idea. 5 minutes. Whatever this is.
Charles Chaplin está prestes a encarar grande desafio. Buster Keaton já está se preparando.
Are they going to beat the brakes off of each other? What? What are we looking at? He seems confident.
Parece confiante. O Telecine Cult orgulhosamente apresenta a maior disputa entre clássicos. E como qualquer outra disputa, só teremos vencedor.
I think this was made by a kid. I have no idea what's going on.
Você. Especial Chaplin versus Keaton, do dia 13 ao dia 15, na faixa das 3 da tarde, no Telecine Cult.
No way, they're actually gonna beat the brakes off of each other? Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Welcome to Unique Death Battle. It's a Unique Death Battle, real. We'll do for Mother's Day tomorrow. Not much. I bought my mom something. That's really it. What the fuck is this? Who made this? Who made this? Who cooked? Hold up. Who made this? Who made this? They're actually gonna beat the brakes of each other. What am I looking at? Well, fatty Arbuckle joke. So it would seem. Goodbye, everyone. See you tomorrow for Mother's Day. Love y'all. Take care, Zoom. Bye-bye. That's so interesting. Let the fisticuffs commence. They're gonna beat the shit out of each other, won't they? I'll knock your block off, you scalawag! What is this? This is actually peak. I don't see a problem. This is right. So why would you make an animation about them beating each other? Not that I care much. It looks hilarious. Oh, okay, bro. Just don't overdo it. I like, bro. Okay, okay, bro. He's just poisoning the cake. Oh. Oh. What is this? Why would you make this? Yeah, they were friends. They would slap the person that made this if they were alive. This is, I don't have any problem. This is art. Also, actually, I have a good reaction this time. Trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro. Oh, well, let's see. Emoting! Can you tell whoever made this had a favorite? Yep. He's just emoting now. He's just emoting. Now you're really going to walk funny? Okay, bro, that's outrageous. Did he just have this? Did he just have the, what the fuck? He had it up his butt. He just tied him up and now he's laying there. Bro, what is this? Somebody, I'm still saying it. Somebody cooked here. Somebody cooked here. He doesn't have no more legs. He has no legs. Well, I need to rethink my life after this. But a scratch. He has no legs. They took his legs. What the fuck did I just watch? What did I just watch? Just a flesh wound? This but a flesh wound. Bro, they took his legs. That's crazy. Okay, that was insane. Actually, that was still fun to watch, though. A bit insane. Shorking cheeks. Oh, that was horrible. This is what I call art. That was the worst 5 minutes. Nah, I enjoyed this. It's just like bad with the context. Anyways, boobs. Boobs. B. O. O. B. S. Oops. I am ready. I am ready to look at some nice knockers. Though I already own a pair. If you know, you know. Anyways, we'll go in. Infotainment. That's what it is. Infotainment. Every hidden evolutionary advantage of your breast size explained by Knowing Noah. We are ready, and we start with a little bit of boobology. Boobology. Whatever. We're gonna look at this. Moobs. Oh, that was not what I was referring to, but you would know. Anyways. Please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll go in. Can you react to every war crime explained by Trust Me, Bro? Yeah, maybe. We'll look at that. But yeah, we'll go in. I have no idea what to expect here. Because, well, obviously I know all about boobs.
AA to A. Agility Elites. All your life, you thought you belonged in the Itty Bitty Titty Committee. Turns out...
Itty Bitty Titty Committee. Well, it's fine, right? I'm a strong defender of A cup. All cup sizes are bestest. That's all. You've already done that, haven't you? I don't know, that probably could be.
Life was preparing you for a completely different game. Welcome to the Agility Elite build, optimized for mobility, heat control, and energy efficiency. In early human environments, especially hot equatorial regions, excess fat wasn't just neutral, it was costly. Breast tissue is metabolically active fat, meaning it increases heat retention and caloric demand. So reducing it, you get better cooling, lower energy burn, and less drag during movement.
Well, that makes sense, right? It's just energy saving. It's just energy saving. Makes sense, right? The most agile women, a lot of athletes, right? Female athletes also are very flat. So that makes sense. Focus on boobs, guy. I like boobs. All sizes. All shapes and sizes are great. I like them all.
Think of it like nature's version of ultralight backpacking, stripping away every unnecessary gram so you can go farther on the same fuel. And in survival terms, that's not a small edge. That's the difference between keeping up and falling behind. But here's where it gets more interesting. The strategy also changes how people perceive you, instantly. Smaller proportions tend to cue youth-associated signals, which don't scream immediate investment. They suggest longer-term potential. And that perception shapes behavior. When attention isn't constantly tied.
So you are saying that the more people will consider you or what the actual fuck? That's rude. That's rude. That's a bit unfair. What about my flat girlies, okay? What about them? They deserve attention.
Tied to appearance, you build stronger internal validation systems. You rely less on approval and more on your own decisions. So the pattern becomes more independence, less overthinking, higher risk tolerance. And then there's the hidden advantage most people never notice. It's a social cheat code. You often bypass others' threat detection filters, especially in competitive group dynamics, which makes it easier to form a
threat detect. Since when are boobs threatening? I've never feared boobs. I just fear the thing that they're attached to. Women. Women scare me. You love them all, but don't you have favorite? Do I? I haven't had enough contact with boobs to know this. But I think I do have favorites. I do have favorites. Anyways. Her whole personality isn't her. That's what we're said. Pretty much.
alliances based on competence instead of comparison. Less friction, more trust, faster bonding. So the Agility Elite build isn't about standing out. It's about moving freely, thinking independently, and integrating smoothly into any environment. But evolution always trades one advantage for another, because when you dial down mobility just slightly, something powerful starts to increase. Social gravity. And that's where the next strategy begins. B, efficiency champs. You ever meet someone and everything just fits? Like your brain doesn't even question it. It just approves. That's the B range, the efficiency champ build. A precise calibration between energy cost and reproductive signaling. Not maximal, not minimal, just efficient. Biologically, this range maintains low to moderate energy demand while still signaling estrogen presence, a key cue in perceived reproductive health. And research suggests that in long-term mate selection, subtle signals often outperform exaggerated ones, because they imply stability over volatility. Here's the key distinction. Your brain reads extreme traits as high-variance bets, but balanced traits, they register as a blue-chip stock, reliable, consistent, low-risk.
Balanced. As all boobs should be. Interesting. Interesting. So a B is just balanced. Interesting.
The kind of signal that pays out over decades, not just days. And your brain loves that. But here's where things get interesting. This perception doesn't stay external. It shapes your entire social experience. Because when you're seen as stable, people approach you differently. They trust faster, open up sooner, stay longer. And over time,
bro, I don't, by the way, I'm gonna say this the way it is. A for agility, B for balance. Yep. I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure none of the things told here are actually true in any way, shape, or form, okay? Right? I'm not gonna lie, right? So here's the thing, right? I'm not gonna lie. It's probably not true. He's just pulling the shit out of his ass.
That builds a powerful internal identity. The grounded one, the safe one, the person people can rely on.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. Nobody looks at like a woman with B cups and is like, so grounded, so safe. I can rely on this woman. No way.
Which creates a specific psychological advantage. High social fluency without high social pressure. C to D, fertility magnets. Some people don't enter a room quietly.
Fertility magnets. C to D is fertility maxing. Anything higher than D cup. That's crazy. The personality traits are crazy, kinda. Yeah, it's like, huh? What on earth? Okay, that's rather interesting, but bro. The fertility magnets. That's interesting.
Their presence lands before they even speak. That's not confidence. That's your brain reacting to a high-intensity biological signal. The C to D range represents the fertility magnet build, a system optimized for visibility, fertility signaling, and resource attraction. At this level, the signal gets louder. Biologically, increased breast volume correlates with higher stored energy reserves, which historically indicated the ability to support reproduction through moderate scarcity. Your brain reads that as resilience, not just survival, but thriving under pressure. And that triggers a specific response pattern. Attention increases. Investment interest increases. Protective behavior increases. This is the resource acquisition effect, where stronger fertility cues attract individuals more willing to provide stability, protection, or long-term investment. But here's where things shift. High-intensity signals don't just attract, they filter. Some people feel pulled in. Others feel pushed out. It's a natural
resource attraction and gatekeeping with your boobies. I don't know if people he's just pulling this out of his ass. Nobody's like looking at like a C to D cup and is like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Sorting mechanism. You don't have to chase alignment. The signal does it for you, drawing in those who can handle the intensity and filtering out those who can't. Efficiency through exclusion. And that creates a very specific social reality. You're not background. You're noticed, remembered, and reacted to. Which means, over time, you don't just participate in social environments. You start to shape them. But the most powerful shift happens internally. This is what we call the fertile glow effect. And it's not just a vibe. It's a subconscious biological feedback loop. When your presence consistently triggers attention, your brain updates its internal... He is really just completely pulling this out of his ass, isn't he? Because like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't react to that at all. I'm like, yeah, okay. Nice boobs. Moving on. Model. I have influence here. That increases dopamine-linked approach behaviors. More eye contact, more initiation, more social boldness. So the pattern becomes confidence rises. Flirtation becomes effortless. Leadership emerges without force. Not because you decided to be confident, but because your biology keeps confirming that you can be. So the magnetism build isn't just about attraction. It's about turning visibility into leverage and presence into influence. But when the signal continues to increase, it stops being about magnetism alone and starts becoming something deeper. Emotional gravity. DD to F. Nurture powerhouses. You ever notice how some people...
Nurture powerhouses! Yeah, we're getting out of hand. The next cups are my favorite. They are your favorite, but are you their favorite? That's the important question. You can't be a favorite all you want. But can you touch them? Can you feel them? You probably can't.
People don't just attract attention. They make people feel safe almost instantly. That's not personality alone.
The mommy milkers! He just essentially said it. He said it. He just said it. The mommy milkers. He just said it. He just straight up said it. He didn't outright say mommy milkers, but he literally just said, yeah, they're right. The nurturing, the mommy energy. Interesting. Interesting. So all my A and B girlies aren't leaders? Yep. So it would seem.
That's your brain detecting a resource-rich group survival signal. The DD to F range represents the nurture powerhouse build, optimized not for individual performance, but for group resilience and long-term stability. At this level, the signal shifts from attraction to abundance. Biologically, higher fat storage historically signaled something critical: winterproofing. Not just the ability to reproduce, but the ability to sustain others.
Winterproof. Yeah, because that's so relevant in a modern society. Clearly. Wow. You can hide your face between them. They nurture. You can hide something else in them as well. Anyways, moving on.
When resources disappear. Extended lactation, energy reserves, metabolic buffering, all point to one core message. This system can carry more than just itself. And your brain reacts immediately. This triggers what we can call the safe harbor effect. Cues associated with warmth and nurturance have been shown to reduce cortisol, lowering stress, and increasing trust. In simple terms, people relax around you faster. Walls drop. Defensiveness fades. Connection accelerates. And this isn't just about motherhood. It's a universal biological shorthand for sustenance. Your brain detects a safe harbor, and its first instinct is to lower its guard. But here's where it becomes powerful. Abundance doesn't just create comfort, it creates social flexibility. Because when someone is perceived as a source of support, groups unconsciously assign them positive intent by default.
Very positive. Large boobs positive. I mean, okay. That just means highly breedable. The power of DD, double D to F. Yep. The power. The power. Crazy.
Mistakes are forgiven faster, and tension diffuses easier. Well, not because of bias, but because the group benefits from keeping that stabilizing force intact, which leads to a rare form of influence, power without competition. It's the quietest form of power there is. You don't have to fight for the center of the room naturally organizes itself around you because you're the one who makes it feel stable. So the nurture powerhouse build isn't about visibility. It's about becoming indispensable to the emotional ecosystem. But when the signal scales even further, it stops being about nurture alone and starts becoming something else entirely. Rarity, presence, and undeniable force. G+, the sovereign signal. Some people don't just get noticed. They are impossible to ignore. That's not just a...
You think they do F to G cup? Well, now they're doing G and G+. There's no NOF samples in this video, Poke. So it would seem. So it would seem. That is very true. That is incredibly true. So it would seem. It's just very interesting. Because, yeah, let's see what the G's do, right? So the A's were the agility build. The B were the balanced ones. The double D, like the C to D were like... the fertility ones. The double D to F would be the mommy milkers, and now we're here at G+.
Tension. That's your brain recognizing a rarity-level survival signal it almost never encounters. The G+ range represents the sovereign signal build, a strategy built for maximum reserves, maximum presence, and maximum distinction. This is the far edge of the spectrum. From an evolutionary lens, extreme adipose storage signaled something very specific: survival through catastrophic scarcity. We're not talking seasonal dips. We're talking ice age level volatility, where food disappears for extended periods. In those environments, most strategies fail. This one doesn't, because it carries insurance built into the body itself. Energy for survival, energy for reproduction, energy for others. And your brain reads that as, this is a system built for the worst case scenario. But here's where things...
The survival boobs. Extinction level boobs. Yeah. Indeed, undeniable force. Might be quite, the gravitational force of these things might be quite strong.
Shift from biology into identity. Because at this level, the signal isn't just strong, it's rare. And rarity breaks comparison. There's no easy reference point, no blend-in option, which forces a psychological adaptation. You stop trying to fit, because fitting isn't available. This is where icon status emerges, not manufactured.
I mean, you might have some issue fitting these anywhere, to be fair. I'll be real.
But inevitable. Because when a trait is this uncommon, the brain stops categorizing it as better or worse, and starts categorizing it as distinct. And that distinction creates a powerful internal shift. Fearless authenticity. Less self-editing. Less comparison. Less need for approval. Because there's nothing to calibrate against. And then comes the most overlooked advantage. Boundary setting without negotiation. At lower signal levels, people ask for space. Here, space is assumed. Your presence defines the terms of interaction before words even enter the picture. Social dynamics organize around you, not over you. You don't need to assert dominance. Your signal does it pre-consciously. So the sovereign...
I don't need dominance. I am the dominance. She is the dominator. Wow. Yeah, he's just pulling this out of his ass, I'm quite sure, and it's hilarious. The band some of you are probably listening to while watching this. The boobies. That's crazy.
Signal build isn't about attraction or even influence. It's about being unignorable, unreplicable, and self-defining. And when you zoom out, you realize something important. You were never looking at breast sizes. You were looking at different character builds in the same evolutionary game. And if you're still curious, which, let's be honest, you are.
Quiet. Make a video about wiener sizes. Thank you, Dommy Mommy. Probably. I'm sure those need space. I am very sure that those need space. Anyways, now we know. The boobs and what they do. The boobs and what they do. The power of boobs. That's all. I like the pair that I own. They're pretty nice. If you know, you know. Aside from that, yeah, I think a lot of this was just full of shit. And honestly, all women are breedable if you get them into the right position. Anyways, crazy. Very crazy. All right, next. The next video I want to look at. First of all, I'm going to cut out what's in my list already so I know what's going on here. Right, because that's necessary. Let's look at male pandering, chat. And then maybe Alex Cooper, because I don't know who that is. I have the Animal Farm video as well. We're working through all of this, by the way. Shortly, soon. So yeah, let's do this. I haven't done a Cameron video in a while again. Let's do one. Let's do one. The male pandering. We're gonna look at this. Wait, Poke, you got moobs. How old are you? 1,000 years old. Anyways, that was useless. That was kind of useless. But at least now I know AI sloop, like slot boob stuff. Okay. We'll go in. Anyways, the male pandering epidemic is out of control by Cameron. We're gonna look at this. We haven't reacted to one in a while. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Every little bit of support counts and matters. Now more than ever, thank you so much. Yeah, it's interesting. So if you didn't know, this will probably cover mostly TikTok channels, right? There's not much of that on YouTube, I'm assuming. My boobs and my blood pressure didn't rise even a bit. What a waste. Well, maybe it's time for, you know, fertility enhancement pills for men. Anyways, we're going. Yeah, I'm gonna assume this is mostly TikTok for a simple reason.
Guys!
For a simple reason, right? So, listen. There's dudes who make content specifically for women. They're essentially, have you ever come across a mattress actress who does men's rights stuff? Quite an oxymoron, isn't it? That's pretty much what these dudes are, but for women. They farm, they do this just so they kind of farm women for engagement. They're ultimately what you would also call a grifter, a real one, because they don't stand behind this at all. It's just pandering. That's really all there is to it. And yeah, we'll go in. We'll go in. It's gonna be very interesting to look at this.
Raised by their dad. Guys raised by their mom.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, hey. Yep, that is pandering. Fun fact. Fun fact. I find that incredibly funny, considering that, right, in the context of single parenthood, children perform worse with only a mother. This guy obviously doesn't know this because he's pandering. But yeah, here's a fun fact. You're more likely to end up in prison. You're more likely to end up homeless. You're more likely to end up as a single parent yourself. You're more likely to fail in education. Yeah, we don't need to go too deep into that.
Hell no, man. What the
Sir saying that guys raised by their dads can't be clean dressed men that are pretty poised. They got to be hotheads. Holy panderer, man. This dude is a pander bear supreme. Men. We all hate men. I hate every man on this earth. And men are honestly the worst thing to ever be created. Am I right, ladies? Yo. Am I right, ladies? Yeah. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Watch this. This is gonna be my ult. This is my ult. The hus's gonna love this one. Men deserve nothing. They serve zero purpose. Y'all hear that? Yeah. Okay, you guys caught me. I'm
Bro, if you were on TikTok, if you were on TikTok, this would probably work. This would probably work. They would be like in the comments like, slay. Well, we don't hate you. We just hate everyone else. Yeah, you get the idea. This would work on the average TikTok brain rotted person. Woman. Obviously.
obviously joking. I'm LARPing a little bit, right? But I sound like a male pander on TikTok, which is the topic of today's video, which is pretty much a dude that'll say / do anything for the approval of women. And these things they say / do, they don't actually believe. They're just doing it for a check, some quick clout, or to really just get girls. Forget all the riz and that nonsense. If you hop on TikTok right now and say men deserve nothing as a man, you'll be a millionaire by next week with like 10 baddies on your side. It's crazy how it hasn't been patched yet. Now, I will say there's nothing wrong with supporting women if you actually believe / do certain things because you genuinely want to and genuinely believe that it's right. But I do find it odd when these dudes will be like, oh, I hate men. Men suck. All for some clout and girls. Like, that's really not necessary. You don't need to do all that to pull a girl.
I support women if they have the data to back it up. And oftentimes they don't have the data to back it up. So I can't support them. Especially in current times. They don't have the Western women, particularly Western women. They don't have the data to back it up. They're like, oh, gender pay gap. Looks at the statistic. That's weird. They do get paid the same almost. Some places it's 0%, in some places it's 2%. And that's only due to childbirth and more days off. Shocking.
If we're being honest, all you really need is clear skin to pull a beautiful woman. Women really appreciate a man with clear, beautiful skin. And that's why I'm so excited to work with today's sponsor, Tej Hanley. Look, I see all the comments of you guys asking me how my skin is so clear. And the reason why is because I have a great skincare routine. And that's exactly what's provided within this box. It's not some gimmick, it's a full system built for men that actually improves.
I'm seeing this, my friend. We see this, bro's reading it off. Yeah, I think this guy just naturally has decently good skin. I'm gonna be real. He doesn't actually. I don't think Cameron actually uses what he has here and he reads it off. I can tell, bro.
How your skin looks over time. You've got a nice daily face wash that you use every day. You've got a nice exfoliating scrub that you use twice a week. You've got a nice AM moisturizer with SPF and also a PM moisturizer, and many more things like the super serum, the AM PM eye cream, and even a bag to keep all these things together, especially when you're on the go.
Super serum, huh? May I become Homelander when taking this? But do I want to become Homelander after the fucking dog scene?
And with all this, you have everything working together to keep your skin clear, reduce dryness, and help you look more put together. And the difference is noticeable. Like, your skin just looks healthier, sharper, and you don't look tired all the time. There's a reason creators all over YouTube stick with this stuff. It actually delivers results. If you want to look better without wasting time on all the extra nonsense, hit the link below to get up to 40% off your first box plus a free gift. They're also giving you free shipping. Like, this is a no-brainer. Once again, hit the link below. That being said, let's get back to the main topic, male panderers. Now, our first male panderer that we'll be checking out today is a male panderer by the name of Jake Carringer, which he's a male panderer who tells women how to break a man's ego. And he starts off his vids with his signature line, "Wanna break his ego?" Then proceeds to say some bullshit straight out of the ass.
Want to break his ego? Next time your man starts arguing with you, all you have to do is say this. Tell him, "I would tell you that I'm taking you seriously, but I don't want to lie." And just like that, watch his ego.
Wanna have a breakup? Tell him this. Tell him shit like this over and over and over and over and over again. Demean him, make fun of him. You wanna have a breakup? Tell him this and watch him leave the door. Watch him leave the apartment. Wanna have a breakup? Do this. Literally do this. Wanna have a breakup? Do this. Also, I know this man is wearing a cap to hide his hairline. Moving on.
Crumble. Stay toxic. No, I'm kidding.
Why are you gay? You must be gay.
I don't know what was worse, the finger bite or the fake fall out of the chair at the end. Also, I'm gonna be so honest, I could give a 6-year-old.
The fake fall was cringe. The finger butt was just zesty. That's all.
A raisin, a crayon, and maybe like a paper clip, and that 6-year-old would somehow come up with a better line than this utter garbage, bro. Like, let's be so real. That line isn't hurting anyone. Honestly, I feel like if a girl hit a dude with this line, that dude would just be like, yeah, nah, this girl just isn't the one, and just keep moving on. Like, this line is so corny.
Yep, it's just like showing that you lack respect. And that's that. Right? Also, it just shows that you can't handle arguments in a relationship in any way, shape, or form well. At all. Without being demeaning. See, here's the thing. I feel like couples fighting would be a lot more quote-unquote pleasant if, you know, they were adults. They would handle things like adults. I feel like when I get into arguments with the women, I'm usually like, right, you can still speak in the manner that's loving, but maybe that's just me.
And what's up with the finger bite? Like, is he trying to look cute? You know what? That is what he's trying to do, because he's doing this for the girls. I see what you're doing. I see your play style. And that snap at the end was so corny. Like, you don't need to do all of this to get girls. Once again, if you want to get girls, clear skin, be a little funny, and boom, you got you a baddie right there. Like, look at me. Look at this baddie right next to me, bruh. Like, yo, what's good?
You could have picked such a better woman. You could have picked the better woman. You could have picked the better woman. Because that's one that's not going to stay with you ever. The type of woman like that. You could have picked the better one.
Yeah. We just recorded a YouTube video real quick. Yeah. No, it's okay. You can go sit on the couch over there. Yeah. I see that Riz right there. That's Riz right there, bro.
Stop the cap.
But yeah, like, this dude, he doesn't need to do all these antics to pull women. Here's another video by him where he tells women to text men happy birthday on the wrong day. Which, oh man, we know that, like, that'll hurt a lot, man.
Want to break his ego? Text him happy birthday on the wrong day.
Not only is he maybe the cap is not there to hide his hairline, maybe it is to hide his lack of a brain. I'd be like, okay, today's not my birthday, and move on. And move on. Listen. I know people for years, and I don't know their birthdays. My own dad does not. Birthdays are not that important for men because my own dad does not know how old I am and when my birthday is. He's always like, how old are you now? Yeah. Stop.
Show them how much you care. Stay toxic.
What's worse than the finger bite and the snap at the end with the little spin is this AliExpress ass chain that he has around his neck, bro. Like, you can just see it right now. His neck is about to turn green by next week. This man about to have a Shrek neck, bars. I feel like this line couldn't hurt that much, bro. Like, let's be so real. It's just a childish line. You just gotta hit them back with, bro, it's not my birthday, and just keep on pushing with your day. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That one is trash.
Want to break his ego? When he asks you how many guys you slept with, tell him, just you. The other ones never let me sleep.
Oh, so now you're just Oh, so now it's just like, whoa. Ho, ho, ho! Like, what is his goal? What is he trying to achieve here? You're not toxic. You're not breaking a man's ego. He's just gonna leave because he knows, like, yeah, you are not. This is not my woman. This is not the one I should be marrying. And that's that. That's simple. Wish the guy a happy birthday on the day it's not his birthday. That's just gonna make me think what a yeah, it's just gonna be like, are you stupid?
Stay toxic.
Like, dude, these just sound like first grade comebacks, man. I don't even want to cringe from this. Like, it's not even cringe. It's just sad. This content is just so sad, bro. Nerd versus geek. I'm too virgin for this. Grown man. I'm obsessed to the stay toxic part. I can tell you're not obsessed with spelling, though. I'm obsessed to the stay toxic part. You should say I'm obsessed with the stay toxic part. I am a Harvard student. For all you guys that don't know, there's a picture of me on the screen at Harvard. That's definitely not AI or anything, that is real. But yeah, like, this guy's lines suck. And I'm gonna be so real, this is probably the worst one he's ever created.
Want to break his ego? If he asks you, am I the only one you're talking to? Reply and say yes. The others are 8s, 9s, and...
That's a... Is he retarded? That guy with the cap looks like a chimp. He is a chimp. He literally is. There's a lack of a brain right there.
10s. Stay toxic.
Like, this one, these are just so bad. I also noticed that he has his heart bag in the back, and it's kind of funny because it's like, bro, you already got the girl, bro. So it's like, give up the act, man. Give up the act, which indeed is actually what he did. Out of nowhere, this guy's frontal lobe fully developed, and he eventually came to the conclusion that his content is kind of weird and just promotes toxicity in relationships, which isn't the best thing.
Surprise, surprise. Also, my cats just started fighting. I think you could hear it. They weren't particularly she wasn't particularly excited about being bit into her tail, as you could tell. Very interesting.
This man has probably created so many broken homes, you know? Imagine how many arguments started from this man's TikToks. Probably none. Maybe I'm just like power scaling this guy too hard as a male pander. But he dropped this apology on TikTok for being toxic, saying that he was just in a rough time and being toxic was kind of like his way out.
I'm sorry for promoting toxicity. When I started this TikTok content making thing 2.5 years ago, I had just gotten out of a situationship that hurt more than most breakups and actual relationships I had. And
So, okay. This is rather interesting, okay? Okay, let's summarize this. He got out of a toxic relationship. Okay. And you're shooting the wrong team? So, you were in a toxic relationship. The chick was likely toxic to you. I'm assuming that. Or maybe he was toxic, I don't know. And you're shooting the wrong team. Unless you're unless you're a self-deprecating shit. Friendly fire?
That is what drove me to be more curious on my own attachments in relationships, which then I started making content about that. And it helped me grow as an individual in these areas, and it is also something I was able to share and help others with. And now that I've been doing this so long and talked to so many people and learned more in this space and helped more people, I've been able to branch out for more than just my personal experience in this. But then I strayed from what my whole channel was built on, and I did it. I partook in rage bait content. Yes, I'm talking about the whole stay toxic thing. And even though I didn't make that many of those videos compared to my other content, those ones had insane engagement, insane views, and guess what? You get what you put out in the world. You put out that kind of energy and it comes back to bite you. And my goal has always been to provide value, make videos, and make a living doing that. And I don't have a problem receiving hate or being the villain, but I don't want to be known as the villain because of that. And so that's why I'm apologizing.
Goated Unk. Holy character development. Bro, I'm sorry we didn't mean to break your ego. Look, I'm gonna say something that I feel like a lot of you are gonna be surprised about. Y'all think I was gonna sit here and hate on the guy? I think it's good that he's taking accountability and leaving his old ways. Even though he's still making relationship content.
I kind of don't believe him. Nah, I'm not believing him.
And a lot of his relationship advice back then was just being toxic and stuff. I think it's good that he stopped himself early, you know? Most people would get lost in the sauce with all the girls and all the money and all the clout from pandering, which he did a little bit, as he stated. But I think it's good that he stopped, you know? A lot of people, they would keep pandering. Look at the economy. Things cost a lot. Man, you can make millions off of pandering? Shoot, hold on, I might just start pandering. Hold on, watch this, watch this. Want to break his ego? When you're making a PB&J, don't make it in May. Stay toxic. Hold on, I snapped wrong. Yeah, nah, I can't. Yo, I'm dog shit at this. I'm a freaking 60 overall male panderer, bruh. Am I cooked, chat? But yeah, I think it's good that this man left his old ways. I think that's amazing. And I'm happy that this guy figured it all out. Now with these next people, I will say it does get a little nasty. So if you're like eating or something, I guess if you want to take a little pause or whatever, hey, do what you got to do. And this is what I'm going to call the pander.
What are we going to get here? How would it influence my eating? Hold up. What are we going to get here? What is going to happen?
Bear podcast, where they talk about things that we know aren't usually talked about. They're just doing it for the female audience. Like this one right here, where they're talking about eating the box. Yeah, these dudes bought podcast equipment to talk about eating the box. $400 microphones, you know, $1,000 cameras to talk about eating box. Podcast equipment should cost way more, man. Actually, you know what? Nah, people are getting money a little too easily now. You know, there's
Nah, just straight up license. Just straight up a podcast license at this point. You know, we need a license for everything that's kind of dangerous. So why not for this too? Podcasts have done insane damage to society.
Kids out there making millions from TikTok. I think podcast equipment should probably be like, nah, you need like some sort of license. I think that would be way better.
I've had guys tell me they don't eat
that.
They don't do it.
And I've had girls tell me that they'll say, yeah, my ex would go down on me, but be no more than 15 seconds until he would just come up and then start inserting into me. It's like, okay, well, you're not going to get anything done in 15 seconds. I'm sorry. I don't care how good you are. You're not.
Yeah.
Things take time, especially when you're working with such a beautifully intricately designed, like,
Nah, we're pausing.
Yeah, but fun fact, if you didn't know, private parts are not supposed to be attractive. Spoiler alert, they're not supposed to be pretty. What is he talking about? That's crazy. It's like, it's so beautiful. It's like, bro, stop the cap. You're capping. Stop. What is wrong with you?
It right there, man. We're pausing it right there. This man's talking about it's so beautifully and intricately designed. I'd do anything for it. I'd give away my arm and a leg for the butt. Like, bro, just stop, man.
Beautifully designed. Did you know that yeah, it's so beautiful designed that for that it needed to shrink so humans could walk upright. And now it's too small for babies, almost. Which is why births are so painful now. Not when you didn't constantly need to walk on two legs. So Yeah, very beautifully designed, indeed.
Just stop. I'm sorry, is this not creepy to anybody else? Don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? Worship your woman, right? But the way this dude is talking about it just sounds so creepy, bro. Imagine, okay,
If she worships you, if she doesn't, terrible idea.
For the girls watching this video, imagine if I just came up to you and I was just like, yo, so like I hate all men. Yeah. The box, it's so beautifully the box, it's so beautifully and intricately designed, and like it's so beautiful. I'd sell my arm in a like you would think I'm a creep.
That is creepy. That is creepy. That is creepy. Bro, that is insane, okay? Another cat fight. My cat is really not all that happy about this, it seems. She just wants to chill, that old lady, but she's being annoyed. Huh, funny.
You would think I'm a creep. Like, this is just creepy, man. But let's finish this.
I love it.
Before the podcast started, I was ready with that question because Garrett was looking in the mirror over there and he was going, you know what I miss? I miss eating. And I was like, save it for the podcast.
I do.
So that's why you got so into it.
Like, I could feel my eyes dilate saying that too, because...
Yo.
What is wrong with you? So either you're an addict, or you're such a liar. See, ladies, this is what happens when they find out that you can be farmed, right? That's what I'm saying. These guys are literally the literal equivalent to OF girls making pro men content. They are literally the equivalent. They're the same.
You are, oh my gosh, you're so corny. Dude, I could feel my eyes dilate thinking about eating the box, bro. It's not like this guy can't pull girls, bro. He's a good looking dude, you know? Pause. You don't have to pander. And the comments actually ate this up, unfortunately. 1 billion girls just fell in love with you instantly. Intricately designed. Love it. Weird way to propose, but okay. What an eloquent way to describe that.
They ate this shit up like the homeless man finding a squash pizza on the floor. What the fuck? That's nice for your cat. My cat is on the way out, if you know what I mean. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Stop. My dog is 7 years old. Stop.
Do they not see that, like, this guy is literally just pandering? Yeah, this is just corny, bro. It's so corny, man. But if you love deep and intellectual convos like that, how about a deep and intellectual convo about sleeping with a girl in her period? Huh? Yeah, I know that was like a huge switch up, but yes, that's exactly what they're talking about. You're telling me that these dudes...
Well, what's a knight without a bloody sword? What's a knight without a bloody sword?
Dudes spend all that time working, right, to buy some podcast equipment. You know, they learned all these things about mics, learned things about audio, all this stuff, how to set it up, just to talk about eating the box and sleeping with girls on their periods. Dude, like, holy pander bear, man. But hey, I understand it, you know? I understand the game because they're just trying to recoup that money, bro. Hey, things are expensive.
Would you not sleep with the girl just because she's on her period? Like, would you be like, I'd be excited about the situation, actually. The blood coming from the cervix. Yeah. I truthfully believe that it has some divinity to it. I believe it has healing.
What on earth? What on earth? What is going on? Next, you're gonna tell me you need to sleep with a pregnant woman? What the fuck? My cat is 20 years old. Damn, that's an old cat. Bro, what?
No, let's just keep on going. I would be excited to sleep with a girl on her period because it's so beautifully and intricately designed.
It's just something that I love to entertain and be a part of.
And then they even got the performative guest on the podcast, that cat right there, man. Like, yo, bro, get these dudes out of my face, bro. Then this man got the performative smart water, man. Okay, I don't know what's performative about this. You know what? Okay, now I'm just hating. Yo, niggas hating on water. Niggas hate on anything, bro. Yo, this nigga reading, bro. Yo, this nigga recording a video, bro. Yo, this nigga hasn't hit subscribe yet, bro.
I think that's how you create a soul tie. If it doesn't create a soul tie, it sure as hell creates a wonderful experience. If I can't get my sword a little bloody, I'm on a good night.
I'm not gonna lie, I would press charges.
I would press charges. I would press charges for this podcast. This is harassment. This falls under harassment and cyberbullying.
On this podcast, bro. I feel like I just got assaulted, man. I feel like I literally just got assaulted, bro. I'm not taking this lightly, man. I genuinely, oh my god, dude, I'm getting like, I just got chills from that, bro, because of how cringe it is, man. What's the point of using that sword if it doesn't get a little bloody, you know? Because down there, it's just so beautifully and intricately designed. Bro, that is my favorite voice line ever, bro.
Why are the hottest girls in the world always girls that have a name that ends in an A and sounds like Yeah. If you find a girl has a name that ends in A, it sounds like you better marry that girl all the way down. But also, mind you, she's gonna be a little crazy.
This dude's friend right here literally provided nothing to this podcast. I don't know if you guys peeped that. He quite literally just said, yeah, and that was it. Like, this should be called the Yes Man podcast, bro. It really should. No pushback or anything. Yeah. Well spoken. He sounds like my bestie when I'm talking about the same red flag over and over again. Oh my gosh, Madison, you're so quirky. What am I doing, bro? Yo, what was that voice, gang? I did that a little too good. Now, I'd say that video was way more tame than the last one. Not as intellectual, though. See, I need someone to be talking about it being, you know what? I was going to say the line, but I'm not going to say it. You know, you guys are probably tired of it by now.
Intricately designed.
But with this next one, we're back with the intellectualness of this podcast because they're talking about making girls finish. And I'm not talking racing. I'm not talking the turtle and the hare. They're talking about Mortal Kombat finishers, you know, fatalities. Not really, but y'all get the point.
In some relationships, it's a thing where like the girl doesn't all the time. Yeah, that's pretty sad. I'm not gonna figure out how to make your girl. I would cry about it. It's my job.
Yeah, man, I would cry. I'd really just cry.
Bro would be in tears, right? Right after the fun time, he's like, with his both arms on the edge of his bed, head on top of him, and is like crying and sobbing in tears. I couldn't do it. Such a failure. I couldn't do it. I couldn't satisfy you. Fuck, dude. These people are, that's real humans, by the way. These people can vote. These people can actually vote.
Bruh, it's like my job, bruh. This is just so lame of a podcast. Like, you can't think of any other topics. Like, bro, every clip of these dudes is them talking about girls and making girls finish, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, okay, like, maybe if this was like one clip, I'd be like, all right, whatever, like, it's crazy. But at the same time, hey, understandable, you know? But it's like every clip, man. You can't think of any other topics. There's so many other topics you can talk about, bro. Like, what's a good topic? Like a great topic would be Google Chrome son or Microsoft Edge daughter. Which one you picking, bruh? But like, that's a way better topic than this, man. Like, and once again, these dudes don't need this to get girls, but like, they just choose to pander, man. It's that sweet, sweet clout. And funny enough, these guys also stopped with the pandering content and just started talking about God, which I can respect. I'd rather listen to that than this.
Intricately designed.
I'm finding it funny how like all these dudes, they'll start off pandering and
what a pipeline. From box to God. That's interesting. Guys, massive news. It can't be that massive.
they just switch. Like, that's how they get their first audience, bro. Like, this is the method, man. I think this method is on the same level as like being a young streamer and just saying the craziest things. Then once you turn 18, you just completely flip. Kind of like iShowSpeed. Like, this is the new method, man.
Where did this switch up come inside of you? I mean, 3 months ago, you were talking about having sex with someone on their period.
Bro, I'm sitting in the gym and I'm there at a time I'm never even there. And a kid walks up to me and puts his shoulder on me. I could cry right now. He goes, God told me you'd be here right now. And he said that you're having trouble with your content and your podcast. And he's telling me to tell you to put it in his hands. You can't tell me there's no proof of God. You can't explain that interaction.
And as much as I troll on a lot of things, look, I'm not mad at it. Hey, he changed his content around. It's less cringy, whatever. He's talking about his religion. Hey, that's cool, you know? I actually respect this. But this next pander isn't respectable at all. And he goes by the name of Parker. Now, Parker isn't just any pander bearer. He's like the LeBron James of pandering, you know? Better yet, this guy's the Thrag of pandering. This guy is an elite level panderer. Yo, I'm power scaling male panderers right now, and it's kind of fun, bro. Yo, a male panderer tier list would low-key go hard. I'm not gonna lie. But honestly, I feel like I'm just saying too much. I gotta show you guys this guy's elite level pandering skills.
Hey, baby, I'm super busy at work right now, but I'm gonna try my best to give you a call on my lunch break. I can't wait to hear your voice and see you tonight. 5 seconds. Five seconds. That man don't like you, baby. That man don't like you. Tell that man boy bye.
Tell that man boy bye. Tell that man boy. Bro, shut up, bro. Just shut up, man. Yo, this guy, bro, you know what's so funny? I feel like after this video.
That's just horror. It's just, stop. Please. Please stop. Please stop. Please. I beg of you. Was hacked by a group called Shiny Unders. That's pretty interesting. Not bad.
He legit probably sat in his car, just sitting there like, man, the hoes are gonna love this one. I'm gonna pull the baddest girls from doing this. Like this man, I know that's on his mind. Even the fake little, like he's stressed while recording this video. It's just so cringy, man. It's so cringe. This man is quite literally saying that girls should leave their dudes because he doesn't send a 5-second voice note, you know, or a quick little text message. Which, look, I understand, but hey, some people just don't like texting. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, you know. Telling people to leave their partners because of this, like, this is just stupid, man. And this man's just trying to pander to the female audience, you know. He's trying to get that bag, and as I can see, he's been getting that bag. Looks like he's in a very nice car right now. He's got the red seats and everything and a nice gold chain. And also the man looks like he has some veneers. So, I mean, at the same time, yeah. Hey,
so interesting. These people are so interesting. Honestly, I respect the grind for the bag, but I'm also like, technically you're just using these people to farm money.
I see he's trying to get that bag. Now let's see another video from Parker. Sorry, I have a man. Okay, then why you look hungry and your hair, lashes, and nails aren't done? Question mark. This guy rented out a Rolls Royce, put on a Temu ass watch, and got a glass of water to record this video, man. You did all of that to pander, bro. But I think it's funny that even some of the women are pushing back on this man because they know that this guy is a panderer. All done by myself. Because you don't need a man for that if you got some self-respect and care. Yo, hold on. This is defense I've never seen before. This is like the LeBron chase down block of defense. Low key, hold on.
Not bad. That is pretty decent. That is pretty decent. But like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't need no man thing either, right? I don't like that either.
Bro, hold on. Is the method patched? The method might just be patched. I'm not gonna lie. If I got a comment like that, I low-key would have to switch my whole content around, man. But I also find it funny that this person in the comments said, why are you still posting and haven't found a girl? I feel like that's low-key crazy. That's kind of hilarious. But let's see. This is another video that he made talking about every family has that one daughter. Let's see what he has to say, you know?
Every family has that one daughter
who hates being told what to do, has a terrible love life, can't save money for shit, either has anxiety or depression, and either has an A or E in their name.
I want to ask y'all, what do y'all think was worse in this video? The whole concept of the video, the fact that he's just in this random parking lot, or the fake little laugh at the end? I'm going to be so honest, I think it was the fake little laugh at the end, bro. But it's so funny because I guess the method worked. 1.4 million likes, 40,000 comments. So
it worked. You can say what you want, but it worked. It clearly did. Because the numbers speak for itself. Anyways.
Feels like some people ate this up, man. They ate this up.
Ladies, don't you love it when a guy stops texting you for hours, then all of a sudden hits you with a "what are you doing" text? You know what you respond with next?
Losing fucking interest, losing fucking interest, losing fucking interest. Now watch his anxiety rise. Watch his anxiety rise. Loser, loser.
Brother, you're the biggest loser for making this video. And I think what makes you even more of a loser is that you have your shirt off in your car. It's pouring rain outside. You have to get out of your car and go inside. So the rain is just going to be hitting you. You're going to walk in after doing this. The post-recording clarity is going to hit this guy like hell. Imagine you post your 900th pandering video of the day, right? And you have to get out of your car to rain, walk inside, you know, it might take a minute or so, and you're gonna be sopping wet when you go inside.
Money is money, chat. Money is money. I'd pander if I didn't have I would pander if I could, but I don't have the body. Though I could technically become a male feminist VTuber. That could work.
I just know this dude's life is terrible, bro. Oh my gosh, I just know it's terrible. Losing fucking interest. Losing fucking interest. Watch his anxiety rise. Where's the door? The door is right there. Hit it, my boy. What I also find funny is that he also tries to do the religious grift thing where he'll read his audience Bible verses and things of that nature, but his content does not reflect, like, I guess, being religious or a quote unquote godly man. And like, while everyone does sin, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, who am I to judge someone else, right? I'm not perfect, whatever, right? I just find it so crazy how this man will read the Bible to his audience one day, then talk about girls getting clapped in Fort Lauderdale the next day. Like, that is just insane. Trust me, your innocent daughter isn't just coming to Fort Lauderdale for spring break to lay out on beach.
Look at this man being so Christian. Wow. And once again, my religion is abused for others being retarded. Yay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, watch out for Parker when your girl is in Fort Lauderdale. Parker's gonna lay that meat. Okay, no, hold on. Pause. No. That's crazy. See, that's crazy. No. You know what? Yeah, hey, I already see it now in the comments. Y'all are probably kicking on me, but you know what? Hey, y'all got that one. Doing gym cardio because the cardio I want ain't happening till I'm married. Holy cap, man. Holy cap. Then what happened in Fort Lauderdale, Parker? What happened? I thought you were clapping the huzz in Fort Lauderdale, bro. Now, Parker, he's not like these other male panders. He hasn't dropped any apology or anything for this
Not that I'm surprised that he has not dropped anything. Anyone know what news in the UK? Apparently, right-wing landslide. Apparently, reform cooked. That's all I know.
pandering. He's been at it strong for years. I feel like this man's gonna be a grandpa posting thirst traps, still pandering. Like, I can see it. I don't see this man giving it up anytime soon, but if he does, hey, I think that would be pretty funny. And I think that would be dope, you know, because this male pandering epidemic is just getting out of control. I just think this whole thing is just sad because it's not like any of these dudes are ugly or anything. There's no need to do this, but let's just be so real. A lot of them are doing it for that sweet, sweet clout. They probably pander once they see the numbers, they see the money, and they're like, nah, I gotta keep on going. But I'm glad that 2 out of the 3 panders that we talked about in this video stopped, and they're doing their own thing now, which I can respect, you know. But I think the overarching issue of this content, though, is just like, it's just messing with people's perception of love. Dudes are out here saying that, oh, you got to pay for her lashes, nails, every single thing to show that you're truly in love with her, which I think in a relationship, like, that's a plus. But like, if a guy doesn't do that, that doesn't mean that he doesn't love you. Vice versa, you know. If you're a dude and your girl, content like this makes it seem like there's only one way to love, and that way is to have him buy everything, be toxic, all this, yada yada, all this nonsense. But let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. All that being said, this is gonna wrap up the video. If you guys made it this far, I appreciate you. Twitch coming to be a
That's pretty much the end of the video. So yeah, so here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? I think these guys just farm the women for money, right? Just like the oaf girls farm the dudes for money, right? The ones that pander. Because, right, you click on a link, you immediately know what's going on, right? They have a link in the bio. It makes sense, right? So yeah, these guys pander, and these guys pander as well, and yeah, they do it because it works. Now, occasionally it does not. People can tell something that what's going on, but oftentimes people don't. I think it's also a main reason for gender divide, but that's we're kind of cooked here. We're a lot this case. Cooked. Details are really not updated. I'll be tonight though. Apparently, reform won in multiple places by a landslide, and the Greens, which people kept pushing on social media, right, didn't do shit. So yeah, it looks like we're doing well out here. We're doing well out here. At least in the UK. Next, Alice Cooper. Let's do it. I don't know who this is, so I'm incredibly curious what's going on here. So we're gonna look at Alex Cooper. And we can do the Animal Farm one. I still have a Hero Hay video that I need to do. Brutality of Men. We have a couple of videos that we still have to do. So yeah. I kind of have to also do what helps with the numbers, because my numbers are in the trenches. I don't know what's going on. Ever since the fateful day of April 18th, something has happened. I don't know what it was. Anyways. Alex Cooper, the worst thing to happen to women. I have no idea who this is. This is by Sydney Watson. We're going in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Every little bit of support counts and matters. Thank you so much. I have no idea who this is. This is probably another female podcaster. But what is this? Okay, we'll go in. We'll go in. We'll go in. Right? We'll go in. I have no idea.
If you have some friends that are prudes that are like, you should never kiss on the first date. You're going to give them the wrong impression and they're just...
Oh, she's a whore. Well, that just summarizes it quite clearly. End the video.
Just gonna think you're a whore. Okay, maybe for you, Cassandra, but I'm about to let him in my back door on night
60
No! 60 what?
million.
$60 million what? $60 million what? That's a crazy, by the way, that's a crazy opening statement right now here. First date, by the way. Back door. Front door. Kisses. Ew. Stinky. A stinky woman. That is a stinky woman. Not even a shower in holy water will fix that one.
That's how much this woman gets paid to tell single women to be degenerates.
It's that easy? I could have not been born a woman. I would truly live on easy mode. What is this? How is this? 60 million for something.
Oh, and she's married, by the way.
Coaches don't play, it appears. Right? Coaches don't play.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And today, I do mean that less than figuratively because I am sure that if I died and went to hell, they would put me in the same room as Alex Cooper and I would have to sit there and listen to her engage in stupid conversations like this.
So I get in, I wash my Pikachu, I wash my asshole, and I wash my underarm.
What do you wash? Hold up.
Engage in stupid conversations like this.
So I get in, I wash my Pikachu, I wash my asshole.
I think Pikachu is a replacement for another P word. I'm pretty sure, but why do you use Pikachu for this? He hasn't done anything.
And I wash my underarms, and which has been hard lately because I can't lift my right shoulder. So getting under this armpit, I can actually smell it right now. It's not, and I never.
Ever heard of deodorant? That does exist, big girl. What the fuck? Bro, we need to make podcast equipment expensive. So expensive. We need to tax podcasters. Yo, I have an idea. Don't just tax the OF girls. Tax the podcasters 50% as well. Good lord.
You smell amazing and you look amazing. I'm gonna be honest, I do the same thing.
Truly riveting. No, not the clip. I'm genuinely sitting here thinking about ramming a rivet into my temple. Alex Cooper is the host of the hugely successful show Call Her Daddy, where her entire shtick is engaging in conversations with celebrities.
She has a big forehead. You could land a plane on it. Yes, or V word, if you will. Yeah. Wait, why does this exist? Why do people support this? I don't get it. I don't get it. This is brain rot in its final form. April 18th. Yep, that's when I had a massive... I don't know what happened, but that's when I had a massive dip in everything. Like, everything. I could, like, look at this, and it's like everything. It's impressions, watch hours, views, impressions, everything. I don't know what happened that day, but me and others got fucked on that day.
Influences. But instead of asking interesting questions or philosophical questions, deep and thought-provoking questions, instead she fixates almost entirely on adult relations, doing degenerate things with men, doing unkind things to men, and whatever the hell this is.
Okay, in one of your songs, you describe your type as someone who makes 8 figures and is 8 inches. What other qualities do you look for in a partner?
Somebody who has high emotional intelligence.
I don't know about that one. I don't... What kind of men are these women finding? This is delusion. Yeah, delusion. This is delusion. Also, I'm gonna say this. Emotional intelligence is just cope. It's just cope. You just want somebody who does everything you say and follows every word and command. That is what you're looking for. Most women that say they want a man with emotional intelligence, they don't want the man with emotional intelligence. Because if you are, you will get behind thing. You will get behind thing. This doesn't work, right? Like these because some women do apply manipulation tactics to get what they want. That wouldn't work. You don't want one like that. You would just want the man who does everything you say.
Moment of silence for that.
Remarkable stuff, truly. Life-changing. I think in that moment of silence, I heard my own brain cells break away and die. Apparently, this is groundbreaking stuff because Call Her Daddy is the most listened to podcast by women with around 5 million weekly listeners.
There's 5 million women out there who walk around and think like this. You might pass them by every single day. You may have talked to one, you may have dated one. Absolute cinema. That's traumatizing stuff right there.
Million with an M and weekly with a W. Phonics with Sydney, let's go! According to political reporter Elena Moore from NPR, Cooper's podcast is 70% women, with 76% of those women listeners being under the age of 35, which means that millions of young women are tuning into Cooper regularly to be
Well, that just makes things worse. Luckily, I don't have that issue. There's a new bug here recently in my area, not in chat, obviously. Interesting. Well, sometimes we get new bugs here, like new flies who, if they sting you, you just fucking rot away.
told about things like this.
You, as a single woman, have the power to be completely having these romantic nights. And guess what? Even if he's not that romantic, make it romantic for yourself.
As a general rule, I do try not to give life advice on this channel because what do I know? And also, I feel like I have 4 brain cells that are often operating independently of each other, but I am going to make an exception.
See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. My advice is stop hoeing around. Man, woman, anything in between, stop hoeing around. Thank you. That's it. Welcome to my TED Talk. Maybe new kind of spider, I don't know. You say there's a new bug, but you don't know what new bug there is. Interesting.
Just this one time. Do not take life advice from these people, especially not from women who are mocking men doing a cute thing and coming to the airport to pick you up with the little sign or flowers or whatever.
Cool. Billy, this is the most random ick I have ever heard from anyone on this show.
You don't see what I'm coming from.
No,
you don't see where I'm coming from.
Actually, I can so see it though.
Just the standing there waiting. Oh. I can't bear it.
Now.
Is that Millie Bobby Brown? Did I just see that correctly? What happened?
In hindsight, I remember back in New York when I dated this guy.
Yeah.
He was there with like his little joggers on and he was just standing. No, you're gonna vomit. We're both gonna throw up.
Did he have flowers? No, because if he
had a little sign.
No. Are you kidding me? I would have turned back into TSA and gone, check me, like actually get me a boarding pass, get me on the next plane, never speaking to you ever again.
I'm not sure if I want these women to seek help or shelter in the arms of Jesus. Don't get excited, little potatoes. I'm still an atheist. I just think these women need Christ. What makes all of this so much worse is that the mainstream...
Well, are you still an atheist then? We're getting her, chat. We're getting her slowly. We're getting her quite slowly. And anyways, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Not even that can save them. Not even that can save them at this point. There's no saving for these women. Because they've done infinitely more damage with every podcast episode that she posts.
Media has picked up on Cooper's success and done two things with it. Number one, made her some authority on women's experiences and women's issues. They helped her corporatize daddy issues, more or less. And they've also effectively made her the go-to interviewer for reasons that are inexplicable to so many of us. This was made very, very apparent recently when she hosted the 20th anniversary Hannah Montana reunion with Miley Cyrus. Well, that makes me feel unbelievably freaking old. This really should have been a very, very easy interview to do. Absolute slam dunk situation, especially since it was likely somewhat scripted and probably highly edited. Even easier still considering that Alex Cooper herself says that she is a Hannah Montana superfan. Well, alright then. But despite her popularity, Cooper's interview skills are more than lacking, shall we say, and it became pretty obvious when she didn't have her regular crass
What if the Talk to a podcast was successful? That's literally... See, we are experiencing what ifs in real time right now. What if it was successful? Because it's the exact same. It's technically the exact same garbage.
shock value to back her up. Which is kind of crazy because I do feel like we all need something or someone to back us up from time to time, especially when you're online and on the internet, which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. I think we can all...
Yeah, I think you can quit with the VPN stuff soon. The EU is working on age verification for VPNs. Therefore, it doesn't matter if you have one or not, because they already know. Apparently in the UK, you should not update your iPhone. If you do, however, you won't be able to access all its features anymore because they want age verification on that thing, like on an OS level. Apparently that's a thing. Yeah, forget the VPNs. Give up. It is essentially over. The EU is already pushing it. And yeah, the US bros, right? You can say, yeah, that's not happening with you, but they've already tried to censor shit. They've already trying to create laws for that. We've seen it. They're working on that. Mass surveillance, like in China.
Unfortunately acknowledge that the internet is getting less and less secure as time wears on. And honestly, and I do hate to say this, I think it's only going to get worse. Everything is tracking you. Your private information is literally sold on the internet to total strangers. You can't even get onto public Wi-Fi networks without your FBI man being alerted. He is so unbelievably nosy, and I wish he would get a life. Maybe you're just a humble, sweet girl who wants to access her favorite shows, but you can't because they're blocked in your country. And maybe all you want to do is just fall to your knees and cry. But don't do that, dear viewer. There's no need, because Surfshark VPN can help you. Surfshark is a virtual private network that protects your devices against viruses, malicious software, and hackers. It also works to protect your privacy, like keeping your emails secure or protecting sensitive data, such as credit card or banking information. Surfshark goes above and beyond by combining an awesome VPN with a secure search tool, an antivirus software, and data breach alert system so you know the minute that you're compromised. Surfshark protects all of your devices from the one subscription in your household, whether you're gaming or streaming or just surfing the web. In addition to that, because it's just the gift that keeps on giving, there is a 30-day money-back guarantee, which I love, and also, importantly, you can also access streaming content from other regions that may be geo-blocked for you, which makes my little millennial heart happy. It's like a modern-day LimeWire without the downloading part. So if you are ready to avoid your Mr. FBI man, search on public Wi-Fi networks without any worry, and protect yourself generally online, then click the link in the description or go to surfshark.com/Sydney. And don't forget to use code Sydney at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. I promise you, it is very worth it. If you go...
Maybe for now, but not for much longer. The EU is coming for us, slowly but surely, one way or another.
Over to Instagram or TikTok or really any social media platform, you will see a bunch of people asking why Alex Cooper is there at all, why she's doing this at all, and how her interview style has more or less brought the entire thing down. And I can see why. This entire interaction gave me so much secondhand embarrassment.
The coolest perk you got to experience at that time? Ooh, the coolest perks. I'm a Disney Legend now, and I have Disney Legend parking, and it says Disney Legend when I park. That is clutch.
You roll up, you're like,
it says
hello.
Disney Legend, and I pull it.
Do you smile every time?
I take the pic, and I send it to everyone I know, like, don't forget, don't forget who you're talking to. Like, anyone tries to tell me anything, it's just like, Disney Legend parking. It doesn't matter where I am, like any restaurant, but excuse me, where's your Disney Legend parking?
They're like, babe, this is not the
I'm like, yeah, relax. You're at the Beverly Hilton, just chill. I know, but where's the Legends only park?
What kind of brainless rot shit? Whatever. What kind of brainless conversation is this? No substance whatsoever. What is this? We need to ban podcast equipment. We need to. There's no other choice. We have to.
Oh my god, that is... I love the Disney Legend park.
I can tell.
That's a favorite part.
The person who filmed this clip and posted it didn't do a terrific job, but you get the idea. Her hand gestures are just so weird, and she's uncomfortably smiling the whole time. What is wrong with you? Quite frankly, the whole interview was completely bizarre, which you'd expect if it was some stuffy, boring Hollywood journalist, but not Alex Cooper. I do want to make note that I found it incredibly challenging to find clips online of this interview and of this interaction, which I find really odd, because given how huge this special was, and given the fact that Alex Cooper seems to have been picked out to conduct this interview because she's so super relatable and her brand.
Maybe it was such a disaster that they just like wiped the internet of everything that it could find. Possibly. I don't know. Because that is definitely completely meaningless drivel.
Who she is fits in with, arguably, the women who will be watching this special. You'd think that they would push it more. You'd think that it would be out there, but it's just not. Zero promotion of this. Zero. With a Z. More phonics with Sydney, which apparently is kind of necessary in a day and age where teenagers can't read, write, or spell. I also think it's incredibly funny that Miley Cyrus inadvertently called out Alex Cooper twice. Once where she said that it was creepy that Cooper moved next door to her, and then she called her out again for not remembering the lyrics to apparently her favorite Hannah Montana song.
Tai Chi practicing snowboard champion, I could fix the flat on your car. Rock star. I know this because this is Alex Cooper, who hosted the Hannah 20th special. This is her favorite Hannah Montana song. And I asked her, does she actually know the lyrics to it? And she never knew that it says Tai Chi practicing snowboard champion.
That is pretty interesting. Listen, that's why this woman is lying. She's not a super fan. She's a super liar. Huh, funny. Yeah, favorite song, but you don't know the lyrics. That's rather interesting. Not even a part of them.
It's like, but that's the chorus. She's like, I never even really thought about it saying that. She does have it tattooed on her arm, so I don't know how she forgot, but...
Anyway, I think it's kind of an observable pattern here that Cooper's interviews never actually make the people that she's interviewing look any better. In fact, most clips of her that show up on social media or on Twitter particularly are viral moments where the person that she's interviewing is saying something that makes them look pathetic or ridiculous or kind of gross. Like this recent segment, for example, with comedian Nikki, I always say her last name wrong, Glazier? I think it's Glazier, who said that she loves it when her boyfriend cheats on her because if other women want him, then he's a quality man. I don't think that's what that means, Nikki.
I don't care if a guy has a sexual connection with a girl and like he was to use protection and just have sex with her for a night. Like I literally wouldn't care if.
We need to bomb Hollywood. Please and thank you. We need to do something here. What on earth? Well, for comedians, she's surprised, oddly enough, not that funny. I would reconsider your career choice, Poga Cheats. I have never cheated in my life.
My husband did that. I don't know why. I don't know why. If he were to like watch The Wire with her or like do crossword puzzles or like text up, like send memes and stuff, I would be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay. You call this the hot husband fetish.
Yes.
Which is essentially when you want your partner to have sexual experiences with other people outside of the relationship.
Yeah.
So when did this start for you, Nikki? Let's go back.
This started with my boyfriend when I was 29, because I really hadn't had a boyfriend before then.
Every time I go on the internet, I learned that somebody new.
queen with an EA in there. A chair. This is a chairwoman. Those are rare. That's pretty interesting. You don't get to see those often. You don't get to see the women in the puck chair.
Who is a cuck. I have no interest in learning this information about anyone, but I am calling it now.
That's the first female one I've seen so far, right? Right, we have like Destiny. We have honestly, I might as well throw a Jellywig in there. Who else do we have? Sneeko. This chick now. Who else is? Who else that well, technically Tectone dated an OnlyFans girl, so technically Tectone. Sorry, big guy. It is what it is, Techie. We know this. I don't know. Who else is in there? Difficult. No, can't kill Hollywood. Just like how you can't kill me. Well, I don't want to get rid of you, just Hollywood.
I bet she cheated on him first and is saying all of
Adam 22.
this stuff to alleviate whatever level of guilt she has going on. That is my prediction. What gets people to admit this sort of thing on a podcast for millions of people to listen to absolutely beats the hell out of me. You could not waterboard this out of me. I have been on the internet now for quite a long time. I think about some of the personal stuff that I have said during conversations and whatever, and I'm like, and nothing I have said comes even close to this. Don't forget, of course, that we had this prophetic moment with Chapel Roan about children.
All of my friends who have kids are in hell. I don't know anyone. I actually don't know anyone who's like happy and has children at this age. I have like a 1-year-old, like 3-year-old, 4 and under, 5 and under. I literally have not met anyone who's happy. Anyone who has like light in their eyes, anyone who has slept.
I honestly hope that she doesn't have children, largely because they'd be in constant danger of having her security sicked on them. Only very
True. See, you know what the good part is about this podcast? There's a bunch of women that will never have children. And you will be glad that they won't have children. But Poke, I'm gonna work there now. Casualties. You are a casualty, then.
very, very online people will get that joke, and I don't want to explain it for the rest of you. You have Google and a brain. Don't use mine. I think it is pretty safe to say that if you appear on Call Her Daddy, you're just not going to look as good coming out as you did going in. And I mean, no one seems to survive Cooper's degeneracy. Not even Hilary Duff, who is very beloved on the internet for not being a problem child, but she even went on the show and talked about not wanting her husband initially because he was nice and she needed chaos.
You thought it was like almost a red flag that he was too nice.
I think I was just like not ready to accept all of that yet. I was like coming out of that, like a long relationship, a divorce.
Why would you tell that? Why would you tell that? Brain, too much credit. There is not a. None of the clips we've seen so far contain a single sign of intelligent life. I swear to God, that's crazy.
First, like, I was just like chaotic.
Yeah.
I think I needed some chaos first.
Yes. Meeting a nice guy that's actually going to treat you well. You're like, wait, can you pause for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Let me get
I'll
my
be
shit
back.
together and I'll come back.
Yeah.
And definitely not Kamala Harris, whose clip I'm not going to play for you because I am not looking to die of cringe today. But no matter which episode of Call Her Daddy or which interview she's part of, you
No fucking way. Kamala Harris. Alex Cooper is the reason Kamala Harris failed. That's horrible.
start to learn that Cooper is really a one-trick pony. If the pony's only trick was talking about what other ponies do with their vaginas. My fear is genuinely how much impact all of this rhetoric is having on young women and directly related.
I don't know. Ask 10% of the 10% of the female population in the US has an OF. Talk about that.
Relating to how they relate to men, not only men, but also the world.
At least ages 18 to 35.
world, honestly. The funny part is, while it's always been crass and kind of gross, Call Her Daddy used to at least be entertaining because it didn't take taboo subjects too seriously. The podcast started out as a duo between two friends and roommates, Alex Cooper and Sophia Franklin. The pair created the podcast in 2018 with the intent to break down taboo topics with the same kind of locker room talk and carefree vulgarity as men. The podcast became big enough and successful enough that even Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports picked them up, and from there, Call Her Daddy became a massive, massive success. However,
Call a brain, but washed up on tiny beaches, microwaves. Hi, Fable Phantom. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Well, that's one. That's one.
and there's always a however, due to a messy bout of contract negotiations, Sophia ended up leaving and starting her own solo show. Apparently the fallout was not remotely amicable, which I feel like is fairly obvious for anybody with eyeballs. I think that we could easily deduce that, even with very little information. Sophia told the outlet Rolling Stone that Cooper effectively stabbed her in the back for fame and fortune, and she was so devastated from the loss of her business, her success, and the betrayal of her friend that she had to move back home and recoup. Now, operating all by herself, Cooper is still trying to push this dynamic that she had with Sophia Franklin, but instead of doing it with a partner that makes it funny and daring and they work off of each other, Cooper is trying to make her guest play the part of the co-degenerate, if you will. What honestly makes this much worse is that Cooper's lack of interview skills kind of forces her to effectively simper at the feet of every celebrity who sits in the room with her. She uses all of the, colloquial Gen Z language to communicate about how she's their biggest fan, which also means that she has to continually...
That means she's everyone's biggest fan, huh? Weekly, 5 million listeners. Weekly 5 million. Remember, these aren't always the same 5 million people, so, there's a lot of brain-rotted ladies running around out there. That's fun. That's what we have to deal with, boys. That is what we will have to deal with. And I'm not excited about this. Wow.
Validate every horrible thing that they say. This results in Cooper effectively creating a subculture of validating and promoting treating men like rubbish while being an irresponsible lady of the night. All I keep thinking is that somebody's 18-year-old daughter is listening to this and taking cues from it, and I kind of feel bad for dads these days. Are you guys okay? How are you holding up? You can talk to me. I will listen. Like I mentioned earlier in this video, the questions being posed by Alex Cooper don't really have any substance to them, but I guess that's kind of a given because that would actually require thoughtful consideration or, meaningful introspection. And I just don't think this is a person who has it in her. I mean, she tells us that she has other things in her, but thoughtful questions are not one of them. It would probably also require her, and also her guests, to stop saying like after every second word. I am a person who makes a concerted...
Interesting. 5 million fans. She got as much support as the government in Iran. 5 million weekly. In fact, it's probably more. She makes 60... She makes 60 million off of this. Or she made 60 million off of this. 60 million more than the government in Iran has as well. Wow. No sign of intelligent life.
Attempt to, in my everyday speech, not say the words like, or ah, or or any other filler phrases that make things more challenging. Sometimes I say like in these videos to make them more colloquial, but I judge myself when I'm editing, and guess what? This has been such a hard video to make because these clips are so hard to observe and listen to because I hate when people say like after every other word. Develop better speech. Anyway, by all accounts, Alex Cooper is about as deep as a gym floor shower and just as disgusting. This is why Call Her Daddy will never have anything real to chew on, and the most you'll get is Cooper asking awkward questions such as why and how Hailey Bieber has sex with Justin Bieber and what that's like.
Walk me through, step by step, your sex with Justin Bieber.
Oh my God.
Why would you ask this? Why would you ask this? Yo, I would attend this podcast, right? And the moment she'd ask anything remotely degenerate, I would just be like, yep, goodbye. I'd just be like, goodbye. The moment of truth.
Just kidding. I was gonna try to do it so straight face that you were like,
serious.
this
Yeah.
girl's a fucking psycho. No, I was wondering, did anyone ever ask you about your sex life?
No, actually.
We're the first ones over here.
I don't think
Are
so.
you a morning or night sex people?
This kind of skin deep, no pun intended, type of conversation can be fun for a little giggle or two, but ultimately it kind of sets a stage where Cooper has to continually one-up herself and get more and more outrageous with what she asks and how she interacts with her guests in an effort to keep people on their toes. So if you're going to ask disgusting questions on a long enough timeline, those questions are going to get worse and worse and worse. And this leads me to quite a fun clip where she effectively tells her audience to give it up on the first date if that's what they desire to do. We really, really do live in 11 dimensions of hell.
I've had so many dates where like I had great first date kisses and I was like, oh my God, I'm never calling you, but oh, who doesn't love a makeout? Like makeouts are so fun, okay? And so kiss them the first date, sleep with them the first night. Like I don't care.
I feel for her poor husband. She's married, and I feel for her poor husband. I feel deeply for her husband. I would cry for him. I would cry for him. My eyes water almost. I would cry for him. Wow. They're just raising horse. Horse.
Have to go based on what feels good to your body and what feels right to you.
This is such horrible advice for women and such a slap in the face to both men and women that I'm actually kind of wondering if this girl is a manosphere plant. Promiscuity, particularly on the level that Alex Cooper and her ilk are pushing, is really quite bad for women, not for only the obvious reasons like unwanted pregnancy or diseases and whatnot, but also on a psychological level. I think it's psychologically damaging for us to act like gardening implements that
Insane study has been made. Now, I don't always trust studies, right? Because methodology is oftentimes faulty. However, here's a fun fact that you didn't know you needed. If you've been in a relationship, on a psychological level, it takes up to 8 years to get past that yes, you have heard that right. 8 years to get past that 8 fucking years. 8 years. You heard that right. Yeah. I would recommend not just doing it willy-nilly with everyone. Or be in a relationship with just everyone. Anyone. I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, 8 years. Isn't that crazy? 8 years.
begin with the letter H. Women tend to produce significantly more oxytocin than men during adult relations, which is also known as the bonding hormone. How nice. This is great in a committed relationship, but the kind of fun times that Alex Cooper promotes, the solitude and the lack of bond, causes something of a crash, resulting in emptiness, shame, and then depression. This is why studies have consistently shown that women wrestle with guilt far more than men do after casual hookups. I don't want to get too deep into my personal experiences and feelings about a lot of this stuff because it's no one's dang business, but I think that a lot of the time women are fed this idea that this type of behavior is liberating and that we can behave just like men and that these constraints are just a social construct. But no, I think the reality is that we're built differently and we relate to physicalness differently, and this I think is a lesson that a lot of us learn as we get older and we find, you know, the loves of our lives and the people we want to be with, and we realize that there's a really big difference between casual interactions, casual whatever, and being with someone that you deeply love. What I'm describing with the oxytocin and the negative feelings and all this type of thing is sort of written into our genetic code, and it's going to take a hell of a lot more than one podcaster, or several podcasters, telling us that this is not the case to undermine that and completely override it. I don't know, I'm sort of grossed out by a lot of this. I'm sort of grossed out by the idea of convincing women to forego millions of years of evolution. It's not my favorite. Anyway, if you've been around this channel long enough, you will know.
Yeah, however, the thing is just, right, the problem is that people don't want to hear the reality, and that is that, right? That is that we are not the same. Men and women are not the same, so we're kind of cooked here. We're kind of cooked if this continues. Because nobody will ever be able to form proper relationships, right? Children pick it up from their parents, so they won't be able to form proper relationships because, well, they picked it from their parents. See, I think that, how the relationship between your parents is will influence how your relationships will be. In other words, yeah, you will take a lot from your parents. And if your parents don't form stable relationships, then chances are you likely won't either. Okay, Croc, noted. I've noted it. Anyways.
That I think that men and women are equally culpable in a lot of ways in a lot of different areas. But Cooper is only contributing to what I can best describe as a sex crisis. In her quest to promote meaningless sex and using men, she's actually helping solidify the resolve of men leaving the dating game, and women also kind of leaving the dating game if they don't want to behave like this. Literally just this week, I saw 2 pieces in the news. One that said that Gen Z men are the least likely to have sex, and young teenage
Based? Question mark? Kind of non, but still. I am part of this group. I am proudly part of this group. Not the AI girlfriend group. But yeah, that's also happening. The AI girlfriends. Though this is a bit misleading. Teen boys are choosing AI girlfriends over real ones for maximum control, 0 rejection. Experts say it could make them unemployable. See, here's a fun fact though. Fun fact, if you didn't know. More women use AI boyfriends. The AI, my boyfriend is AI subreddit is significantly larger than my girlfriend is AI subreddit. So, yeah, here we are. Yes, women rely more on AI boyfriends or AI to date. Right? Anybody have you seen the? Has everybody seen the crash out that women had when GPT-4 turned into GPT-5 and now was no longer a dating sim? Yeah.
Boys are leaving the dating scene altogether for AI companions, which honestly just fills me with a lot of dread. Which is not great. There's not a lot of great things to say about that last one. Yikes. I want to add, because I do think it's quite relevant, that Cooper is also sponsored by the dating app Tinder, which is ironically contributing to the dating crisis and has made dating even weirder and harder for both men and women for totally different reasons.
Fun fact, if you use any dating app, you are essentially just using Tinder. If you use Hinge, you are essentially using Tinder. If you use Bumble, you are essentially just using Tinder. Not because, like, they're the same, but because they're all owned by the same company. They're all owned by Match Group. That's all. If you use OkCupid, same thing. It's crazy, huh?
I could make an entire video all on its own about how bad dating apps are and yada yada yada, and actually, you know what? I just might do that, if that's of interest to any of you. But I do think it's crazy work that Alex Cooper is partnered with...
Do it. That could be fun. Do it. I'd react to it.
You know, a dating app that does promote promiscuity, even if it is unintentionally. This is just sort of what these apps inevitably give us. And she's over here promoting this same narrative and advice and whatnot as well. I think that's kind of crazy. It makes total sense why they've teamed up, but it's just, I don't love it. Anyway, all of this to say, Alex Cooper is absolutely not somebody that anyone should be taking life advice from like this. Not about intimate activities, not about relationships, not about anything concerning relations between both sexes. And definitely don't ask her how to conduct an interview, because her way of doing it is single-handedly turning me into a massive prude. It takes a little bit of effort to make me blush, and listening to a lot of Alex Cooper's clips, I was just like, I think the corporatization, the monetization of daddy issues, of promiscuity, of doing things that I think are contrary to having happy, healthy relationships.
I just realized that the mushrooms in the background are moving. Huh. Yeah, so the thing is, realistically, right? This woman is just promoting societal decay. And we should shame her. In fact, we should shame all these women, to be fair. Anyways.
Is bad regardless of who it comes from, whether that's men or women. But it's so interesting and really quite sad that one of the biggest podcasters in the world is a woman who tells women to do things that are antithetical, at least in my view, to having happy, healthy relationships. There is always going to be someone out there with a saucy story to tell or a spicy story. We're always going to be interested in the cheeky experiences of other people, and there is a level of that that's cathartic to listen to someone say something that you've experienced, that you've thought about, a naughty thing that you've done, whatever. There's a level to that that's completely fine, but I think that Alex Cooper and her ilk completely transcend that. I feel about Alex Cooper how I feel about a lot of the Manosphere podcasters who say things that are just deeply...
Yeah, Myron, right, Fresh and Fit. Tate is also one of those candidates, right? Wells is there. There's a bunch of others as well. The Forever podcast is also an interesting case because, well, they're not really picking the average woman. If they picked the average woman, that'd be very interesting to see for once, right? But they usually just pick, like, OF girls and shit.
Unhelpful and drive women and men apart. And I think that Alex Cooper, with the reach that she has, should be so much more responsible with the things that she's putting out into the world. But as long as the money is good and it's green and it's coming down the pipeline at a rate of knots, she's obviously not going to stop doing what she...
You're asking a woman to take accountability. I find that really hilarious because a lot of them don't do that. Yeah, you're asking somebody who is completely who has no morals, right? No moral code to take accountability. I don't know about that one. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You'd have to actively combat these people, but nobody's able to pick a fight with these.
She's doing, and women, for whatever crazy reason, are not going to stop tuning in. In the end, as much as I don't like the tit-for-tat of the gender wars conversations, I do think that Alex Cooper is responsible for putting so much yuckiness out into the world, and my hope is that maybe somewhere, somehow, someone else will come along, knock her off her perch, and present better ideas to women about how to go about dating, relationships, and even friendships. I would love to see a change of pace on this issue because, as far as I can tell, it's not getting any better anytime soon, and that doesn't make me feel so great about the trajectory of society. But dads and mums, I promise things will be okay. It's all gonna be okay. I need to finish this video on a happy note. So there's your happy note. It's going to be okay. Now on that happy and pleasant note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder, check out Surfshark VPN using the link in the description.
If you're European, you won't need that anymore. Not that long anymore.
VPNs are becoming so much more important as time wears on, as we get so much more online. And so if you don't have a VPN or you'd like to swap to a better company, absolutely check Surfshark out. Now I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? I'm a little scared. Do you think, similarly to me, that Alex Cooper is objectively bad for women when it comes to her advice?
She's a cancer to society. I don't think we need to talk much about that.
and the things that she has to say, do you think that she's fine and people are just gonna be interested in adult relations because it's salacious and people like hearing about it? Do you think that her interviewing style is not so great and she just sort of gets people to say horrendous things that never make them look particularly good? Do you think that we're thinking about it too deeply and actually it's fine, it's not that big of a deal, this is just what entertainment is today? Do you think that we need better role models for both men and women? And what do you generally make of this issue overall? As always, if you have made it this far in the video,
That's pretty much the end of the video. All right, so I just think it's not gonna get better. Honestly, I think it's gonna get worse, and I also think that yeah, the whole issue is that you'd have to change what is being promoted, right? But the thing is, right, you'd have to start with the algorithm, right? And that is just being promoted significantly to everyone, right? So people are gonna listen to it and watch it, see it and whatever. And also you'd have to see, we might be able to fix it. Seeing Hollywood here in the chat. We might be able to fix it if moral people take over Hollywood, but that is not happening. Other than that, you can't really do much. You can't really do much. We're stuck here, and I think hell is gonna get much more worse actually. Anyways, okay, that was a long one, but I like doing long ones. I like doing long ones. All right, quick bathroom break, right? Should be the last one of the day. And then we'll do Crocroc's video. Then I think I'm going to do the Animal Farm video, right? We're going to do the Animal Farm video. So there's that. So yeah, quick break. I'll be right back. When is the Trust Me Bro video? Probably not today anymore. Probably not today anymore. Probably not today anymore. I have to get through other videos still. Anyways. Right, I still have a bunch of other videos that I have to get through. I should add it though, real quick. Hold up. Hold up. Interesting. Every war crime explained. Honestly, probably unlikely that I don't know any anymore. Because I'm pretty sure I know most of these by now, because I watched another video with every war crime. Anyways, I'll add that at least. So I can do it tomorrow. Because I need videos anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Alright, perfect. I had to switch headphones because they're empty. They make a neat little sound when they're empty, right? Then they make a neat little sound. Bling! Anyways. Your ex took accountability, my ass. Accountability, my ass! Let me click on something, anything. We'll do it eventually. First of all, now this one. Right, we'll have a look-see. It's a re-upload. Now that's pretty interesting. It has been re-uploaded. Alrighty. You had one job and failed. Rose part 24 by Fresh Prince Yoop. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Let's see the failures of this one. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Every little support matters. And yeah, we'll go in and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see.
LSD, the beginning of something wonderful. The beginning of something wonderful sounds more like the beginning of the end. I'm gonna need you to go.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know about that one. What do you mean the beginning of something wonderful? I don't know about that one. So what's new, Poker? Not all that much. Hi, Diagonal. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Yeah, not all that much. Not all that much. Life is pretty normal.
Go ahead and fix this sign immediately because y'all out here false advertising. People are gonna be big mad when they leave the mall and they not like the Jewish Japanese sex and cookbook and how to raise.
Huh? The Jewish Japanese and cookbook and how to raise wolves. Wait, what? How? How? How is this how? Who wrote this? So let me see. Let me see. So if Jews and Japanese make babies, these babies are wolves. And that's why we have the cookbook. That's why it's also a cookbook, so you can raise those children. That's the only explanation that I have. What is this?
Wolves. See, now I know why library dates are lit. This is everything you need all combined in one book. I need to know what section of the library is this because the books next to it don't make that much sense either. Can you imagine writing a paper on this book? You are guaranteed an F. The teacher gonna mark up your paper with all this writing talking about you losing focus, fam. Nah, this is the focus. Hannah Montana. No.
That's Harry Potter. That is Harry Potter. Hannah Montana, my ass. That's just Harry, twice, by the way.
They don't even say Hannah. It's Hannah Montana. I would really like to know where these backpack companies are.
Oh, and Montan. It's Hannah Montana and, two Harrys.
You got Hannah Montana and Harry Potter. If you don't want your kids to get bullied, check their backpacks. Boneless pork rectums. So, somebody out here eating a box of pig booty.
Pig booty. That's pretty cool. A box of boneless, by the way. Boneless. They took the bone.
Holes by the dozen. And not only that, they inverted. I didn't even know rectums had bones. And this must be a hot commodity if they selling them in bulk. Can you imagine talking to somebody with pig booty on their breath?
Girl, that's a booty hole.
Butt flavor. In case you haven't noticed, there's a lot of
butt flavor. Why do we have so much talking about butt cheeks? I did say good morning earlier, but you didn't respond, so I went and listened to music because I thought you were upset with me, but I'm good. Curious, do you celebrate Mother's Day in Germany? Wait, you said that? I didn't see that! Hold up, wait. I didn't see that. Was I blind? My bad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whoopsie. My bad. My bad. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we in fact do. Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah, you did. You did. Never mind. You did. You did. You did. Whoopsie. You did. I just didn't pay attention. My bad. My bad. But yeah, we do. Mother's Day is a thing here.
Booty stuff in this episode. No more butterscotch. In 2018, we doing butt flavor. Because if your girl asks me how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, I'm gonna be like, let's find out. 1, 2, 3. We're putting cum inside M&Ms. All right, y'all. So
oh yeah, I've seen that one before. Yeah, that isn't a bad one. See, Poker, maybe try reading chat. I just didn't pay attention. I'm sorry. Sometimes even I miss things. Yeah, I've seen this one. This M&Ms. All is good. Okay. Sorry. I've seen this one, and that's pretty interesting. But I wouldn't eat those M&Ms anymore.
We just gonna cancel M&Ms for the rest of life. If you see your girl eating M&Ms, she cheating. See, now right here we have her eating a handful of M&Ms, not just one at a time. Are you sure you want to confront her? Yeah, man. Let's just get it over with. Homicide victims rarely talk to police. Whoever wrote this newspaper article don't know.
How would they never do? What do you mean rarely? They never do. When do you see that? I think I saw that on Twitter at one point, right? That clip. Not that clip, but like that sign, that ad. I've seen that one. Right? Sometimes I see gold on Twitter.
The definition of homicide, because unless they coming back as Casper the Friendly Ghost, they ain't talking. Hey man, this whole silence room thing ain't gonna work. Unless you want us to solve your murder case, I need you to speak up. Bruh. Caution, water on road during rain. This might seem like a dumb sign to you, but this needs to be all over Southern California because y'all don't know how to act when it rains. Somebody could spit on the highway and this is how people from California would drive. Help me!
But why is that even in the video? That's not really a fail. That just makes sense. Right? That just makes sense because people are stupid. It's stupid, however, that a sign like this is needed. Dead people rarely talk, Boca. Indeed, dead people rarely talk. Guys, I called Zero Aura. Wow. I didn't catch Zero Aura. There's no point. I don't need it.
Help me! Wow, it's a deal. Wooden puzzles, £1 or
wooden puzzles, $1, £1, or 2 for £3. That's not a deal. Because buying 2 would just be £2, which would be cheaper. Oh wait, you can't. I just realized these bastards. You can only buy 1. Because if you do 2, it's going to be £3. This is bait. Actually, I don't think this is a mistake. I just think this is bait. Because people are going to be stupid and not read it.
2 for £3. This store is really out here finessing folks with wooden puzzles. But if you get 2 of them joints, I'm gonna hook it up, fam. I got you. Free salmonella, free E. coli. I'm sure what they mean is free of
free salmonella. I don't know about that one.
Salmonella and free of E. coli, but if you try to sell these to me, I'm gonna hit you with eggs in self-defense. Our great anal journeys. How are people still not realizing that sticker placement on items are crucial? Somebody's grandma out here can't even stand up anymore.
I'm gonna be real. So my theory is, right? My theory is that the price tag is just blocking a letter, but now it looks like our great anal journeys. That's crazy.
Because of these booty adventures. Her husband in the back with the cane like, that's me, baby. This is the second or third doll where I tried to see y'all use it as home decor. No. And y'all had the nerve to give this thing feet too. Let me catch this thing anywhere near my house. Hot dogs and
I agree, that should be gone. Xylage, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. At least that's how I pronounce it. Hot dogs and AIDS. Okay, bro. Do you want some hot? Wait. They should put they should put this up at like they should put this up at, well, gay men are more affected by that by AIDS, so they should put that up because there are indeed hot dogs and AIDS. Then, anyways, at a gay party.
AIDS, $2.50. We're just gonna skip the ketchup and mustard. Just top it off with AIDS. Notice, the patio is currently not open because it is closed. This sign is the equivalent of when you question your mom and she has no valid reason or answer and she just goes, because I said so. Child shredded meat, delicious classic.
What the fuck? What the heck? Is it, or is it child-sized? Like child bite-sized. Child shredded meat is crazy. So that's what they had on the island.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm not down for a kid meat smoothie. Talking about a delicious classic like y'all been eating kids for a minute. Faith, as small as a mustard seed.
That's a booty! Children. That's a booty! That's a booty! Sorry, that's a booty. That's a pig booty. That's a booty. That's a booty.
So this picture looks normal now, but half the picture is cut off on the advertisement, so when you look at it, it looks more like this.
Bruh.
The way my mind works, I thought this was booty cheeks squeezing fresh doo-doo crumbs out. Now, I was looking at this picture.
What the fuck? Ice cream? What's this? Is that ice cream?
Picture, and all I saw was a Nestle ice cream ad. But then I took a closer look at the fake Owen Wilson and was like, the fuck is that? If you ever eat a
Why does he eat it like this? Who made this?
A popsicle like this, I'm calling the authorities immediately, because you got to be a serial killer. The SWAT team gonna bust into your house and see you holding an ice cream bar like that, and they're gonna be like, we don't negotiate with terrorists, and then they're gonna shoot first and ask questions later. My grandma is a thought. I don't think this.
Maybe she is. Ever considered that? Poke, do you eat ice cream like that? No, I do not eat ice cream like I eat ice cream like a normal. I don't eat ice cream like a sociopath.
This is the greatest thing to give to a baby, or call your grandma. If you even attempt to give this to your kid, this is how every grandma gonna react. Hey, look what I'm about to give little Timmy.
I hope the fuck you do. You'll be a dead son of a bitch, I tell you that.
Anyways, that was these were funny. These were genuinely good this time around. These were actually good this time around. Yeah, these were good. Bro, the booty caught me off guard. The booty actually caught me off guard. The Jewish Japanese thing caught me off guard. But bro, that's okay. These were good. These were actually good. These were fun. What the fuck did I even enter? A reaction stream, and these were horrible. Wow, this was interesting. This was very interesting. The booty was the worst, probably. And my grandma is a thought. Perfect. Well, maybe she is. Maybe she indeed is. Lies, this man has no Twitch. There is no Twitch for this man. This man has no Twitch. Alright, let's do it. Let's do the Animal Farm video. Right, let's do it. Let's talk communism. Or, well, a failed movie, rather. I'll remove that one as well. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. What? Yeah. That was on a napkin. Your grandma's a thought. Anyways. Okay, so here we have it. Right. Hold up. Let me see if the audio is fine so far. Okay, it seems good. Alright, this will be the next one. I should watch the poke. I should watch this movie. No, you shouldn't. Nobody should watch this movie. The Messed Up Origins of Animal Farm by John Solo. Yep. I don't know if the new one is in fact how much of the new one is covered. The only thing I know is that the new one is absolutely garbage, as far as I'm aware. And apparently they missed the mark. It turned into something completely else. Apparently, the anti-communism message is not as much in there as it should be. I've just heard not anything good about it. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll go in. I'm curious. I'm curious what's going to happen.
The last time I was this disappointed was about 2 years ago when I tried to push out a fart and accidentally shit my pants. But as embarrassing as that was, I learned from my mistake and
that certainly is an opening statement. That is certainly an opening statement. It is. Yeah. We call that a shart. Anyways.
And it hasn't happened since. The same cannot be said for Hollywood trying to adapt goated pieces of classic literature to film. Once again, they've turned a simple and straightforward story into a loud and nauseating mess with George Orwell's Animal Farm, made worse by their decision to scrap the author's timeless message about the cyclical nature of revolutions and the inevitability of tyrants securing power by exploiting the weak and vulnerable in favor of a much simpler and hilariously hypocritical one, rich people bad.
You're a f***ing disappointment.
Since this recent adaptation is basically unrecognizable.
Wow. So they really just scrapped the entire anti-communism message for rich people bad. Oh. Why am I not surprised? I'm unsurprised by this. I'm not. Wow, fork fell in the kitchen. Hollywood does Hollywood. Indeed. Indeed horrible.
Recognizable from the masterpiece it was based on, I figured some folks out there might want to know what Animal Farm is really about. What lesson Orwell actually wanted people to walk away from his story having learned, along with the horrific events that he lived and fought through to write it. Because for the 6 of you who, like me, weren't assigned Animal Farm in high school and were too distracted with PlayStation and teenage debauchery.
I never read it. But I never read it. I only watched the 1954 movie, right? And that's that. Right. I never had to read it. I've seen so many reviews, I forgot what I recommended. Wow, that's interesting.
To check it out on your own, I'm going to give you a crash course on how this book came to be. You see, George Orwell, real name Eric Arthur Blair, actually wrote Animal Farm after fighting on the Republican side of the Spanish Civil War. Despite living in the UK at the time, he and his wife Eileen relocated to Spain to fight fascism and support a movement built on democracy, workers' rights, land reform, and breaking the power of the church and monarchy. Ideals that the opposing nationalist regime saw as a threat to their vision of a strict social hierarchy. But it's not as simple as democracy good, nationalism bad, because what Orwell did not expect was what happened within his own side. As the war went on, Soviet-aligned communist forces began repressing and purging other leftist groups, arresting, silencing, and even executing their former comrades. You see, the Republican side wasn't one
funny. Never heard that one before. Never expected that one before. It's a small book, very important, about human nature, corruption, and how things worse than masses not notice until it's too late. I'm a fan of the story and a huge hater of the 2026 remake. I'm a hater of any remake. Doesn't even matter what remake it is. I've seen recently the cartoon from 1954, and much better than I expected for that year. Shocking.
Unified movement. It was made up of smaller factions that were only really held together by a shared hatred of fascism. And the version of the future that Orwell was fighting for wasn't exactly copacetic with the one that Stalin and his supporters were trying to build. So in May of 1937, the militia that Orwell was a part of, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, or POUM, was suddenly outlawed. That same month, Orwell was still on the front lines fighting his original enemy, the Nationalists, when he was shot in the throat by a sniper. He barely survived, the bullet just missing his main arm.
Wow, he was lucky! Well, not bad. He was lucky. That was lucky. Yeah, usually throat shots are not easily survivable. We sadly have seen that recently, just not all too long ago.
artery, but nonetheless, he was declared unfit to serve. And while recovering in Barcelona, he and his wife learned they were being charged with high treason by the very side that he came to fight for, and took a bullet for. So they hightailed it out of the country. This experience, combined with his early years as an imperial police officer, where he was the one who had to enforce authoritarian policies, led Orwell to realize that it wasn't just nationalism that was the problem. It was human nature and our desire to seize power. On a long enough timeline, every revolution, no matter what political ideals power it, will lead to the same result. Some selfish asshole is gonna show up and shamelessly exploit every loophole possible until they're the one on top and become just as oppressive as the thing they started out fighting, or at least pretended to fight. And when Orwell wrote Animal Farm as a critique of Stalinism and authoritarianism,
shocking. Fork found in kitchen. People will use and abuse power. Shocking. Yeah, we know that already. That's not nothing new. I like Rubble, whose cartoons from back in the day. I overall liked older cartoons more. Back in the day, they were just better.
Napoleon the Pig was the selfish asshole whose takeover of Animal Farm is a near-perfect metaphor for Stalin's rise to power, as well as the authoritarians who came after him, which makes Orwell seem like kind of a fortune teller. If you haven't read this book yet and want to change the way that you see politics and power dynamics forever, then stick around while I unpack its major moments and the real-world tragedies they were meant to parallel. But first, I want to tell you about our sponsor, Squarespace. They have all the tools you need to set up a fully functioning website in minutes, and you don't have to know anything about coding. Thanks to Design Intelligence, their AI can create your entire website for you after a few simple prompts about what your website is for and what kind of vibe you're after. Then you can use their one-of-a-kind Fluid engine to make any changes you like just by dragging and dropping. So if you want to see why Squarespace has been the dominant force in web design for 2 decades, start a free trial by going to squarespace.com/JohnSolo. Then, when you realize you love it, use code JohnSolo to get 10% off your first purchase. Now, for those who haven't read Animal Farm, you really should, because
I wonder what the anti-AI brigade says about that. Moving on.
It's short enough that it'll only take you a couple of hours, and what you learn in that time will give you a whole new understanding of the world, because the tactics that the pigs use to manipulate the other animals are still used to this day, especially here in the United States. With that said, as easy of a read as Animal Farm is, every sentence matters and is building towards something. So I gotta be selective about what moments to unpack, because basically every rock that I look under leads to a gold mine. And as tempting as it is to explore every one, it would take forever and I'd probably get lost or fall in a hole and die. You're still getting the whole story, but we're gonna focus on key moments with the clearest connections to real world events, because not everything has a one-to-one equivalent.
Interesting. So let's look at this. How many experiences that Orwell had are like right in the book itself? We'll see. Now, I just watch ads because it would be disrespectful to skip them as well. I've noticed it would be disrespectful. Everyone else does it, so why should I not as well?
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
When the story starts, we're introduced to the four-legged residents of Manor Farm, owned and operated by Mr. Jones, a lazy drunk who used to be a decent farmer until he lost a lawsuit and has resorted to drowning his sorrows in alcohol ever since. The first chapter focuses on
Understandable. Reasonable way in transition, honestly. Lost a lawsuit, became an alcoholic. That's the pipeline.
An old Major, a 12-year-old boar who was highly respected by the other animals, and his speech about building a better world. After warning the animals about the painful lives and deaths that await them, he implores them to fight back against humans and create a society where all animals live in harmony, where they can harvest the fruits of their own labor and live out peaceful lives in retirement instead of giving everything they make to humans before being sold to the slaughterhouse. Old Major is basically a combination of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. Like Marx, he's the one who identifies the problem, that the working class is being exploited, and he lays out a vision for a fair, equal society where the workers take control. But he's also like Lenin, because he doesn't just theorize, he actually inspires a revolution, and his speech convinces his peers to mobilize against their master, as you'll soon see. Also, just like both of them, he doesn't actually live to see how it all plays out. He dies before the new system is fully established, leaving behind a set of ideals that are supposed to guide the next generation.
Damn, bro just fucking died. I remember that one. So I think, right? You are never avoiding that there will be higher ups and that there will be working class, that there will be a working class. The only thing you can hope for is to give the working class enough power so they can rid themselves of a leader if that leader is bad and makes bad decisions. But other than that, human society always works in hierarchies. It always will work in hierarchy because nobody's equal to another, right? Nobody's equal to another. It's just the truth, right? I'm not equal to any other man. Not arguably, not even in value. This doesn't really work. The horse boxer represented the industrial workers who worked harder than the others, gained less and didn't complain. Now that I think of it, I can't tell why they complain less. Yes, between the lines, Poke. Yep.
The problem is, once he's gone, his inspiring revolutionary doctrine is susceptible to corruption. Without him there to defend how his ideas are interpreted, they slowly start to change. While Old Major died peacefully in his sleep on the night that he gave that speech, the revolution didn't actually happen until 3 months later, when Mr. Jones and his hired help completely neglect to feed the animals one day. That night, when they break into the storage shed to help themselves to the food, he tries to scare them back into the barn. But for the first time ever, the animals aren't afraid. They're angry, and they proceed to chase Jones and his men off the property, claiming it for themselves. The exile of Jones for sure represents the exile of Tsar Nicholas II and the disbandment of the old regime. He symbolizes the incompetence and neglect of the pre-revolutionary order. Like the Tsarist system, Jones's rule depended on habit, hierarchy, and
Okay, there we have it. There we have it. Listeners, if you misread, believe the small steps of manipulation, you'll find yourself in the rabbit hole one day without knowing how or what went wrong. Classic.
Exploitation until it collapsed under the weight of his failures. If you want to learn a little more about Tsar Nicholas II and the depressing fate that his family endured, check out my episode on the messed up origins of Anastasia. So after Jones is deposed, the animals take an audit of their new property and everything that comes with it, and then proceed to burn anything that reminds them of their old master and being tied to human control, like whips, harnesses, and clothing. And anything they don't destroy, like the farmhouse, is treated as a symbol of those old oppressive ways, with the animals all agreeing to never take up residence there. After that, they establish the 7 foundational tenets of their new political.
Oh, I forgot that the pig would go up the ladder. I forgot that. Focus, spoil me. You are spoiled beyond belief, big guy.
Ideology, animalism, based on the values and principles laid out by Old Major before he died. Things like not wearing clothes, no sleeping in beds, no drinking alcohol, no killing of other animals, and most importantly, all animals are equal. But, spoiler alert, every single one of these ends up violated and rewritten.
Yeah, because 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Chicken are on 2 legs, therefore bad, right? It's also like not all animals are equal because, right? A sheep gives wool. What does a pig do? See, a pig does do nothing if not meat. That's the thing, though. I guess disposal of waste, right? And a horse is, right? Larger, bigger, more muscular. It's not equal either, right? The idea that all animals are equal is already foolish. Same with as if it were all humans.
Because the revolution is far from over. Now, as excited as the animals were to finally manage their own farm, the unfortunate truth was not all of them were smart enough to. The vast majority couldn't read, write, or even think critically. Only the pigs had the intelligence to understand the textbooks they fished out of the garbage.
Funny, which is interesting because it does reflect that pigs are actually not pigs are not stupid. Shocker. They do have the intelligence roundabout of a 3-year-old somewhere there. So it's interesting that he considered this. He probably didn't because like right? Probably didn't because like he actually knew that was the case, but like I'm assuming that's the case. Birds were told their wings are their front legs, so they enter the law rightfully. Interesting. I forgot that.
So the rest of the animals trusted them to make the decisions, assuming they would decide what's best for everyone, not just the pigs. You can already see where this is going. While the pigs started out with everyone's interests in mind, they slowly started granting themselves exclusive privileges. Privileges the other animals also wanted, but were then convinced they didn't need. For example, all the milk the cows made went to the pigs because they needed the nutrition to fuel their brains, something the other animals wouldn't understand. The pigs also didn't do any labor. They had to save their energy for organizing the workforces to ensure they had a successful harvest, which they did. Now, as you might expect, Jones wasn't going to abandon his farm without a fight. After a few months, he returns with a band of farmhands to take it back by force. The animals fight back harder than any of them expected, though, especially Snowball, one of the pigs who charged directly at Jones and took a spray of shotgun pellets for his efforts. The other standout
pig torn apart. Well, pigs do nothing much. They can't detect food even deep underground. They're a very, very intelligent animal that use all of it to gain food. Yeah, they're around about, like I said, they're around about a 3-year-old, intelligence-wise. But that's about it.
Pig was Napoleon, who wasn't much of a fighter, but was quick to take credit for the strategy that secured the dub. After said dub was secured, that day became an annual holiday on Animal Farm, and every year, the shotgun that Jones left behind was fired into the air to commemorate their victory. Now, like many of the events in the book, Jones's attempt at
they had a holiday. In the story, since they and the dogs are the top intelligent animals, the pigs learn to read and write, create a different level of education for the different animals. Okay. Pigs read all. The second level of animals learned only few letters, and the third group couldn't learn at all. Well, that's funny, because, well, quite easy to control people if they can't read.
Comeback doesn't represent a single moment in the Russian Revolution or the rise of Stalin's Soviet Union. It's more to symbolize the struggle to defend the revolution after it began, just condensed into a single barnyard brawl. And as you're about to hear, that revolution was in dire need of some defending. If you were selling sunglasses during the rise of the Soviet Union, you would have made a killing, because the future that its leaders promised was so bright that their supporters probably thought they needed shades. Leon Trotsky was one of the key leaders of the Soviet Union. You don't hear much about him in comparison to Stalin.
Yeah, and Stalin took him out. He took Trotsky out of the picture.
But we'll get to why that is in just a minute. Trotsky told his comrades that industrialization held the key to a prosperous society. By building factories, power plants, and expanding the railways, they could create a future where life was easier, more efficient, and more equal. as long as everyone was willing to suffer a little in the meantime. Soviet propaganda was as good as it gets. While the people were tired, starving, and miserable, they were convinced by their officials and the media that they were making progress, that sacrificing their time, their food, and their health was all worth it to rebuild their country bigger and better than ever. Now, it's at this point that I want to remind you that while a lot of what happens in Animal Farm has parallels to Stalin's Soviet Union, Orwell wasn't only critiquing that system. He was pointing out a pattern. These same strategies were used across human history, before he wrote the book and after. With that said, Animal Farm's windmill situation is as close to a one-to-one recreation as it gets, because those promises for a better, easier tomorrow were also made by Trotsky's proxy, Snowball the pig, who tried to convince the animals that if they endured intense labor for the next 2 years, they could build a windmill that would generate enough electricity to power machines that'll do their work for them. Napoleon is not impressed by these plans, though, and he publicly...
He's not short. Suffer a bit to now to gain more later. Sounds like propaganda, but it also was also the plan of the righteous pig to work much more so they can afford electricity, gain light heat for the farm. Yeah, obviously it goes with that. I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense to a degree, right? Like, even from person to person, it makes sense, right? For example, when you're younger, you can work more and harder. You won't be able to do that when you're old. For example, right? So, like, work hard for a long-term gain, right? Work and suffer for for a gain later. It does make sense. However, that didn't go that well.
Critiques them at every opportunity. He says they have more immediate concerns, like food production, similar to how Stalin was focused more on stabilizing the economy and securing political control. When it's time for the animals to vote on the issue, the vast majority end up being pro-windmill. But Napoleon has other plans. Because what I neglected to tell you was that earlier in the story, some puppies were born, and Napoleon took it upon himself to raise and educate, or should I say, indoctrinate them in the attic of the barn. And after seeing that his political rival had won the majority of...
Interesting. He just like said, yep, I'm gonna indoctrinate dogs. Yeah. Tomorrow is my birthday. Okay, Julian. Okay. Well, happy early birthday. If I don't see you, it is.
Of the animal's support, he used those puppies, now full-grown bloodhounds, to take it back by force. A pack of four-legged fiends charged at Snowball with the same ferocity that he once charged at Jones. They nearly caught him too, but he fled through the fence to the neighboring property and just made it by the hair of his chinny chin chin. Fun fact, the cartoon actually takes his exile further by implying the dogs killed him.
Interesting. Yep, evil genius always make a side plan. Yep, that's how they are, evil geniuses. Interesting. That means that the cartoon says goodbye, bro, and the book just says ran away to different property.
Now that Napoleon had the muscle he needed to intimidate any opposition, he dubs himself the de facto master and hero of Animal Farm. No longer was Snowball a first-class animal hero. He was a traitor, a spy who was in cahoots with Jones. The truth, or the new truth, was that Jones never shot at Snowball. Those wounds on his back were caused by Napoleon's teeth. It was also Napoleon who took out Jones, by the way. From this point onward, Snowball becomes the scapegoat, or scape pig, for anything that goes wrong on the farm. If the crops spoiled, it was because Snowball poisoned them. If keys were missing, Snowball hid them. And anytime the animals found out that the pigs had violated one of the core animalism principles, it turned out that it was just propaganda, spread by Snowball's vast network.
Interesting. It heavily clued that he might have died, but was confirmed. Also, Napoleon, once he gained control, method could remind you many state leaders. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so basically what happened here was that the quote-unquote good guy was chased off. And I'm probably this is probably going to be similar to what happened to Trotsky, right? It has to be, right?
Of spies. But in truth, the only propaganda was spread by Napoleon and his walking, talking bidet, Squealer. Squealer was easily the most charismatic of the pigs and very persuasive. So anytime the animals start to question what's going on, he's there to rewrite history and their bylaws.
No animals stop sleep in a bed with sheets. So it was just adjusted, so now it's no longer with sheets. Now that's interesting.
To convince them that no matter how bad things got, this was always part of the plan, and that they're one day closer to the brighter tomorrow that Old Major dreamed about. He also insists that leadership is a burden, and that Napoleon would love to let them make their own choices, but what if they make the wrong ones and Jones comes back? Just like the Soviet propaganda machine, Squealer's real job isn't to tell the truth, but to shape it in a way that keeps the animals so scared and confused that they stop asking questions, yet also calm enough to follow orders. And anyone who doesn't follow orders is dealt with by the dogs. Now, Snowball's fate after campaigning so passionately for the windmill mirrors the fate of Leon.
Yep. So I knew it was mirroring Trotsky. Makes sense. Sheets was the rewriting of the law. Maybe it's obvious. Yep.
Trotsky after his push for industrialization. It didn't all happen in one night, though. It took Stalin years of abusing his position as General Secretary of the Communist Party by appointing, promoting, and otherwise rewarding people who were loyal to him, and slowly turning them against Trotsky by painting him as a disloyal radical whose idea...
The devil. Painting him as a devil. He has a knife in his hand and a pistol. Interesting. And he's sitting on a lot of skulls.
Were out of touch. Like Snowball, he became a scapegoat, reportedly the root cause of all of the nation's problems, and in 1929, he was exiled from the USSR and forced to relocate to Turkey. But the icing on the cake is that both Stalin and Napoleon completely backtrack on their anti-industrialization stances and push for it harder than anyone had before. Of course, they both frame it like they never opposed it at all, and only fought against it because they didn't want a spy or a radical in charge of it. And this is the part where I gotta give you a heads up that tensions are about to escalate to the point of violence. If you're squeamish or sensitive to real human suffering, then you're probably not gonna want to hear what's next. Both dictators also lay out extensive plans for how they intend to bring industry to their up-and-coming countries. And while they were telling the truth when they said that these developments would take more blood, sweat, and tears than ever, the payoffs they promised never materialized. So after being...
Well, yeah, surprise. I'm not shocked. Well, when we look at this, it kind of makes sense, right? Though, to be fair, it's unlikely that animals could build a windmill, so that was probably a failed... that was already failure to begin with.
Deprived of rest, food, or any kind of compensation, both the animals on the farm and the Soviet Union's working class hit their breaking point, leading to multiple smaller rebellions. In the book, the hens refuse to give up their eggs, opting to break them instead of selling them to a neighboring farm like the pigs want. But the pigs respond by starving the hens, and after several die, the rest have no choice but to surrender. Something similar happened to the farmers who refused to give up their grain.
Oh, yeah, I know this one. Oh, yeah, I know this one. Right, I know this one.
And livestock to the Soviets' collective farms. It's estimated that at least 20 million cattle and more than twice as many sheep were slaughtered by the very same farmers who owned them. And as you might imagine, the Soviets repaid this betrayal by starving, torturing, and executing the farmers responsible. and their families. Not long after these protests, Napoleon and the pigs call a meeting, which quickly turns into a public.
Yeah. That was the case. And the Soviet Union did a lot worse, right? Anybody remembers what they did to Ukraine? Though I think this might be the one that they did to Ukraine. I could be wrong, though. Interesting. Regardless, I'm not surprised. That did happen. That did very much happen. These cartoons, even today, would be peak. And it wasn't Tom and Jerry movie about Napoleon. That's funny.
Execution. 4 piglets stand accused of being in league with Snowball from the beginning. Then, to the shock and horror of everyone, they confess to their crimes, and Napoleon's dogs tear their throats out. What's crazy is the piglets weren't the only victims. After they were executed, a number of animals made disturbing confessions, like a goose who stole some corn and a sheep who peed in the drinking water. Both claimed they were manipulated by.
Yeah. I should probably honestly redo it. The Soviet Union ate Ukraine back in the days. Correct. That is true. That is very true. Yeah, they did do that. It's like interesting, right? Because they starved them as well.
Snowball, but traitors were given no mercy, so they were executed as well. Here's the thing though, they might not actually have been traitors, because these executions were a direct reference to the Great Purge, a series of show trials orchestrated by Stalin to root out any rebels, spies, or saboteurs. It was also a very convenient way for him to get rid of any political opponents. He could just declare they were anti-communist and they'd either be locked up or killed. And while some of those accused actually admitted to committing anti-communist acts, they weren't always telling the truth. A lot of them were tortured into it, others were blackmailed with their families used as leverage, and some had just suffered so much that they weren't in their right mind anymore.
Yep, that is something that is generally very common. If you want a statement, just torture the person long enough and they will tell you the truth because they want the suffering to end. Yep, that is how that works, sadly. That is how that works. Oh my god, hello. Welcome back, Zomax. Welcome back. Yeah, that's how that works. Makes sense.
And didn't even know what was true. I think that last camp is the one that Animal Farm's residents fell into. In both cases, the point of these trials was to create the impression that the country was being cleansed of people whose values were a danger to the nation. But the reality was that it was just a means to secure more power through intimidation and self-policing. Because now that the public...
Well, yeah, because people will fight, not try to fight back when they see what happens to other people, right? If other people get executed, you're more likely to not follow their footsteps. Otherwise, same would happen to you. Classic intimidation tactic.
Had seen that anyone could be a spy, they were even more on edge, and many thought that reporting their family.
Oh yeah, and exactly right. If anyone could be a spy, you won't trust anybody, which means that you're gonna fuck over anybody if you just have the suspicions. Because why would you want to be caught with a spy?
Family, friends, and neighbors for suspicious activity could earn them points with those in power. The problem was loyalty to the Communist Party was rarely, if ever, rewarded, so many of these informants would end up accused themselves, no matter what sacrifices they made or how staunchly they supported it in the past. Which brings us back to the book, and the most painful betrayal of them all, Boxer. Boxer was a workhorse, and I haven't mentioned him yet, but Animal Farm was almost literally built on his shoulders. Every day he would get up before all the other animals to get a head start on work, and using his unmatched strength would move equipment, heavy stones for the windmill's construction, etc. He's a...
Alright, here we go with Boxer, right? It's already like the worst situation they are in, rather than the time they revolt at the start. Again, the farmer. They work harder, get about as much reward, and get punished from much harsher. Yep.
Stand in for the aforementioned laboring masses whose faith, sacrifice, and political innocence were exploited by those in power. His mottos, "I will work harder" and "Napoleon is always right," reflect the tragedy of the class that was forced to carry out the revolution while being denied any real power in it. It's worse than that though, because after sacrificing the best years of his life to the cause, blood vessels in his lungs ruptured and he was no longer—
Oh, well, he's dead. Yeah, I remember that one. But they can't create revolt out of the manipulation, heavy punishment. It's not just the punishment, it's the manipulation. You know things are bad, but don't know what to do with it. Manipulation makes you think maybe something wrong with you. Or that, yeah. That could also be the case, right? It's just like interesting fun fact. You know, Lenin created Ukraine when with Civil War started. Yep. And then afterwards he just like and afterwards Stalin committed genocide on the Ukrainians. Very interesting stuff.
Longer able to work, and instead of letting their most loyal, hardest working resident enjoy his well-earned retirement, the pigs sell him to the slaughterhouse to be made into glue, and then use the money they made to—
Oh, the glue factory! Sent to the glue factory. That's pretty interesting. Sent to the glue factory.
buy a case of whiskey. Ugh, I feel like I need to take a shower after saying that. But now, I want to skip ahead a few years to when Napoleon's vision for Animal Farm finally comes to fruition, and has become the exact opposite of the future that old Major described on the night of his death. While the animals were technically free from humans, they once again had a master that they were afraid of. His militia had killed most everyone who lived on the farm back then, and those who weren't killed either died working in the field or were sold off like Boxer. What's worse is that while the worker animals are all
well, the donkey won't do much long. He's also really thin by now. Starved.
and bones, Napoleon and his pigs are fatter than ever. They also walk on two legs now and carry whips, making it clear for everyone to see who's really in charge. And the story ends with a truly haunting moment. The owners of the surrounding farms, who once upon a time were friends with Jones and opponents to Animal Farm, paid the pigs a visit. They cracked open some whiskey, cleared the air of the messy history between them, which might have included blowing up the windmill they spent a year toiling over, and clinked their glasses to a prosperous future. But while all this was going on, something strange happened to the pigs. As they laughed and drank and bluffed their way through hands of poker with the humans, they began to resemble them. And as the farm animals watched the meeting from outside, they looked from pig to man.
What the fuck? Yeah, they looked from pig to... They just look like pigmen now. That's pretty interesting, right? This is how poker treats me. That's not true. In Romania, we're bat 2. Was bat 2. Civilians were burnt to death in some regions when the revolution started. Classic. Yeah. And when people tried to leave communist Germany... the communist part of Germany, they were just shot.
And from man to pig. Only now, it was impossible to say which was which. If that didn't give you chills, then I blame my delivery, because when I read that line for the first time, it fucked me up a little bit. But that right there is the point that Orwell was trying to make. Not that one group is inherently evil or that one ideology is doomed to fail, but that when power is left unchecked, unchallenged, and blindly trusted, it'll almost always find a way to corrupt the people who hold it. Because these animals weren't stupid or weak, they just trusted the wrong people. And by the time they realized how much worse things had gotten, they couldn't even remember what better was supposed to be like. And while the story's connections to the Soviet Union are as obvious as they are undeniable, Orwell's warning wasn't about one revolution or one regime. It was about how easily you can end up in a world where the people who promised to save you look exactly like the ones you needed saving from in the first place.
All right. So yeah, that is the end of the video. Yeah. the book, this line hit hard. Couldn't tell which is which. I mean, that makes sense, right? So to just summarize, Animal Farm particularly, right, is really just a, while it has an anti-communist approach, obviously, it really is just critiquing the fact that power corrupts people, and if you trust the wrong people, that or if you trust the people too much that tell you to save you, they will fuck you over, and that's that. They may fuck you over. That's that. That's all. That's really all there is to it. Yeah. The thing is, like, I mean, this is happening all over the world, anyways, regardless, right? It's just like people trusting the government, that the government will do good, but the government, unlikely, the government will never do good. They never do. They only do what's good for them. And it's like really funny because, like, technically the government is employed by us. But yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. For you, let me see what that is. My video. You're such a whatever that is. What the? No, I will not watch this. Screw you, Sumax. Screw you. Screw you. Nope. I mean, there are 1 to 10 how bad government can do. Obviously, right? Obviously. Currently, I'd say Germany's at a solid 7. And Europe is a solid 8 with the new H requirement for VPNs. And they always somewhere between 6 to 8 or so. Yeah, true. I was spoiled. You were spoiled rotten. But yeah, I'm not touching that, Sumax. I am not touching that. I am not a femboy. I never have, I never will. I am a man. He does. See, he won't do it. You're bad at Craigslist. That's a new one. Well, we can do that one. And then I think we'll do the Hero Hey video because I really wanted to do that. Because I need to make fun of the AI brigade. Makes sense, right? And that's that for today. We can do that. Let me click on something.
Hey, what?
Why is subtitles randomly on this, by the way? Crazy. Femboys are men. Nope. They're feminine boys, technically, per definition. Also, femboys are only femboys until the age of 25. Then slowly you're gonna hit the 35-year-old, you're gonna hit the man phase around there, where you just become a dude. A man. You're gonna be a bald man. Anyways. Here we go. You're bad at Craigslist. 5 fluffy talks. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. It's basically probably like you're bad at social media. But we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. Let's see what man-made horrors are in this one. Because there are always man-made horrors in this one. I also want to do the Africa slave trade one tomorrow as well.
Hey, what's up? You guys enjoyed the Craigslist video, so here's another one for you. This is You're Bad at Craigslist, number 2. This is where I look at what?
He has a cat! A kitty! Nice, he has a cat. He has a cat. You need to understand what Fluffy's saying with the subs. We don't need the subtitles.
Sorry, my cat's talking to me. This is where I look at Craigslist ads that aren't very good. You know Craigslist. It's where you go to, I don't know, meet up with sketchy people to buy stuff off them. Or meet up with sketchy people to have sex with them. Or you just meet up with sketchy people who want to murder.
That is new. That is new. That's a new one. I'm sorry, that's a new one. Huh. Does that mean I can buy Sumax there? Though technically I already own her, so it's fine.
Murder you. That's Craigslist in a nutshell, so let's just do it. Hey, what's up? This one's just titled Ride. Anyone interested in taking me 50 miles to get equipment? I'll give them a nice generator. I'm in Wind and Eating to go to Washington and back. You'll need a truck. I don't think he spelt his area properly, but you know, he's in Wine.
Anyone interested in taking me 50 miles to get equipment? Yeah, this one will probably... See, this one will probably... we will not get it out of these 50 miles. I'm gonna die on the way. I'm gonna die on the way. Why is he looking at me like that? Couldn't he pick the nicer, more friendly photo?
If you want to ride from a stranger, maybe post a better looking picture. Maybe a friendlier looking picture. Not a picture that looks like you want to basically murder someone. It looks like you could possibly be strangling someone to death right now who's taking a picture of you as evidence. I don't think you're going to get a ride. You're terrifying. Satan's marionette puppet. Condition.
What is this? Why would you sell this? Burn it. Price 10,000 souls, by the way. Burn it now. Why would you try to sell me that? What on earth is wrong with you?
Fairly odd and unsettling. You'll love it. Runs around the house while you sleep and ends up in impossible places. Winks, but no one will believe you. Makes laughing noises coming from your attic. Indestructible. Causes mysterious and unexplainable.
It is... winking. Ugh. God, it's that poke his eggs. Away with it! Burn it! There are better and superior women.
Accidents. Ladders tripping over, garbage disposal turning on, brake lines cut. Could make a great mobile for a baby's crib. Disclaimer, may cause irrational fear of dolls late into adulthood. Comes with the original padlock chest it was found in after being recovered from the bottom of the ocean. Price 10,000 souls. Willing to trade for monkey's paw. Must have minimum of 1 wish left. Have over 400 gallons regular.
What? Why do you just have 400 gallons of regular gasoline standing around Austin, by the way? Why would you just have that? What?
Gasoline, willing to trade only. I am blessed to have over 400 gallons of gasoline. I don't want money. I am only looking to exchange up to 15 gallons for anal sex. Me giving it to you.
No! No! Don't do that! Mag, did you see what I said in Discord if you want to watch later? Yeah, sure. Though we'll only do one more video after this, and that's the video that I wanted to watch. But yeah, thank you. We will do one of these tomorrow. No. Women are, well, both men and women are welcome, but the men need to be very attractive, as that is not my preferred.
You. Both men and women are welcome, but men need to be very attractive, as that is not my preferred sex. I will wear a condom and use organic lubricant. There will be no filming or photos. I don't want anyone else to know either, so let's agree to keep it hush. If you are interested, send pics so I know if it is worth it. Of course it's anal. Of course. Just like Tinder, it always comes back to butt stuff. Anal sex for gasoline. One day.
Well, at least the women in Berlin are selling themselves for an apartment, so that's the difference. But aside from that, kind of not a good idea. Yeah, I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know that's worth it. I don't know that's worth it. Also, butt stuff. More butt stuff. Because it always comes down to butt stuff.
That 400 gallons of gasoline is going to be very valuable, so I would hold on to it. If this was a post-apocalyptic world, you'd be getting all the anal sex you want. Models needed for major art project. I'm a budding artist who enjoys the human form and wants to share it with the world. What I need are attractive individuals to be immortalized in an exhibit, which will be remembered forever. Interested people, please contact me via email. psychotedthetaxidermist@blank.com. P.S.
Yeah, sorry, but that name screams red flag. I'm sorry, but that name clearly screams red flag. Yeah, this is an invitation to just die. That's all there is to it. Did the Japanese girl hear it? Someone direct her to Tinder. Well, this is not Tinder. This is Craigslist.
Yes, don't worry about the address name. It's just a wacky high school / college moniker I got through an amusing and impossible series of events. Now, he's gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you and stuff you and immortalize you forever. That's what he's gonna do. At least make a new email if you actually want people to reply to you. World of Warcraft, $60 anywhere. Will trade hot naked photos of myself if you buy.
Sorry. Nah. That's great. Okay, that's wild. That's wild. For 260 bro, for World of Warcraft? Why would you do that? For World of Warcraft cards. For WoW cards. Yeah, I don't think this woman is real. This is bait.
Buy me 2 60-day WoW cards from Walmart, but must email me the codes for the cards before I send pics. As well, I can do cam share.
Yeah, if you send the cards, you will never see the pics. Gonna be real. There's probably some pic taken from a random chick online, and that's that.
You're whoring yourself out for World of Warcraft cards. I wouldn't be surprised if this was just some weird guy who...
Honestly, you know what the scary part is? There's young girls doing it for Robux. So, this is actually not the worst I've seen yet.
Who's just gonna send you some random naked photos of a girl. Like, here's my picture, I swear. Thanks for the card. Definitely not scamming you. Oh, the cam show? Oh, I can't do that tonight. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll do it, but it's gonna be really dark and I have a penis. AC compressor for sale, $150.
Ah, what are these feet? What are these feet? What? So, aside from the toenails, okay? Which is the obvious problem. By the way, that's a troll. That's not a human, that's a troll. What is this fucked up toe doing? Why does it look like this? What is this fucked up toe doing? What are you doing? What is this? Why does it look like that? What is this fucked up toe? That's a fucked up toe. Okay, is that your toenails? No, mine are normal. I don't have a fucked up toe like that.
Or best offer. Oh my fuck, what the fuck is wrong with your toenails? Maybe you should do a straight trade, the AC compressor for a pair of fucking nail clippers, because clearly you don't know they exist. That's fucking disgusting. Holy shit, your toe is curling in. What's wrong with that toe? Even your toe is embarrassed about how disgusting your feet look. I baked this pie. Holy shit, check out that pie. I baked that. Can you believe it? Fresh blueberry pie. That bitch even has a homemade lattice crust. You know you want to eat my pie. Wait, that came out wrong. Haha, I said came. I enjoy reading, writing, painting, gardening, and I love geeky things. But you don't care about any of that, right? Because pie. That dude is a little too excited about that pie. That pie is gonna get fucked. Need some assistance plucking my gray hair out. I'm in my early 30s, have some gray hair. Would like to hire someone to help me pluck out my gray hair with a tweezer. Should take less than
3 hours. How much gray hair do you have that it would take 30 hours? How much do you have? What?
3 hours. Thanks. Just let it grow, man. It's just fucking gray hair. It happens to everyone. People like a little gray hair. Look at my beard. It's a little salt and pepper. It looks alright. I mean, that's what I tell myself at least. Antique ice cream scoops. $25. Have 2.
Bro, that's not an ice cream scoop, is it? That's not an ice cream scoop. I don't think this is an ice cream scoop.
2 of these, both in excellent condition. Call or text. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but that is not an ice cream scoop. I mean, you could scoop ice cream with it if you wanted, but I wouldn't recommend it. Just in case you don't know, that's a medical utensil used for spreading a vagina. Now do you want to scoop your ice cream with it?
Yes. After my woman has used it. If I had one. Yes. Absolutely.
Some of you are like, even more. I need a wig. I have a DUI court on the 14th, and I got drunk and watched Last of the Mohicans and ran into the bathroom and gave myself a mohawk. I refuse to cut it off, but I can't go to court with a fucking mohawk. So anyone have a wig? I don't care how ridiculous it is. Tell me your price. This is not a joke. Don't.
Then just go with the freaking what the fuck? Donate blood to satanic ritual.
Donate blood to satanic ritual. Donate your blood or life to Satan. We only accept pure white bodies and blood. We have sacrificed 5 body to rituals yet. We have taken the blood from 10 already yet. If you wish to become member of Dark Ritual Circle, or if you wish to give blood or life to sacrifice, meet at Warehouse blank at 12 midnight on Saturday. Hail Satan! Honestly, I would think this is like a huge joke if the English wasn't so broken in it. We have sacrificed 5 bodies to rituals yet. Now I'm like, those are red flags. I'm like, these people actually want to sacrifice you because they're actually illiterate, which means they might be dumb enough to think that sacrificing to Satan is a good idea. So
Yeah, probably really bad at Pokemate this. Nope. You're down bad. I am the down baddest. I am so down bad. It could sink into the floor. How many of you want to play the 3 videos I sent you to watch you tomorrow? And since it's my birthday, if you want, it would be a great gift. I will see what I can do. Obviously, I need to do videos also that, you know, people want to see. My people want to see as well, right? But, yeah. I will see what I can do. Regardless, yes. I want to scoop the ice cream with that. If it were my woman.
Yeah, steer clear of that. Don't be giving your blood to sacrificing people. And don't try to join their cult, because they're going to be like, oh yeah, you want to join our cult? That's cool. And then like 2 weeks later, they'll be fucking murdering you and sacrificing you. Girl that heart toast. I am looking for that special someone who will share my passion for toast. All kinds of toast. White toast, whole wheat toast, rye toast, toasted bagels, and when I'm feeling wild and crazy, a Pop-Tart. To me, toast is the ultimate turn on. There is nothing like a man who smells like toast. I picture us sitting on a couch in front of my 60 toasters, getting nice and toasty, sipping brandy from glasses with croutons floating in them, talking endlessly about the splendors of toast. Perhaps one day you will ask me to spread butter and jam on your body, or cream cheese. I'm not particular. Are you that special, man? Dumbass.
Love on first toast slice. What on earth is this? Also, dumbest sled for drunks. Isn't that just two chairs mounted onto
Sled for drunks. Chairs welded to a car hood. Drag your drunk friends on it behind a truck, Jeep, ATV, etc. It's free. Come get it. That actually looks like it might be a bit of fun. You might die. I think if you could put some seatbelts on there, yeah. Just throw some seatbelts on there and then it's not so dangerous. You should charge. Someone would pay for that. You should charge like $50 for it. Don't take it for free. Any woman in the area tired of smelling their own farts? If you are sick and tired of having to smell your own farts.
No! By the way, they're sick and what? No! Let's not! Let's fucking not do that. No! No. No. No, not the fart. No.
I have a solution for you. Make me sniff up all your stinky gas like the fart slut I am. More than anything, I want a gassy woman to hold me down and force me to sniff her farts. Whether you're having a...
No! Why would you do that? Man, they ain't getting to heaven or even hell. They get to worse. Limbo. They're gonna be limbo stuck forever. Where like they can't get access to either. Poke, smell, or farts. How about you end it? Ew.
Gassy day and are looking for a single-use fart sniffer, or if you are seeking a long-term fart slave, and then...
I'm shutting off the stream. Okay, these are getting crazy. These are actually on the level of some of the stuff we've seen in the fresh videos. These are actually that bad. Jeez. What the fart slave, chat. Anybody want to be my crazy?
I would absolutely love to sniff all your gas and worship your ass. Holy shit, rap god. Women only, please. I am open and available whenever. Put fart slave in the subject to prove you aren't a bot. All others will be ignored. What the fuck did I just read? Why would you want to sniff...
And sea juice, big zip. Bleach your eyes. When I was eating while watching this, what the fuck's wrong with these people? They should suffer from the goo.
someone's farts. I don't understand. Why would you want to suck a fart? This is a fetish I just really don't understand. You just want to suck in someone's fart. How is that a turn on? You want someone to fart in your mouth. How is that a fucking turn on? I have never begged someone to fart in my mouth, all right? I've never been like, hey, let's spice things up in the bedroom, honey. I want you to fart.
Yeah, I want you to eat the most, I want you to eat the most gassy, crazy food ever, and then I just want you to rip a fat one right in front of my face. I want to feel the air, just like, I want my hair to fly in the wind, kind of thing.
In my mouth. I'm gonna eat your farts. It's gonna get me so hot, trust me. No, that just doesn't do it for me, okay? That is one that I will never fucking understand. Ugh. Sticking a straw in someone's ass and sucking farts out. It's just,
He's just making it worse and worse. The closest I've seen to that was teenager friends that love to burn their farts. Spitting fire out of your ass.
It's not for me, guys.
That was horrible. Worship ass. What the fuck? I know it actually exists in religion. Worshiping women asses on Wiki. What the heck? Okay, this was actually quite bad. This was actually quite bad. That wasn't good. Okay, the last one actually. That is crazy, right? The last one actually is crazy. And the toast one was funny, but man. What is it with farts? I don't get feet. I definitely, certainly don't get farts. That much is clear. Though apparently feet are quite, connected to your sexual organs. The more you know. Yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. Do I do the hero video? Nah. I'll do it and you get some overtime. Fuck it. I'll do it and you get some overtime. Some overtime, duck. But I want to get out as much as I can. So yeah, we'll do it anyways. So yeah, we'll burn through that quickly. Suck my toes, duck. Okay. I'm doing it. Send me your feet. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Since it's yours, I'm doing it. Anyways. Huge Iron Mouse and English VA controversy over NTE game. If you don't know what NTE is, nope, it's not like NTR. It's at Neverness to Everness. Interesting name, I know, by Hero, by the way, the video. Yeah, we're gonna go through this. We're gonna go through this, and we're gonna make fun of people crying about AI. Yeah, you heard that right. Because that's what this whole thing boils down to, AI. And I have my opinions, obviously. I do have my opinions when it comes to that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll go in. Thank you so much.
English VTuber.
But yeah, we're going to hear that now. We're going to hear that now.
Iron Mouse, as well as a number of English voice actors, are currently in the middle of a bit of a controversy with this new game NTE, or Neverness to Everness, including notorious English VA Kaylee Mills. That's right, English VA Kaylee Mills, one of the most hated English VAs out there. Many people call her a liar, a doxer.
Oh wait, isn't this chick? Hold up, isn't this chick? If I remember correctly, isn't this chick voicing, or didn't she voice Kaching in Genshin Impact? Or am I or am I misremembering things? And she was replaced. If I'm pretty sure she was replaced.
A harasser, all of that in relation to Kaylee's involvement with the massively failed Genshin Impact strike from SAG-AFTRA VAs back in 2025, and what she did to her fellow VA Jacob Takanashi. Let's get the context for this one. It all starts with Iron Mouse in a post from May 5th, which reads, Iron Mouse has dropped her Neverness to Everness sponsorship after finding out that the developers lied to her ad agency about not using generative AI in the game.
Which is supposedly true, right? That they did use AI in the game for some background stuff like posters and shit, right? But apparently they did not lie about it. Apparently they were open about this, and everyone who wanted to look up for it could in fact do that. Now, whether they lied to the ad agency, we cannot prove. Maybe they did. But it is public information that they have that does exist, right? That's the thing. Anyways,
clip being 1 minute long. Let's take a look.
And they had told my people
It
that there's
literally
no
has scenes
AI
from
in it.
Weathering with You on a big TV in the city
Yep.
with an AI filter over it. It's not even a, whoops, we forgot to take out the temp assets. It's theft, and they keep lying. Feel sorry for anyone that was involved without knowing about.
and there's obviously, I have to say this as well, right? Every time I see something like that, and people complaining about it, I'm like, yeah, but you do use GPT. Why using GPT? See, aren't writers also artists? Right? Aren't writers also artists? So why do you, right, hate generative AI, right? But you don't hate generating text. That's rather interesting. Why would you do that? I'm curious. Huh? That's odd. That's very odd. By the way, poke a spoiler. You know what is tomorrow? Mother's Day.
This,
so
or having
crazy.
already signed contracts without being able to back out.
Bro, I would have never known until I didn't know until I saw that thing on Twitter after the stream. I guess like since I did it, I got pushed. Like a lot of stuff got pushed to me, and then people also added me with stuff. So I saw it, and I'm like, what the f, bro?
And I also hope that these people, right? I also hope that they will genuinely not play a single video game that ever uses AI. Because some insider said most companies already use AI for small, mundane, meaningless tasks. For example, grass fields, right? Just write a prompt, problem solved. Makes sense. So I don't want these people ever to play actually any games when it is everywhere. And it will be everywhere. It will be. I want these people to be... don't have a problem if they have an anti-AI stance. What I have a problem is when they become hypocrites. So I won't want to see people like Iron Mouse not to touch a single game ever that has AI in it. When it is everywhere. And it will be everywhere. Eventually, every company will use AI. In some way, generative AI, in some way, shape, or form, and I don't want her to play a single game. Not one. Not a single one that does that. And anyone, every other person as well.
They told my sponsor people. They said no. They said we do not have AI in anything. There's no AI anywhere. And it's just like, why are you fucking lying, bro?
Now, really quick, if you're not familiar with this game, Neverness to Everness is one of the latest gacha games, having just released on April 29th, and people are calling it a sort of anime sci-fi GTA. As you'll see in a moment as the video continues, opinions are pretty split on the whole AI usage part of all of this, but regardless of that, if NTE really did lie in business communications, obviously that's a bad move. Equally as obvious, I'm not accusing them of lying, I'm just saying hypothetically if they really did, that's obviously a bad thing. But I haven't seen the communications, I don't know what was said specifically. We do have a post here that says the sponsor management actually lied, and that this is an official statement from the devs. AI is only used on the poster and billboard as placeholders. Now, we'll take a look at this statement. I don't know how legit this is or isn't. We'll take a look at it though. But this also doesn't mean that they lied or didn't lie in communications. We don't know what the communications are, like I just said. So some public statement doesn't necessarily reflect what they may have said in private communications, which I'm sure everyone understands. But nevertheless, we have this that says, that gaming thing. Many projects are now promoting AIGC. What is the attitude of Shuhan towards AI in terms of technology and art? I'm laughing at my own horrible pronunciation of that word, my bad. But Yang Lei then says, our bottom line is very clear, and our core assets and character portraits will never touch AI. Second, game players buy emotional value, and everyone is very disgusted with spending money to buy industrial assembly line products. We will mainly use AI to run some atmosphere renderings to see if it is the feeling we want as preliminary work for finding references and a lot of trial and error. Someone says, when was this interview taken? The OP says, this was a Q&A a few days before or after launch. The original is on Bilibili as far as I know. This is an English translation posted on Reddit. Other users saying thank you. And the OP providing the source of that interview over on gamersky.com. Now we'll take a look at some VAs who have also issued statements against NTE, starting with Kaylee Mills. And by the way, after that, we'll take a look at some of the parts of NTE that people are accusing of being AI generated. You'll be able to take a look and come to your own assessment. Starting with the response from English VA Kaylee Mills, who says, "It's so important for the people who have the most power to speak up in situations like this. Very proud of Mouse and her team. I hope it leads to..."
I think people underestimate how much power they genuinely have. The normies will not give a fuck. The consumers will not give a fuck. This game is already a financial success. I think a week and already 14 million made. Forget it. You are not getting anywhere with this. Nowhere. If anything, you might actually cause the opposite. And I'm almost certain you have caused the opposite. Also, it's funny. All these people complaining about AI. They're on Twitter, right? Which belongs to Elon Musk. You know what also belongs to Elon Musk? Grok. Grok does AI. Grok also can be used to generate pictures and videos. So you are indirectly funding Grok. So you're supporting AI whether you want it or not. Same with Google, by the way.
Positive change. Duality in the responses to Kaylee, with one user saying, "Yeah, I stopped playing when I heard about AI. It's destroying everything, so I'm not going to support AI in anything." Conversely, at the top reads, "She's played multiple games using generative AI. Most all games coming out in the future will use it because it's a great tool. This is just..."
That's also one. She has not taken down anything regarding Expedition 33. Nothing, in fact. She has taken down nothing at all. Ever. The only AI stuff I'm scared kind of is NSFW and taking all jobs. Almost all of NSFW is AI, I'll be real. It just makes sense. It's already there, and it will be more there. That's just the truth. But yeah. Also, Blue Archive, same thing. She played that as well. Interesting.
Just appease a certain rabid type of crowd, you yourself voice in games that are using it, which is fine. Such performative BS. Kaylee then adding 2 more takes onto her initial one that read, "And by the way, I get why people don't speak up. Some may even have it in their contracts that they can't. Some are just afraid of losing work. More and more, I'm okay with losing work if it means standing on my principles." Kaylee Mills talking about principles. Now that's funny. Going to the second post now, she continues and says, "But I've also been through hell, and I know I..."
Well, if you don't do the work, they will find somebody who will. If you don't do the work, they will find somebody that will, and they have found people that will. You are not escaping. Crying about AI makes no sense. It'll increase whether you like it or not. Yeah, whether you like... It's like also they bark up the wrong tree. They bark at companies. They bark at people using it. But no any political movement. No laws are being made, right? Only laws could logically prevent this. But that's not what these people focus about. They would rather witch hunt companies. They would rather witch hunt people. So might as well use it. Essentially, see, there will be a point where AI will just be way faster than anything else. So there's not, like, right? If as a company, you won't be able to keep up if you don't use AI. Right? It's like, eventually, photography replaced artists creating portraits. No surprise there.
Can survive it, even though it felt impossible at first. There are too many amazing creators.
Printing eventually replaced copywriters. You're not getting away with this. It's that simple. You don't play it because it has AI, destroys everything. Just say you are a hypocrite. This person has probably at some point done something with AI and supported something with AI. Or used AI.
And properties with great people working on them to worry about being seen as unappealing to those who don't see me as malleable. Top responses to Kaylee, including, "Would you work with them if they remove the AI stuff?" She says, "Yeah, I would. I believe in second chances and betterment, and the fact you're okay losing work to stand on your principles is awesome and deserves mad respect. She says, I also recognize it's a privilege and not something everyone can afford to do. Yeah, but when has Kaylee ever actually done that? It seems like she just takes the stance of whatever SAG-AFTRA demands of her. Another English VA issued a somewhat vague statement that seems to be about NTE and all of this AI controversy. Specifically saying, I recently found out that a game I worked on has been using AI and has been dishonest about it. I want to be clear that I do not support generative AI in any creative field, including voiceover, art, writing, or music. If this is not addressed and removed, I will not be continuing work with this team.
Then you shall be replaced. Then you will be replaced. People thought like it would be impossible to replace the VA for Paimon because she's such a important part of Genshin Impact. They still replaced her. So what? Who says you can't be replaced? Got to take some package. We'll go off to the Iran stream. Thank you so much for today. Good night, Poke and Slimes. Good night, Cricket. Good night. Enjoy the stream.
Let's take a look at the top responses to this VA. We've got Emerald Apple at the top saying, oh, but coding and software development using AI is fine. Grow the heck up. It's 2026. It's time to get with the program and join the modern times. Bulwark right below that saying, I mean, you were paid, right? You going to give the money back? And then we got Puro saying, since you now know that they were using AI and being dishonest, it's only right for you to return all the money paid for work you did. You wouldn't want your name to be attached to a horrible thing like AI, right? And all throughout the responses, it seems like most people are actually...
That is very true. See, the thing is, right? The thing is, eventually, again, it's going to be everywhere. And, you only care about generative AI. What is about people lose their job because of like coding? What about graphic design? What about website design? That has been basically completely butchered. That is no longer necessary. What about writers? Zafira Helios, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do you care? Do you truly care, or is it just because you can? It's the current thing and you can farm it? Because never see these people call out using ChatGPT for anything related to writing. They don't do that. But writers are also artists in a way. They create art. It's just hypocritical. This whole thing is just hypocritical.
Actually not supporting her take at all, pointing out various hypocrisies and stuff like that. Starting with this 34-second clip, we'll take a look at some examples of what people are saying is AI generated in game.
Competition. First, let's hear a few words from the organizer, Giovanni Dvorak.
Hello, everyone. I am Giovanni Dvorak. In this game, you just need to select what you want and bring them out safely. It's simple and fun. I know you're feeling nervous, just like when I was about to confess to my now wife.
Thank you, Mr. Giovanni. I hereby announce...
Yeah, the TV animation clip does look like AI, but the real crime here is playing in the English dub. That's obviously a joke baked in truth, but let's take a look at the duality in the responses here. We've got, ugh, I love the game, why are they doing this? Conversely, good, I hope they keep doing this for tiny stuff that doesn't matter and is actually kind of funny so they have more time to focus on stuff that actually matters, like gameplay and story. Hey boss, we're short on time, can we just use AI to finish this segment faster? Yeah, sure, it's not a big segment, go for it. It's a non-issue. They're literally doing this to save time for more important parts. Things are getting strange though, because this response says there's a...
Yeah, it's just logical. Everything's so fast. They have deadlines that they have to meet. It's just logical to cut out small, pointless stuff, right? It's logical to cut out stuff that is just needlessly tedious. Just do that. I don't care, bro. Who cares?
A billboard that's just straight up scenes from Weathering with you, but with an AI filter on top of it. I really like this game and I'm enjoying it a lot, but wow, this is not a good look and it's so lazy. But this response says, when did you even record this, in the beta? Because it's not present on the current release. I check on the PC, console, and mobile version, and I don't see it. 3 more quick examples here in this post on Reddit that says NTE and AI, question mark, showing the first example, the second example, and the third example. My bad, it actually got cut off a little bit, I see in post-production. Let me show you one more time. First example, second example, third example. There's also a 2-minute fight scene animation that's currently also a point of contention, with some people debating if there's AI use in that fight scene animation or not. But it's also a bit out of the scope of this video because a lot of that discourse is simply people arguing about how good of a gacha fight scene it is. Some people saying it's the best they've ever seen in a gacha game, other people saying it's not. So like I said, a bit out of the scope of this video. This is to say that that's like all the main stuff. Let me know what you think about the latest. And if you think the statements people are making have validity to them, or if you think people are blowing the stuff way out of proportion or what. I'll leave it there. Thank you for tuning in. Come to your own assessment as usual. And
Out of proportion, in my opinion. Completely out of proportion. It's simple. Adapt or die. That's all there really is to it. Right? And if you don't adapt, at least be consistent. Don't use anything that is generating anything, right? Don't use any AI that generates anything, whether it's videos, pictures, or text. Other than that, if you don't, you are kind of a hypocrite. Do I like generative AI? Not necessarily, no. I would prefer if humans were doing it, but that won't be happening. And there's no way to stop it. That's all there is to it. Anyways, guys, yoink. I'm ending here. I'm a little over time, but who cares? Anyways, have a good day or night. I will see you indeed tomorrow again, where we do more reactions. And yeah, bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. I'll probably get a snack. And then start editing.